Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of the Suni Bell shooting trial. We are into day 3 and we have a seal. I am expecting court to kick in around 8:30, which is in another minute. So we will get ourselves over to the courtroom while we do our setup here. Hope everybody is doing well today. Let me just get myself set up here. All right. And it's okay, you guys don't need to apologize. We just have a certain policy that we don't talk politics and we keep religious talk to a very, very minimum, because that's not what this channel is about. So we focus on the trial at hand. If that trial happens to be talking about religion like Lori Daybell or Jose, well, not even Jose Ibarra, who am I talking about? Lori Daybell for sure, religion was brought up. But we try to keep that at a minimum because we're not that channel. So what you guys did before, it's all good. Don't worry about it. No need to apologize. Just want to set some ground rules for you guys. We try to focus on the trial at hand. And if religion and politics comes in, it has to be very, very minimum. And we don't want people to just use this platform as a sounding board and just go off, because that's not what we're about. So we want to focus on the victims. We want to focus on the defendants. We want to focus on justice. We don't want to have people going off on tangents. So that's all. So no need to apologize. I just want to, make sure that we're all on the same page with that. So that being said, Little Lulu, good morning to you. Sharon Kirkland, thank you for joining us. Shirley, Pammy, good to see you. Giovanna, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Alice, Joe and Jedi Platypus, good to see you. Yeah, okay, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Mama C, lots of coffee today. Kathy Davis saying good morning. Hector's mom, good to see you. Fancy Nancy and Tammy. Woka's Joke, thank you for joining us. And Amanda, good to see you. Thank you, thank you. Amy, I need ideas for breakfast. What are you in the mood for? I had some oatmeal, some vegetables, some yogurt, and some nuts today. So that's a pretty good way to go. Let's see here. Who else is with us? Richard in the kitchen, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Cindy Warren, your vertigo has calmed down a little bit. Good. Short Life Creations, thank you for joining us. Lucy Snakes Will Hiss and Florida, good to see you with the palm tree. Did I say vegetables and oatmeal? No, I had fruit. Did I say vegetables? Thank you, Aaron, for correcting me. I did not have vegetables. I had fruit. I had a banana, blueberries, strawberries, oatmeal, yogurt, and some nuts. That's what I had. Woka's Joke. Thanks for the coverage. No problem with the fist bump. Hey, I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate you guys being here with us. Selena K, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. All right, so when we left yesterday, we had just gotten through with Detective Chris Salea's testimony, but he is going to be on cross. I don't think they crossed him. So we're still going to hear from Detective Chris Salea, who was the lead detective. So he's a lead detective. Hey, Ellen, good to see you. Pammy, whatever floats your boat. Yeah, I misspoke. Alicia, you had eggs, bacon, toast, and fruit. Very good. Veggies for breakfast would be fine by me, Florida says. Yeah, no. It was not. It was not vegetables and oatmeal. That actually sounds kind of disgusting. Fruit and oatmeal. That's a better way to go. Hey, Charmaine, good to see you. Saudi girl, good morning. Scrambled eggs and toast. Sounds good. How many beers have you had this morning? Nice one, Amy. Sadly, I've had none. That's the sad thing. I haven't had anything to drink. Maybe that would be an excuse if I said, "Oh yeah, I've already had some," but nope. This is just me in the raw veggies for breakfast. Well, no. Now let me quantify that. If it's in an omelet, I can do veggies in an omelet, onions and what else? Maybe some. You know what I have done before? I've done roasted red peppers and mozzarella in an omelet. That's pretty good. So. But yeah, veggie omelet, I think with eggs, veggies are fine. But vegetables and oatmeal, yeah, no. That's not going to fly for me. Selena, veggies and oatmeal, interesting. Yeah, no. Fried fish is good in the morning. There you go. Coffee and ciggies for, there you go. Now that's the breakfast of champions. Coffee and cigarettes. Leftover pizza and beer. There you go. Let's see. Cindy says, please let me say the highly decorated Army Colonel Sykes saved lives at the Pentagon today. He was a family member who passed in 2009. All right, we will give a nod to 9/11 because that was obviously a huge thing. I was there. I saw the towers go down. It was a moment that I will never, ever forget. And then I worked my way from Houston Street back up to 97th Street. I walked. And it was one of the worst walks I've ever had because people were yelling and screaming at cab drivers. If you even remotely looked like somebody from the Middle East, you were not in a good place. People were yelling and screaming at him. It was disgusting, to be quite honest. But anyway, that was then, and here we are now. Selena K, Diet Coke so far. Oh, here we go.
Two issues I'd like to address as to Detective Salila.
Right.
One is he identifying with specificity any of the vehicles on the videos. My understanding is the state does identify by a gentleman, Jerry Long Dodge, looked at the videos because of his experience, etc., identified as an Infiniti and as a Chrysler. We don't have that testimony yet, and I don't want Detective Salila conjecturing or guessing that a particular vehicle in the videos is a particular brand of vehicles. I think he can identify that.
I don't think he's conjecturing at this point based on what he learned from the Dodge guy.
Yeah, and the cars were actually obtained. We know it.
Yeah, and they had them and searched them. So they know the cars.
Yeah.
So.
Correct, but you can't identify them in the videos. They're going by so fast. We're just saying something.
They can identify them in the videos because they know when they left the station, and then they synced up all the timelines. So they see that car again, and then they see it here, and then they see it there. That's how they're following them all over town.
And just to say, Mr. Samari, I don't intend to go back onto those videos at all.
Oh, okay. Well, that'll save a lot.
Okay, but that's how
I'm not with Detective Saleh as far as the cars traveling or any of that stuff.
Oh, all right. Well, that makes it easier. The other issue is Detective Saleh took statements from James Denson and also from Jalen Bedward, were both of which did not identify the right front passenger of Jalen Bedward's vehicle, which the state alleges is my client, Andrew Thompson, and where those two individuals, Detective Saleh and Detective Barnett, indicated that passenger alleges, let me out. And we're attempting to introduce that through Detective Saleh.
I'm not following what you just said.
Yeah, I'm going to, first of all, I'm not introducing those statements, and secondly, that's hearsay as far as your client.
Well, I agree with the state's position to a certain extent. However, they have charged conspiracy.
Right.
And we would allege it's a withdrawal from the conspiracy. If in fact Mr. Thompson was involved in a conspiracy, it's a withdrawal from the conspiracy.
Well, wouldn't there have to be some evidence of his withdrawal?
Well, it is. Let me out.
Maybe it was after the crime was already committed?
No, it's before.
Okay. And how's that coming in.
Well, other two theories. One is that they allege that Mr. Thompson's involved in a conspiracy. It's a withdrawal from the conspiracy.
How is that statement coming in, though?
But as a co-conspirator statement, that's a withdrawal. It's a co-conspirator statement during the course of the conspiracy, an alleged conspiracy.
Who's going to say he made that statement?
Detective Salala.
And who did he get that from?
From Mr. Bredward and Mr. Denson, from two individuals.
Just that's not a statement in furtherance of the conspiracy. That's the only exception to hearsay.
Yeah, if it's a statement in further of the conspiracy, then a statement by co-conspirator can come in, but a self-serving statement is hearsay.
Yes.
All right. The second basis would be it was a declaration of interest by Mr. Bedward and Mr. Denson, because by indicating that individual asked to withdraw or get out, now alleging that they were the last ones in the vehicle or the ones that were the perpetrators. So it's a declaration against interest.
Whose interest?
Their interest.
Who? Who specifically? The declarant?
Correct.
And the declarant is?
Denson in one
And
statement.
his statement that he wants out of the cars is against his interest?
Correct.
I disagree with that. I understand your position, but that's not against his interest. It's a self-serving statement, hearsay statement that self-serves your client, and it doesn't come in unless he takes a stand and says he said that. Not at this point. We're not severing anything now. Thank you, folks. Appreciate it.
Whoever's testifying is subject to cross-examination, so that's about whatever. John, I'm going to leave these in this folder, and I'm going to label them with whatever markers they need, okay?
Okay.
Let me check the electronic one, okay?
I think it's coming out of your pocket thanks to those donuts. I don't have any. You knob. You spent all your money on the donuts.
I'm going to go to
TJ, we're ready.
It's okay, let me check the...
They're bringing the jury in. State, they're bringing the jury in, so we're ready to go.
Okay, you're ready here, and I can do that.
It's much smaller.
It's okay, let me check.
He can come in now.
Okay, those promises are not good. Let me put that forward to me, actually. Sorry. Not be trusted with water or any other liquid.
Sorry?
It's like, good morning.
Hey, do you need a cough drop or anything?
I don't think it.
These are Ricola, sugar-free.
So while they don't have any sound right now, Jennifer Bradley is representing Quandarius Hammond, so I don't recognize her, to be quite honest. The only other trial we covered from Tampa was that dog park one. Remember those two guys got in a fight and the one guy shot the other guy? I can't think of any other. Oh, Ashley Benefield. She was close. She was Bradenton. She was just south of Tampa. Yeah, I don't recognize any of these attorneys. The judge played minor league baseball for like 10 years. He was drafted by Cleveland and then he played for Boston, which is kind of fun. To start it off, it was the defense was talking about Celaya is going to say he can't identify the cars because they were going so fast. The judge says, well, they can because they see them get in at the gas station and they pull back in. That's how he's identifying the cars. The defense says it's going to come in through Detective Celaya that Thompson was saying, let me out, let me out. So that's going to be his defense. He's going to say he jumped out before the shootings happened. That's going to be his defense. And judge is like, I'm not following. The state says, I'm not going to introduce that. And the judge says, how's this coming in? And defense says, well, as a co-conspirator statement, to which the judge says, who's going to say that? Defense says, Celaya. Judge says, well, a self-serving statement is hearsay. And he says, I disagree with what you're saying. It self-serves your client and it won't come in unless he takes the stand. So then the judge says to the bailiff, it's coming out of your pockets. Thank you for the donuts. Hey, Angelique, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Let's see, Asymptotimus. Were there only two guns? Let me see. Were there only two guns identified yesterday? Yes. Or was it 2 4 pistols, different brands of ammo? There was a 9mm and the rifle. So it was a 5.56 rounds and 9mm rounds. That's what was identified. So 9mm and an AR-15 style, and then only two of those rounds were identified to who were they identified to? Was it Hammond? Gosh, I forget. There's so many. I'm still trying to wrap my head around these guys. Was it Hammond that had the 9mm? Yeah, I think it was. No, you know what? It was Denson. It was Denson that had in car 3. They went back to his. It went back to his gun. Let me see. I think there were 2 out of. Okay, so there's 25. 9mm and only 2 went back. Only 2 went back to Hammond's gun because he pawned it. He pawned his gun 30 days later. Hold on a sec. Yeah, Hammond. Hold on a sec. Yeah, Denson pawned the firearm in East Tampa Bay, which is where a lot of this video is coming from. So only 2 out of the 25 9mm rounds are go back to Denson. So then my question is, where were those other 23 rounds? Who fired those? Was that Hammond? Because he apparently had a 9mm, but they haven't said anything about his weapon. Thompson supposedly had the rifle. And there were 15 rifle rounds found. And they're saying that's pretty much like an AR-15, the 5.56, the 5.56 round, that goes back to like an AR-15. And that was, now we're pretty sure we saw Thompson go like between the dumpster and come out with something in his hands. Looked like a rifle to me. In openings, they said that that's what happened, but then they haven't said that yet as testimony yet. So I'm waiting for them to bring that out.
Chairs back, y'all may be seated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I take it again, no issues with the court's instructions? All right, very good. Mr. Chair, you may continue.
All right, good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
We're going to begin again where we left off yesterday. We had been going through some of the identifications of the different suspects in this case, and what we need to set up here. All right, well, sorry, we're having a little technical.
No problem.
Again.
I understand.
Is it plugged in here? Okay. You know what, maybe I'm going to go to the gun. While we're working on this, Detective, let me go back to State's Exhibit 31, or I'm sorry, what was it? 31 A and B that we was introduced yesterday into evidence. And Detective, there was a bag within the box, correct?
Yes.
And
Yes, sir.
Detective, you obtained this firearm from the pawn shop. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
All right, when you obtained the firearm from the pawn shop, did you basically document what you obtained?
Yes.
And was the firearm in fact loaded with live rounds when you obtained it from the pawn shop?
I'm not 100% sure if it was or wasn't.
Go ahead and if you want to open that and see if it refreshes your recollection.
Yeah, these are rounds that I'm not sure if they were in the magazine, or I know usually they don't, the pawn shop doesn't normally have it loaded when they
If you want to look at your report, maybe to refresh your recollection about obtaining the firearm and what was with it, the contents.
I don't recall on here on the report. I didn't document if it was loaded or unloaded, but based off of pawn shop history, stuff that I've done in the past with pawn shops.
Do you have the impound of the gun with you in your report?
I do not have it with me. Sorry.
Okay. provide you the firearms, you can check the number. You do not have the impound with you?
Of the,
Firearm?
I do not, no, I don't have it with me. Are you saying when it's placed into evidence by us? I don't have that with me. I know Detective Barnett was the one that placed it.
No, he doesn't.
I mean, Detective Barnett was with me.
Okay, does the number on the manila envelope match the number on the box?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly which number we're looking at on here. So, like I said, I mean, Detective Barnett was the one that placed it.
All right, well, we do need calls out to Detective Barnett then. When you obtained the firearm, did you also obtain the pawn slip that was used in that particular case?
Yes, we did.
All right, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 33 for identification. As you can recognize this.
All right, this was in the... It's okay to open it up? Can I open it up?
Yes.
Okay. Because this isn't the,
Yes.
this isn't the pawn form.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, this is the pawn form. That was, that James Denson, the pawn transaction that James Denson conducted with East Tampa Pawn.
All right, does that pawn form appear to be in the same or similar conditions when you received it on that day that you went and picked up the gun?
Yes, it does.
All right. Judge Ludev, State's Exhibit number 33, admitted into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, hearing no objections, it will be admitted to State's 33.
All right, Detective, now, these pawn forms that are obtained, when an item is pawned, what is typically done at a pawn shop?
When an item's pawned, whoever's doing the pawning or do the transaction with the pawn shop, they would usually provide an identification, or they would definitely sign their name on the pawn form, and they would provide a thumbprint, which a thumbprint would be placed onto the pawn ticket itself.
Okay, so this is East Tampa Gun and Pawn, or Pawn and Gun, excuse me. And it indicates, it gives his name and address. Is that in fact his correct address at the time? If you recall.
I don't recall if it
Okay.
was.
And it indicates he's, the item that he's pawning, is this the area where it indicates what is being pawned?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and it describes a handgun and a Taurus, correct?
Correct.
And then you indicated that he had to sign the form. Would that be his signature down here?
Yes. That would be
And is this in fact the print that's, the thumbprint that's taken when an item is pawned?
correct, the right thumbprint.
Thank you, sir. Judge, unfortunately, we're having an IT issue, and we have a gentleman here to help us fix it, but he said we probably need to take a break, if that's, I understand it's inconvenient, but
How much time do you think you can?
Might take 2 seconds.
Let's see what we got going on here.
Judge, I can actually, there's a couple of other things I could possibly do while he's working on this, if it's okay if I do that while he's up here.
That's fine.
Okay. Detective, you had mentioned earlier that you had obtained what are known as call detail records.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? And how do you go about obtaining these call detail records?
Through subpoenas.
Okay, and you send a subpoena to what, the telephone
They send it
company?
to the whatever cell phone provider is for whatever number you're sending it for. So in this case, all four of them had T-Mobile was a carrier, with the exception of Andrew Thompson had AT&T.
Okay. I was reading. Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number. I have these. Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 35B, 36B, 37B, and 38B, as well as Exhibit 54, and have you take a look at those and see if you recognize what those are.
Yes?
All right, so IT gets the break after all. Yeah, Woke, I don't know. Where are all the people in the gallery? Where are the supporters? Did you try unplugging it, plugging it back in? Right. Is it plugged in? Is it turned on? Those two things will solve the majority of issues, right? Is it? Oh, if you hear that, that's one of the toys. All right, there's a few people. If you hear that frog sound, that's one of the toys that the kids have. If the gun was still loaded, I wonder if it's the same type brand as recovered. I can't imagine the pawn shop would. Yeah, where is? Hold on, I'm getting back to the supporters. There's like 3 people in the audience. Oh, here comes one other person. I can't imagine the pawn shop would have a gun loaded, because then when they sell it, somebody could take it and just like rob them and say, okay, I'm just going to not pay and take off. So I can't believe that somebody would, or a pawn shop would actually have a gun loaded. I would think that they would unload that for their own safety. I would think. And if they leave it loaded, that's crazy, right? Because somebody could say, yeah, let me try that one, and then they say, oh, it's loaded. Okay, I'm robbing you, basically.
You may continue.
All right, Detective, going back to what we were just talking about, when you obtain these call detail records, in what format do they come to you?
They come in a PDF and sometimes an Excel format.
Okay. And what do these records contain?
It contains all the incoming, outgoing calls from a cell phone. Text message, voice message. It'll show who's calling and who's receiving phone calls.
Okay. And are those in fact copies of some of the records you received in this particular case of the call detail records of these 5 individuals?
Yes, they are.
All right, Judge, move to have these exhibits admitted into evidence now. State's Exhibit 54, 37, or 35, I'm sorry, 38. We get this right. 35B, 36B, 37B, and 38B.
Any objections?
No objection.
No objection.
All right. All those exhibits will be admitted as referenced.
All right, and just I'm not going to go through each of these because that will take too long, but I want to just kind of give jury a sense of what these are. So when a record comes to you from, say, T-Mobile, do you receive generally a business record certification or saying that these are in fact the records of that phone number?
Yes, correct.
Right. And on the front page here, the top page, this is in fact a business record certification from T-Mobile?
Yes, it is.
All right. And does it contain the phone number of which you are attempting to get the records of?
Yes, it does.
And where is that identifier, if you could point it out to the jury?
Sorry.
Okay. And so for this particular phone, this is phone number 813-953-6476. Is that correct?
Correct.
And
That's the number for Quindarius Hammond.
then that's for number for Quindarius Hammond?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then just so that the jury has some understanding of how these records look, is this in fact what the page looks like that it comes to you?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And we'll just go to a date more in question. So for instance, I'm going to zoom in a little bit here and we're going to use one of the lines just so you can explain to the jury. So let's take, for instance, the first one of 8/21/01. Is that the date that the call was received?
Yes, it is. When we get the records from the providers, it comes in UTC time, and what that means is Universal Time Coordinated, and that's 5 hours, behind.
5 hours behind. So at this particular one, whatever call this was either received or incoming or outgoing at it says 11:04. So what time would that be on Eastern Standard Time?
So Eastern Standard Time, it would have to be backdated to 8:20.
Okay.
So approximately, I guess it would be at 12 o'clock,
So it'd be like
7, around 7.
around 7:11.
Correct.
Okay.
7:11 p.m. Yes.
Okay. And this would be does it tell what kind of call it is?
It's an outgoing call.
So that would mean that in this particular case, the number of this phone was dialing this particular number?
Correct.
And this is in fact the number that's calling. Would that be accurate? Because that's the number of this
Correct.
record.
That's a number that's calling out, correct?
Right. And this is the number it's calling to?
Correct.
All right. And then same thing for this one, which is about a minute later. And what is this? What are these numbers here in the middle line?
Those are like the seconds, I believe how long the duration of the call is.
Okay. And again, this is another outgoing call. And this is to this particular number, 4010070. Would that be accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And that's kind of how there's listed with the date, the time of the call, the duration of the call, incoming or outgoing, where the call is made from and who the call is made to. Would that be accurate?
Yes, sir.
Unless it's being received, in which case,
It would be incoming.
for instance, let's go to an incoming call and make that clear. So for instance, on this call at 8/21/2021 that's received at, well, it's 1:15 here, but that would be like 8:15 p.m.
Correct.
It has a 12 seconds and it's an incoming. So then this would be the number that is calling it. Would that be accurate? 813? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And this is the number that is being called or is receiving the call, which is, of course, the number of the records you received.
Correct.
All right. And that's how all of these records can be interpreted the same way
Yes.
as this one?
Yeah, those are T-Mobile records.
Okay. All right, Detective. Now we're going to go back to where we were with the identifications. I believe we've got our IT situation figured out. Yes, okay. So, Detective, let's go back to, we had discussed already Zavante Sampson, Anthony Thompson, which, by the way, did you receive the phone? I don't know if I asked you. Did you receive the phone of Anthony Thompson as well?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Andrew Thompson. I'm not sure I called him Anthony. Andrew Thompson. And did Andrew Thompson, were you able to obtain the phone records for that phone as well?
Yes, I was.
All right. And Andrew Thompson uses a different subscriber than the other four. Is that accurate?
Correct.
What subscriber did Andrew Thompson use?
AT&T.
Okay. And you obtained those records?
Correct.
Okay, including the call detail records?
Correct.
And they were part of the packet that I just introduced. Would that be accurate?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, going again now to Mr. Bedward. So we've gone through the other 4 individuals that have been charged in this case. Now we're talking about Mr. Bedward. Did you in fact identify Mr. Bedward as a potential suspect in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you interview or go and interview Mr. Bedward regarding the circumstances of this case?
Yes, I spoke with him twice.
Okay. And when you went and spoke with him originally, did he tell you he wanted to speak with you? Was he
Yes, he wanted to speak with us. We spoke with him at our headquarters. He came voluntarily, but we gave him a ride.
Okay. And so it was voluntary. He came and talked to you. Did you present him any video to show him to see if he could identify himself?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you show him the interior of the Chevron where he's inside the store to see if he could make an identification of himself?
I showed him interior and exterior.
Interior and exterior.
Yes, sir.
And did he in fact identify himself as the person shown in that video in the interior and the exterior?
Yes, he did.
All right. Let's go to the interior. I'm showing you now from the Chevron videos that were collected. This is from the interior on 8/22/2021 at 5:50 and 42 seconds. That individual who just walked through the screen, is that in fact Jalen Bedward?
Yes, it is.
And did he identify himself in that video as being the individual who walked through that store at that point?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Now we're going to the East Tampa Pond video, and we have a still frame here at 8/22/2021. It doesn't quite have the full hours on it, but do you see the individual circled in yellow?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Who is that individual that's circled in yellow?
That is Jalen Bedward.
And did he identify himself as the individual that was circled in yellow when you showed him this video?
Yes, he did.
Okay. All right, this one, because of different ways he came in and out of the screen, we've had to kind of cut it up a little bit, but we're going to try and follow now Mr. Bedward's, what he did on that particular evening. So, Detective, just in that moment in there, that person fell. I believe we've probably seen that a dozen times now from all the other videos that have been shown. The person that fell, was that in fact Jalen Bedward?
Yes, he told me that during his interview.
And did
he tripped on?
I was about to ask you, did he say that was him that tripped?
Yes.
And what did he say? How did he say what happened?
He said that as he was running back across the street that he tripped on, I think it was a vacuum, part of a vacuum. That was at the store.
That was okay. And so when we've seen all these videos, that is in fact Jalen Bedward that trips.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and this is still shot. Can you point them out in this particular photograph of the still shot from the screen with the
Can you
stick,
just
please?
go back a little bit? I'm sorry.
We can't go back, but we'll move on.
If we just play it through. Yeah, okay.
You want to go back to it?
No, I could see it.
Go back to the still shot. Can you go back
I'm going to go back to the still shot.
Okay, that individual right there, that's Jalen Bedward?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Detective, make sure we're all still following along. Where's Mr. Bedward at this point?
He's over here by the dumpster.
Okay, thank you. Detective, go ahead, I'm sorry. Detective, in this particular paused frame, it shows Mr. Bedward, I guess, coming out from behind those dumpsters. He appears to have something in his hand. Did you, in fact, ask Mr. Bedward about that?
Yes, I did.
And what did he tell you that was in his hand in that picture?
He said that that was his AR assault rifle.
Okay. Again, can you show us where Mr. Bedward is in this still shot here? Okay. And he's standing next to, at this point in time, that's the first car that leaves a place driven by Zvante Sampson, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And this was his vehicle.
Okay, is that the...
The Chrysler 300 is right here.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Detective, did you ask him about driving that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And did he admit that he was the driver of that Chrysler 300?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And what did he say he did after he pulled out of there?
He said that he continued to go east and went toward Brandon.
And he said he never...
Never did a U-turn, never turned around.
Okay. And again, when Mr. Bedward, did you obtain his phone when he was there?
Yes.
Okay.
I spoke to him that day. I obtained his cell phone.
And what was his phone number?
His phone number was 813-534-8321.
All right. And did you issue a search warrant for that phone?
I did.
And were you able to obtain any results from that search warrant of the phone belonging to Mr. Bedward?
No, the phone had been wiped out.
Explain what that means. His phone had been wiped out?
Yeah, that means that the contents had been deleted. I think you can get, Detective Boers would probably be able to tell you, but you can still get the phone number from the SIM card, but the phone itself, all the contents were deleted.
All right. And that phone, in fact, was a prepaid phone. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Detective, did you get a warrant to search his residence?
Yes, I did.
And were you, in fact, involved in the search of his residence?
Yes, along with members of Sergeant Jenny's squad. And Detective Alverson was there as well.
Can we approach you?
So interesting, right? So we know that there's an AR. Nope.
Marked as States Exhibit 27A through Q for identification. I assume we'll take a look through that.
Good.
Sir, you had a chance to review those photos?
Yes, I did.
And do those photos fairly and accurately depict what they show in these photos of the search that you did on that day?
Yes.
And you were present at that search?
Yes, I was.
All right, Judge, at this time, would move to have States Exhibit 27A through Q admitted into evidence.
Can I take a look at those real quick?
Yes, Judge.
Yeah, it's worth. Any objections other than previously noted?
None additional.
These will be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, 27B, what does this indicate, or what is this showing?
That's showing the address of the building, number 1817.
Okay. And 27C,
That is the apartment that he resides in, 303.
okay. 27D and 27E and 27F show these, I guess, Air Jordan sandals. What was the reason these photos were taken of this particular item of clothing?
Because it appeared to match the ones that he was wearing the night of the homicide. That were seen on the Chevron video.
And 27G, 27H, 27I, and 27J. Why were those photos taken of that particular piece of evidence?
Again, that's clothing that appeared to be wearing during the homicide. It was visible in the Chevron.
Okay. .27K, blurry. On 27K, there appears to be a picture of a washer. Why is that picture taken?
It's taken because it appears to be the same pants that he was wearing the night of the homicide. That's visible from the Chevron video.
Okay, and 27L, is that a more close-up of that?
Correct.
And then 27M, as well as 27N. Again, those are the same pants that you believe or took pictures of because it matches what he was wearing on that day?
Yes, sir.
All right, 27K, or Q, I'm sorry, 27Q, what are we looking at here?
It is an ammunition box that says 5.56, which are rifle rounds.
All right,
That's rifle ammunition right there.
and 27P,
Those would be the rounds itself.
okay, and then 27O,
It's a little out of focus, but I would think it's the back of the round.
I'll try again. Unfortunately, it's just trying to pull it up. But what would this be? Is this a head stamp?
Just an unfired round.
Okay. Okay. Detective, was the Chrysler 300 that we've seen in some of these videos, was that car actually recovered?
Yes, it was.
And who was driving the car at the time it was recovered?
Jalen Bedward.
All right. Was a search done of that car?
Yes, it was.
And were you present for that search?
I was not present for that search.
All right. But as a lead detective, were you aware of anything that was located within that vehicle?
Yes.
Was anything of any evidentiary value located within that vehicle?
There was a ammunition or a box that says, I can't remember the name, it's like Zerta or starting with a Z, of like the brand of a rifle, like an assault rifle gun box.
So it was a gun box for a rifle?
Yes, it was.
And was that rifle in the gun box?
No, it was not.
Was any rifle recovered in the vehicle?
No, none was recovered in the vehicle.
In your search, was that type of rifle the brand from the box? Was there any type of rifle like that located with that
No.
brand?
No, there was not.
Now, you also told us that, you told us that the Chrysler was recovered. Was the dark blue Infiniti that we've seen in the first vehicle that was driven by Zavante Sampson, was that vehicle ever recovered?
Yes, it was.
And where was that vehicle recovered?
And it was recovered, I want to say probably like six weeks afterwards in like the Nonasassa or Brandon area, I believe. I'd have to look at my notes just to refresh my memory.
Okay.
Need me to.
Was anyone driving it when it was recovered?
No, it was abandoned.
So it was abandoned?
Yes.
Where it was just kind of abandoned on the side of a road?
I wasn't there when.
I'm sorry. Where was it abandoned?
Yeah, it was abandoned on the street. I have to look at the photos. I wasn't present when it was recovered.
Okay. And was a search done on that one as well?
Yes, it was.
And were you present for that search?
I was, yes.
And was anything of any value located in that search of that vehicle?
No.
I'll look through my notes real quick, Detective. Judge, at this point, I have no further questions of Detective Celaya. Thank you.
Cross?
Judge, I'm sorry, I did have one more. I apologize.
All right.
Detective, do you see the individuals, let's just start with each one. Do you see Zavante Sampson, the individual who identified himself as the driver of the Infiniti in this courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
And can you identify him, please?
He is sitting at the end of the table there, the first table, with long dreadlocks, I guess in a suit, grayish, darker suit.
Record reflect he has identified the defendant, Zavante Sampson.
The record will reflect that identification.
All right, and did you also, do you also see Quandarius Hammond, the individual you identified getting in the passenger seat of that vehicle in this courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
And can you identify him, please, for the jury?
Yes, he's on the second table toward the back there, sitting to the left of Mrs. Bradley, wearing like a darker suit with a tie and maybe like a gray shirt.
Record reflect he has identified Quandarius Hammond, Your Honor?
The record will reflect that identification.
Thank you. And Detective, do you see the individual, Jalen Bedward, who identified himself as being the driver of the Chrysler 300 in this courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
And can you identify him, please, for the record?
He's sitting the closest to me right now at the first table, sitting next to the left of Mr. Hernandez, who's got a dark shirt on.
All right, record reflect he has identified Jalen Bedward, Your Honor?
That will reflect identification.
And do you see the individual, Andrew Thompson, who identified himself in the Chevron video?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify him, please, for the jury?
He is this individual standing up right now.
All right. Record reflect he's identified the defendant, Andrew Thompson.
The record will reflect that identification.
And do you see the individual, James Stenson, who also admitted to you to being in those videos as well as getting in the back seat of the vehicle driven by Jalen Bedward?
Yes, I do.
And can you identify him, please, for the record?
He is the individual standing up right now.
Record reflect he has identified Mr. Denson.
The record will reflect that identification.
Judge, at this point, I don't have any further questions.
Cross? Counsel, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Detective, there is no way for you to determine which firearm from which vehicle fired the shot that killed Suni Bell, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know whether it was a handgun 9mm projectile or a .556 rifle projectile, correct?
Correct.
You don't know who discharged the firearm that housed the bullet that killed Suni Bell, correct?
Correct.
During the course of your investigation, you determined that there were 3 vehicles noted at the chevron of interest, correct?
Correct.
And that was amongst, obviously, several other vehicles that would come and go during the course of the time frame in which you reviewed video, correct?
Correct.
And that was over a series of hours beginning in the early evening, correct?
Correct.
You determined that vehicle number 1 had 2 occupants, correct?
Correct.
And you did that by way of viewing the video, having statements or having conversations with different individuals, that being Mr. Hammond and Mr. Sampson, correct?
Correct.
And you determined that vehicle number 3 had certain occupants, correct?
Correct.
And you use that same analysis and that same method of investigation to make that determination, right?
Correct.
You utilize that same method of investigation to identify the occupants of vehicle number 2, correct?
Tried to.
Well, you tried to the same way
Correct.
that you did the first analysis.
Correct.
And you use the same video with the same clarity, with the same pictures, with the same clothing, with the same movements, correct?
Correct.
And you, in fact, identified other people.
Tentatively identified.
Okay? And
Not,
who was
not a positive identification.
Who did you identify?
Identified Devin Sampson, which is the brother of Zavante Sampson. Identified, tentatively identified. Also tentatively identified the brother Kamani Bedward, which was the brother for Jalen Bedward. And I can't say definitively the driver of the vehicle, which was Maxwell Bedward.
Okay. And a fourth individual that you believe to be a Mr. Brown, correct?
Correct.
You haven't identified or sought to identify any of the other people that were within that group in the Chevron parking lot, correct?
Correct, because they did not enter the vehicles.
But they certainly would have been able to tell you what interactions were happening there, right? In order to assist you in determining what roles everyone played. Would you agree with me?
When I spoke with everybody, all the defendants, they've all made statements as to what was said to prior to entering the vehicle. It's all recorded.
The other people that were out there.
I don't know who those people are.
And you're aware that Mr. Brown, Willie Brown, allegedly had conversations with Corey Brown and Charles Dozier, otherwise known as Squeak, that evening, correct?
I believe his records show that he had conversations with Charles Dozier, not Corey Brown.
But he knows them very well because they are his cousins, correct?
That's what he relayed to me.
And they played a part in this story because it was Mr. Brown that's alleged that it was through their involvement that he was there, correct?
Yeah, he told me he was trying to locate them for a memorial service that they had, so, but he didn't know where it was, so he was circling the block, drives on the back road of Giddens, and as he's driving on the back road of Giddens, you could see what, his vehicle's visible on the video there.
You didn't attempt, did you, during the course of your investigation, to identify Corey Brown or Charles Dozier anywhere in that parking lot during the Chevron when Mr. Brown was in the area, did you?
No.
Okay. And you didn't ask anyone about that probability or whether or not that was in fact where they were?
I had spoken with Charles Dozier and Corey Brown, and they told me that they were at their a salon that he owned, and which was a few blocks further west.
Didn't confirm whether or not that was a true statement by looking at the video in relation to them in particular, correct?
No, I never saw Charles Dozier in person, so I spoke to him on the phone.
You never saw him individually, like
No.
in a face-to-face capacity?
Charles Dozier, no.
He played a pretty impactful role in this, did he not, as it relates to the entirety of the story in this case?
I don't think so.
Other than the fact that it was by his doing that allegedly they were in the area, correct? You'd agree with me?
You got to clarify that for me, like his doing. What do you mean by that exactly?
Well, he had a large part of it because allegedly he was in conversation with him, telling him where to go.
Correct. He was trying to locate where he was at.
Did you know, by way of your investigation, that Willie Brown buys marijuana from Corey?
Judge, I'm going to object.
Sustained.
So vehicle number 2 that we just finished speaking about, it was at the Chevron gas station, right?
At what point are you talking about? At the end when everybody's running to the vehicles?
Throughout.
I don't know if the vehicle was there earlier or not. I can say that Maxwell Bedford was there earlier, but the vehicle number 2 that pulled up, I can't say definitively that that was the vehicle that belonged to Maxwell Bedford.
At one point in time, vehicle 2 is there with the other 2 vehicles, amongst other vehicles as well, correct? At one point in time, during the video evidence that we have of that parking lot.
After Willie Brown's vehicle drives by, the second vehicle pulls in shortly after, and that is when everybody starts running to their vehicles.
And you don't see that vehicle at any time prior to that parking lot?
Now, can I say definitively? No.
Did you pay attention to that? Did you look to confirm that that vehicle was not there at any point previous to that?
There was a
juncture?
vehicle that was driven by Maxwell Bedford that was there earlier, but I can't say definitively if that was the same vehicle.
But it was Maxwell Bedford that was driving it later.
I don't know who was driving that vehicle, that second vehicle.
Did you not say a little bit earlier that you believe Maxwell Bedford was the driver?
I said possibly he was the driver. I can't say definitively. You don't see the driver of that vehicle when it pulls up.
Can you identify Bedford by his clothing the same way that you identified the other individuals in vehicle 1 and vehicle 3?
He's there during the daytime, but he left prior to nighttime From my recollection, we can look at the video if you want and go through it.
Well, vehicle 2 leaves around the same time as 1 and 3, correct?
In between 1 and 3.
What's the color and make of that car, do you know?
I do not know. I thought it was maybe like an Infiniti, like a lighter colored Infiniti, but I can't say definitively.
And during the course of your investigation, you had the opportunity to interview Willie Brown, correct?
Yes, I did.
And did you determine whether or not he was going to the gravesite for a balloon release?
He said he did. I did not determine it, but speaking with Mary Brown and her family at the hospital, they were all wearing shirts memorializing the deceased father. So I would assume that they would probably went there.
I don't want you to assume.
Well,
I guess what I'm asking is that did he indicate to you that he was going to the gravesite for a balloon release?
At that point when I spoke with him,
At any point?
I don't recall. You'd have to listen to the interview that's recorded with him.
If he had said that, do you think it would have been warranted that you include it in a report?
I think I put that it was a memorial service that they were looking for, or they were a repass or celebration of life. I believe I documented that in there.
Nothing specifically about going to a gravesite for a balloon release. Would you agree with me about that?
I don't recall. You'd have to listen to the recording.
And you know from your investigation and the review of the videos, specifically Lorenzo's garage, that Mr. Brown jumps from the vehicle, leaving Mary Harrison and Suni Bell in the car at the time of the first set of gunshots, correct?
After the gunshots passed, yes, he exited the vehicle.
And after the gunshots passed, we're talking about this being at the corner of Hillsborough and 45th, correct?
Yes, just, you can pull up the map, I'll show you exactly where it is.
But it's just past the intersection, right? Just a fraction past the intersection.
Yeah, just a little bit past, a little bit east of, a little bit west of 45th. It's on the north side of the road.
And as part of your investigation, and as you testified on direct examination, part of your analysis was that Exhibit 16, Lorenzo's garage video, correct?
The Lorenzo's garage video, yes. I'm not sure what exhibit it was, but.
And you reviewed that video, I'm sure, to say the least, multiple times, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed it prior to your testimony yesterday, correct?
Yes.
And during the direct examination by Mr. Terry, you were able to verify and look at still pictures that were taken from that video, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to show you what I'm going to mark as Sampson Defense Exhibit number 1, and ask you if you can review it on your own and tell me whether or not you recognize it. And when I ask you that, I mean recognize it, the picture itself, not necessarily any red markings that appear on the picture.
You're asking if it's just a picture of the Lorenzo's garage?
No, let me get back. But you do, and it fairly and accurately reflects what it purports to be.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that Exhibit 1 for Defendant Sampson be admitted.
No objection, Your Honor.
He'll be admitted.
Can I publish?
Yes, sir.
So, Detective, I'm going to show you this still photograph. Can you tell me where it is and what it is?
Sure. That is Willie Brown's vehicle to the right, but to the left there, I believe that's Willie Brown. When he's running, toward 45th Street.
So toward the upper end of that picture to the right, that's Willie Brown's vehicle, correct?
Yes. Well, right here. I'll point to it.
Please,
so we
if you
make
don't
sure we
mind.
know. This vehicle right here.
Right. And then show me, this is at the point in time where the first series of shots have occurred, correct?
Yeah, the first series of shots have already transpired and passed at this point.
Okay. And then at that time, Mr. Brown gets out and attempts to run, correct?
I think he did run, not attempt.
Okay. And you would agree with me that the red circle and the arrow is highlighting Willie Brown running. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you, Detective. And subsequent to this picture, what occurs is that Willie Brown runs down 45th Street into the neighborhood looking for somebody to assist him, correct?
Yes. He was knocking on doors and seen on Mr. Colberly's video.
And referring to State's Exhibit 41.
It's upside down.
Good. All right, technology is not my forte, so bear with me. Can anyone assist me in determining how this becomes sharper? Bear with me for a minute. So a close-up of Hillsborough Avenue and 45th. Is it correct that where my pen is that corner?
I would say right here.
Thank you. And there is where Mr. Brown runs down the street, correct?
Correct. Observed on Mr. Colberly's video around here.
Okay, so Mr. Colberly's house is in that area.
Correct.
But what fronts 45th Street is what looks to be a gigantic warehouse or some type of business that fronts Hillsborough Avenue. Correct?
Okay, yes.
Well, I don't mean,
I don't remember.
okay.
I don't remember what was there exactly. But
I'm sorry?
I don't recall what building was there exactly. So.
Without knowing, obviously, what exactly the business may be, there appears to be a gigantic warehouse that that has a parking lot, that has areas in and around it that would be part and parcel of not only facing Hillsborough, but facing 45th, correct?
Correct.
And there are several other houses as you go down 45th, and although this particular picture doesn't show the dead end, 45th dead ends, correct?
I believe it does, yes.
You didn't go all the way back to the dead end area of 45th, did you?
Yeah, I walked that area.
Okay, so you know it dead ends, right?
Yeah.
And there's a shop area back there that looks like, I don't know if it's a business or an open business or a closed business, but it looks to be another building that some kind of business goes on in, right?
I don't recall. I don't have an independent recollection of it. So.
There's houses on either direction, right?
There are houses on both sides, correct.
And down 45th, there are areas with large overbrush, correct?
I don't recall, I believe.
Did you attempt to do any kind of search in that area for
Yes.
anything of evidentiary value?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and how did you conduct that search?
We conducted it by walking around and seeing what we saw, if we saw any, projectile strikes, anything that we could locate on any vehicles or anything like that. I believe the officers on scene also did that.
Okay, so, and we'll talk about that. But you yourself, and I assume would it have been with Detective Barnett at that point in time?
Yes.
You did not walk through every home on either side, front yard, side yards, overbrush, high grass, trees, overgrown area. You did not look at any or all of the places that existed on both sides of that street all the way to the dead end, correct? Is that fair to say?
Not all the way to the dead end.
Well, are you indicating to me that you went from house to house, from side to side, and you did a search for anything of evidentiary value, including a gun?
We did walk and look, but I don't know if I had really looked in, like you said, the brush. I'm not sure if I looked in the brush area.
I really want to focus on that for 1 minute. When you say we looked, did you look at the first house to the right and go through the side yard, look on either side of the fence, look in the backyard, look in the
Did I do
shrub?
that personally? No.
Okay. And so if I were to ask you that question as to every house going down the 45th, your answer would probably be the same, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if anybody checked the roof area on that business or the shop in the back or any home?
No. I'm not sure. I don't believe anybody did.
Okay. You didn't. You're not sure if anybody else did.
Correct.
Okay. As the lead detective in this case, you're not aware that anybody else did that and told you that they did it.
Correct.
And Mr. Brown, during the course of the investigation, insisted that people were chasing him down 45th, correct?
I'd have to go back and listen to his statement, but I know you said that he was hearing gunshots as he was running.
Okay.
And
So
you could hear them.
you wouldn't be able to tell us under oath here this morning whether he indicated he was being chased?
I can't tell you that.
You would rely, would you not, on his sworn testimony if that were to be the case?
Yes.
Understanding and knowing that he was at the very least insinuating that people were shooting at him down 45th.
Correct.
And indicative of you don't remember him saying they were chasing him down 45th, you did some investigation in that regard, right?
Correct.
Okay. And there was no surveillance video that showed Mr. Brown or anyone, excuse me, let me start that again. There was no surveillance video that was available to you that showed anyone chasing Mr. Brown at any portion of 45th Street, correct?
Correct.
And in that same vein, the investigation you did as it relates to you hearing gunshots or discharges in the Coberly video, you did an investigation and did not find any projectile strikes on 45th, whether it be to any cars on the street, any cars in the driveway, any property that exists, all the way from Hillsborough Avenue and 45th all the way back, correct?
Correct. You can hear the whizzing of bullets on there, but...
Well, you can hear audio of
from
lots
Mr.
of discharges, correct?
You can hear, as Willie Brown is running, you can hear the whizzing of bullets, and I think there's several rounds gunshot sounds that you could hear from Mr. Coberly's video.
Well, your interpretation of the whizzing of bullets would be part and parcel of audio on that camera that captures several discharges, correct?
Correct.
And would it be fair to say you don't know from audio alone where those discharges are coming from. They could be coming from Hillsborough Avenue a block away, correct?
I'm not 100% sure where they're coming from.
Okay, so the answer would be they could be coming from 2 blocks down from Hillsborough, 1 block down from Hillsborough, for all we know, 3 blocks down from Hillsborough, and you're hearing them on the audio of the 45th Street video that has audio, if that makes sense. Correct?
Yes.
And by the time you got to the scene, Willie Brown's Infiniti G35 was stationary, having crashed into the pole, correct?
Correct.
And during the search, you located Mr. Brown's telephone in the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so he didn't have it.
He told me he had left it in the car when he fled.
So in addition to him telling you that, you found it there.
Correct. And he provided consent to search his phone.
Which didn't produce anything of any evidentiary value, correct?
Correct.
You also were able to view the G35 at the scene, fair?
Yeah, correct. When we returned after speaking with Mr. Brown.
And that would be a search around the exterior of the G35 as well as seeing what you could see within the interior.
I just observed it from the outside because I know Detective Alberson and Detective Hill were handling the scene. I just saw that there was several bullet holes in the vehicle.
Right, but in your position as lead detective, you're going to want to view that piece of evidence that's very critical by walking around it, observing it, and observing it in detail.
I know we sealed it up. Don't want to dive into the car, start examining stuff until we got the search warrant to look at it.
But the exterior, yes, correct?
The exterior, there was several bullet strikes, holes, gunshots along the passenger, or along the driver's side.
Got it.
Rear driver's side.
Were you present during the search at the TPD property area?
For his vehicle?
Yes.
Willie Brown's vehicle? No, I was not present. Detective Hill and I believe Detective Alberson conducted that.
There were no bullet strikes to the windshield of that vehicle, were they?
I'd have to look at the photos. If you have them, I'll take a look.
I'd like to show you what's been admitted as States 1DW and ask you if this helps you give me the answer to that question. Okay, doesn't look like it's any better. Do you see anything on that windshield that indicates a projectile strike?
It doesn't appear to be, no.
And the Lorenzo's garage video clearly shows that vehicle 1 was about a car length or so ahead of the victim's vehicle when that first set of gunshots, that gunfire erupts, correct?
No.
No what?
You're saying vehicle 1 was past the victim's vehicle when the
Yes.
first shot?
Yes.
No, that does not show that. There's
Okay,
muzzle flashes
so-
coming
well-
from the passenger side while Willie Brown's vehicle's still moving.
You're talking about by way of
Lorenzo's garage
you
video.
seeing what you believe are muzzle flashes?
Yes, you could see it.
So your testimony is that vehicle 1 was side by side with the victim's vehicle when you saw muzzle flash?
It was coming up. We could play the video, and I'd be glad to go through it with you.
Billy?
And I usually use a VLC player, which is, I'm able to go frame by frame on it.
So, I don't know, go ahead, go sit down. So it would be your recollection, detective, based on your direct testimony and your investigation of this case, that vehicle number 1, when you allege there to be muzzle flash, is not ahead of the victim's vehicle. That would be your testimony here this morning.
When there is muzzle flashes coming from the Lorenzo's video, Willie Brown's vehicle is further west, and Devontae Sampson's vehicle is further east of it, behind it. On the video, when a video starts playing there, with a little clip, we can go to the times if you
So
want.
further west, meaning that they're not next to each other, correct?
On the video, we'll play, I'd love to show you the video. We'll play the entirety of the video, and I can show you and point exactly where you can see the muzzle flashes.
And you
And when
allege
we
to
can see
hear
the location.
you allege to hear audio, correct? That has muzzle, that has
Audio from the
gunshots.
Power Electric has audio, clear audio, and during that Power Electric video, it coincides with muzzle flashes.
Well, Willie
Coming
Brown
from-
indicates that the vehicle is ahead of him, correct?
He said the vehicle, go back to listen to his testimony, go back and listen to the recording, but he says that there was a car coming up behind him, and he heard gunshots coming up, and the vehicle ends up passing him.
He doesn't, you don't recall him saying that the vehicle was ahead of him when he hears these gunshots?
No.
And the vehicle, victim's vehicle, during the course of your investigation, has a projectile strike into the back driver window, correct?
You show me the photo, take a look.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I say if you just show me the photo, I'll take a look, but I believe that there was one through the rear driver's side.
I'm going to show you what has been admitted as states 1DY and ask you if you have seen and recognized this still photograph.
Yes.
And is that the projectile strike into the back passenger window of the vehicle?
Yeah, it could be possibly two.
I'm sorry?
It could possibly be two strikes, right?
Well, if you recall, I see it. If you recall that particular bottom strike, that hits the framework of the bottom of that window, correct?
I'd have to defer to Detective Albertson and Hill, but yes, it appears to hit the bottom of the frame.
Okay. And do you know whether or not there was fragments found in that particular
I know that there was fragments inside the vehicle, yes.
but not as it relates to the frame and not as it relates directly to that bottom strike?
I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to defer to Albertson. and
But
Hill.
you agree that there is a strike in the middle portion of that back window, correct?
Talking about this strike right here?
Yes.
Yes.
And as you continue to inspect and look at the vehicle, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as States 1EL. This would be the back passenger window of that same vehicle, correct?
I'm not 100% sure.
Well,
But-
if you look at the orientation of the car and the way it's facing, it would be the back window, correct, of the passenger side.
Attorney's approach from that.
Detective, let's do a reset here. Just so we're clear on these pictures, I'm going to re-show you 1DY.
Okay.
1DY is the bullet strike that's in the middle-ish portion of that back window, which is the back driver's side window, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And re-showing you which is going to be one EB. This is going to be what would appear to be a corresponding strike to the back passenger side window, correct?
Appears to be.
And that would indicate to you potentially, since there's one strike on the driver's side window and one strike on the passenger side window, this very well may be a through and through shot from one side of the vehicle through the other, since there's only one of each.
The driver's side rear window, you said?
That's correct.
Yes.
Similarly, there are multiple strikes or impacts on the back driver's side door, and I'm going to show you 2A26 or 26. You would agree with me that there are two strikes on that back door area, correct?
Correct.
And 2A27 shows you a little bit closer view of one of those strikes, correct?
I believe so, yes. I can't say that I believe which one it is, but
And I'll show you 2A29, which is a little better representation of what you just saw closer up. You would agree?
okay. So that was
That's better,
previous
right?
photo you showed me was this one on the bottom.
Yes. So this is a better view of it, this direct strike into the back door, correct?
Correct.
A33 shows.
Judge, at this time we approach,
Yep.
All right, so while they're on their little sidebar, So definitely one side of the gallery is filled up. The other side is still nothing there. Yeah, it doesn't. I guess that's sunny side. That's interesting. All right, so this is Brian Gonzalez. He's Javante's Sampson's. That's his attorney.
Detective, during the course of your investigation, you determined that Suni Bell suffered a gunshot to the middle of her chest, correct?
Correct.
And it was what we call a through-and-through wound, correct?
Correct.
And through and through means that it entered her chest and it exited her back. Is that a fair statement?
Entered at some point, yeah. I don't know if it entered the chest or the back. I'd have to defer to Dr. Webb.
Okay. Still through and through, whether or not it entered the back and exited the chest or vice versa.
Correct.
When you testified on direct examination in answering Mr. Terry's questions, you indicated to the jury that you believe that there were muzzle flashes that appear on the Lorenzo's garage video, correct?
Yes.
And
100%.
you testified that those incidents occurred at 9:04:37, correct?
On the time there from the
And
auto upgrade.
9:04:38, correct?
I'm sorry, we're
9:04:38, 9:04:37, 9:04:38.
Yes.
Okay, which is in the span, obviously with simple math, of a second or two.
Of a second or two. We look, actually, there might have been some at the 36 mark. I'd have to look at the video exactly and see.
And in looking at that video, Willie Brown has not yet exited, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall him exiting at 9:04:40? Does that ring a bell to you?
I'd have to look and see exactly on the time, but I know it's after the series of the 10 series of gunshots that he exits after that.
And you believe it was a series of 10, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Then you believe that vehicle number 3 discharges at some later time shortly thereafter.
Yes, down the road.
By that time, the dark blue or gray Infiniti has left the camera view of Lorenzo's garage, correct?
Correct.
And another video would indicate that it's already turned left on 43rd, correct?
Correct.
And this occurs before vehicle 2 comes into frame in relation to where it is to the victim's vehicle. You would agree?
Vehicle number 2 is coming into the frame when the vehicle turned?
Correct. After it's already turned.
I'd have to go back and look exactly at the time on vehicle number 2 on that, but I believe when the gunshots are heard, like the second series of gunshots, that Javante Sampson's vehicle is already off for like 43rd.
So it would be impossible for, even in a rearview mirror situation, vehicle number one to see anything about what vehicle number two did?
Correct. I believe so.
As it relates to vehicle number two, you don't know during the course of your investigation how many projectiles were discharged from that vehicle, correct?
I do not know. I believe they fired, but I can't say definitively. There's not as much video evidence as there is showing from Lorenzo's garage or the auto upgrade video or the principal auto video that shows vehicle 1 and 3.
So it doesn't, for whatever reason, contain video, if you continue to look at it, that would identify vehicle 2's part in this, correct?
There's one video from the Lorenzo's garage that possibly appears to show maybe a muzzle flash coming from the second vehicle at one point. But
And you
very
don't know
distant.
how many projectiles were discharged from vehicle 2, correct?
Correct.
And you know that there are a number of audio discharges that appear, I believe, from Power Electric, correct?
Correct.
That you can't attribute to a particular vehicle.
Correct. Well, there's one appears to be louder that could be a, assault rifle round.
You indicated to Mr. Terry that you interviewed Mr. Sampson on September 30th, 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And initially, Mr. Sampson didn't want to talk to you.
He did not want to talk, and then he reinitiated with me again. And
Okay, so
I said, hey, you
Initially,
don't have to talk to me. I mean, it's all recorded if you want to listen to it.
Yeah, well, I'm just asking you. He asked for a lawyer, right?
He asked for a
To hearsay? That's to his own client. What is no reproach?
Come on up.
Car 2, wow. So car 2 appears that they have a muzzle flash coming out of their car. Where is car 2? Why are there no defendants on trial for car 2? Why is it just car 1 and car 3? Again, will that raise to reasonable doubt or not? Like who? They're saying that they weren't there. They say they got in the car and then they took off. So the state has to prove that they are the ones that were there that actually shot. But having two rounds identified to a weapon, that's pretty key. That's pretty key. But why aren't the people from car 2 on trial? I don't get it. I don't understand. So they're all saying, "Hey, yeah, we got in the car, but then we just kept driving." I'm glad they're paying attention to what's going on in the sidebar. I think that's what they're doing right there. That's Bedward listening in on his headphones. He's the driver. He's the driver of car 3.
Detective, isn't it a fact that at some point on the Chevron video, Mr. Hammond drives Mr. Sampson's car from the Chevron area?
I know Mr. Denson drove it at one point, and I know that Mr. Hammond returns with the vehicle at some point. I think it's like at 8 37, 38 on that video.
So prior to when the cars leave for good.
Correct.
And when that happens, he is alone in that car, correct?
When who is alone?
Mr. Hammond. He was alone in that car.
When he returned?
Yes.
Yes.
And there's no passenger, nobody gets out, it's just him. He's by himself in that car.
Correct.
And you don't know for what length of time he was by himself in that car, correct?
I do not.
And you don't know where he came from and where he went and where he might have been inside that car when he was inside of it.
I do not know.
On direct, you indicated that you received several cell phone records that have been introduced for a number of individuals, correct?
Correct.
And you testified to communications that Mr. Sampson had, right?
Correct.
And if I'm not mistaken, there were 2 phone calls between Jalen Bedward and Mr. Sampson 3 days later on August 25th.
On the 25th, correct.
3 days later after this incident took place.
Correct. One was, I think, 88 seconds, and the other one was 44 seconds, I believe.
And you learned that Mr. Sampson had a contact or had a nickname of Vitae, correct?
Correct.
You also determined that on the night of the murder, there was an Instagram message that said that Vitae had 3 bullet holes in his car, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained.
It's not accurate. It's not true. It's hearsay.
Mr. Sampson also had communication with his brother, whose records that you have, correct?
Correct, Devin Sampson.
And
Judge, can we approach?
Yes.
Interesting little turn. So, sounds like Sampson's car may have had 3 bullet holes. Vitae? Who's Vitae? Is that the brother? Is that the brother of Savante? We heard about the brother. He spoke to... Who is Vitae? So he talked to the brother of Zavante, but I don't know if that's his brother. Was Vitae? So does that mean Willie was shooting back? Let me see if I can get... Okay, so Vitae is Samson's nickname. That's Zavante's nickname. So there was an Instagram message apparently that said he had 3 bullet holes in his car. That, of course, is objected to as hearsay. That was sustained, but now they're asking to approach. Friendly fire could be. Yeah, could be Amanda. Could be. Sounds like Pig Latin. Curriculum vitae. So it seems like a lot of people drove his car. Denson drove his car. Hammond drove his car. A lot of people are driving Sampson's car. At least they want to know what's going on, right? If you guys haven't taken our poll, go ahead. We have a poll up there. Has the state proven their case so far?
Ladies and gentlemen, you disregard the statement about the Instagram post and what it said. I'll read you an instruction later on, so please keep this, as I said this earlier, what the attorneys say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as evidence. All right, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Mr. Sampson had communications with his brother, Devin Sampson, pursuant to those records as well, correct?
Yes.
And one of those communications was on the day of the murder, correct?
Yes, I believe so. I have to
And
go back and look, but
one of those, or two of those communications were after the murder, correct?
I'd have to look at the records, but yes.
And that's his brother, Devin Sampson. That's who we're referring to, correct?
Yes.
There were also hundreds of communications over the course of that month with Mr. Sampson,
Between his brother?
between his brother and he.
Yes.
The call detail records are just what they are, correct? They don't tell you what individuals are talking about, correct?
It just tells you if it's, an SMS message, a text message, or a voice message, but it doesn't record the information as to what's transpired or what's said.
Right. Whether that be a text message, whether it be a telephone call, you don't know what the substance of that telephone call or text message is.
Correct.
Doesn't tell you why somebody's calling someone else.
No.
Nothing further. Thank you, Detective.
Before we begin our next cross-examination, it's time to take our 10-minute morning break. Court will be in recess.
All rise for the jurors.
Jury's left, all may be seated. Court will be in recess for 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm really hearing the purring now, too. It's really funny. I don't know what that purring is. But, yeah, I'm hearing the purr, too. All right, so Detective Saleha is still on the court, still on the stand. We'll keep it here. All right, so they jump back into, he got the 9mm from the pawn shop from Denson, James Denson. They found the receipt. It was signed by him, thumbprint. Then they identified Jalen Bedward. Jalen Bedward was the driver of the Chrysler 300. So I actually took a screenshot of this. Let's see. I actually took a screenshot. Because they've identified them all, which is nice. Let's see. All right, here they've identified them all. So, all right, so Bedward is in the dark, he's in the far right, if you will. He's got the dark shirt and the, I guess they were blue jeans, light blue jeans. And James Denson is the next one over. He's got the dark shirt on with the darker blue jeans. And then we have Andrew Thompson. He's got the white tank top with the shorts on. And then the white tank top, the far left, I think that's Hammond. I'm pretty sure that's Quandarius Hammond. I don't think that's Sampson. I forget what Sampson was wearing right now. But anyway, that's the 4 out of 5 right there. That's 4 out of 5 right there. All right, so they recover the 9mm. Then they go to then Bedward comes in. All right, so he's the one that trips. He goes to the field. They show him going into the field. Then he trips coming back. I guess he tripped over because there was like vacuum cleaners, like gas stations have. He said he tripped over rebar, but then now they're saying that he tripped over a vacuum, vacuum hose, I guess. Whatever it was, he tripped over something. He fell. So then he goes to the dumpster. And he comes back what he tells law enforcement as his AR assault rifle. So I'm thinking, all right, they're in a neighborhood where they have to have weapons, right? This is where, or they're in situations. Maybe it's not the neighborhood. Maybe it is. Maybe it's a situation where they have to have weapons. One has a 9mm, the other has an assault rifle. So I thought it was Thompson that went and got it. Because I thought I could have sworn he had something in his left hand, but now it's Bedward that's saying that he went to the dumpster and came back with that. Then he drives off. So Bedward drives off, and he admits he was the driver, but he says he continues to go east. He says he never made a U-turn. So he says he never made a U-turn. But then when they got his phone, all the contents had been wiped. They had been deleted. But it was a prepaid phone. They searched his residence and they found 19 rounds of ammunition, and those were displayed. We saw the rounds there. They did recover the Chrysler 300. Bedward was driving it at the time they recovered it. In that car, there was a box with a brand of ammo for the rifle, but no rifle was recovered. They never did find the AR. Now, the dark blue Infiniti, which apparently was the one that was being driven by Sampson, that was recovered 6 weeks later, and that was abandoned on a street. So they just basically gave up on that car. They just abandoned it. They searched the Infiniti, but nothing of value was found. Then he goes through and he identifies all of them: Sampson, Hammond, Bedward, and Thompson, and Denson. Then under cross. So this is Brian Gonzalez. This is Devontae Sampson's attorney. So he says he gets Detective Celaya to admit there's no way to determine which bullet from which weapon deleted Suni. They can't. So again, this is what we know the state's going to hammer home. Hey, you were there. You were there. You're an accomplice, right? Defense is going to say, well, there's no way that they can say which bullet, which gun. So that's the two sides. Those are the two sides. So that's what the jury is going to have to figure out. Which side do we were they actually in those cars? Were they actually in those cars? We see them getting in. They admit getting in, but they all say no. We kept driving. So then, who were those cars? Who was in car 2? I really want to know who was in car 2. Because later on, Detective Celaya admits that there were some muzzle flashes from car 2. So what the heck? Why isn't car 2? Where are those guys? All right. Can't tell if it was a 9mm or the 5.56. Can't tell who discharged the bullet. Then we get into Devontae Sampson. It was his brother that ID'd him, Devin, and then also the brother of Jalen Bedward identified him. He didn't identify any others because they didn't enter the cars. So all those other guys that were hanging out, just because they didn't get in the car, he didn't identify them. He said he spoke with the defendants. They all made statements as to what they said before getting in the car. I wish we could hear that. What were they talking about? Were they saying, oh, yeah, we got to go get that guy? Or, oh, you know what? Let's get out of here. He's going to come back and get us. We better run away or we better fight. What was being said before they got in those cars? Were they saying we need to fight or were they saying we need to flee? What were they saying? I think that's huge. What was the intent? What was the intent of these guys as they're getting in the car? To me, that's key, right? That's one of those key pieces of the puzzle. What was being said? Were they saying we got to go after that car because they did such and such to us, or they look suspicious, or they're going to come get us? We better get out of here. What was being said before? To me, that's key. Matter of fact, I'm going to write that down. I'm going to say car 2. Where are they? And then what was being said as they were getting into the car, as they were all getting into their cars. Right? Isn't that, don't you want to know? I would think you would want to know. All right. So then we get into Willie Brown. So Willie Brown had conversations with Corey Brown and Charles Dozier, also known as Squeak. I like that, Squeak. Those were his cousins. Willie was trying to locate them for a celebration event. He didn't identify Corey Brown or Charles Dozier in the Chevron. So these guys, he spoke with them, and they were both at a salon that they owned, which was only a few blocks east. So these guys, the cousins, perhaps know all these. Maybe he, if they're only a couple blocks away, maybe they cut their hair. If it's a salon, I'm guessing it's a hair salon. Maybe they know these guys. You know, what's the connection there? Do any of these defendants know Charles Dozier or Corey Brown? Right? That's a huge question. Let me write that down too. Do any defendants know Corey Brown or Charles Dozier? God, I have so many questions in this trial. This is so confusing still. I mean, it's just too many questions. All right. He spoke with Charles Dozier on the phone. He didn't speak to him face to face. It says Willie bought marijuana from Corey. That was objected to. That obviously was sustained. The night of. So it was the night of. Did you know that Willie, night of. Did you know that Willie? Okay. Mary said that they were going to the gravesite for a balloon release. And again, it's 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock at night. You're going to a gravesite to release balloons. Interesting. Doesn't recall if Willie said that. You'd have to listen to the recording. He said that a couple times. That's Saleha. So Willie jumps out after the initial rounds are fired. He runs down 45th Street knocking on doors. And he's seen on that neighbor's video. Willie says he heard gunshots as he's running away. He says people were chasing him. So Willie left his phone in the car. That was recovered. So then he says car 1 was past the victim's car. He's like, no, that's not right. Car 1 was side by side with the victim's car when we see the muzzles. I don't recall that. I don't remember that. I didn't think they were side by side. We'll have to look at that again. Then he goes into the back passenger side window. So there's a hole in the driver's side to the passenger side back window. Could be a through and through shot. Sonny's wound, they're not sure yet if it was front to back to front. We haven't heard from the ME yet, so thankfully we have not heard from the ME. I really want to hear from the ME as well. He believes a series of 10 gunshots, and then Willie exits the car. So 10 shots into the car. I'm still amazed that Willie wasn't injured. Car 3 shoots after they are down the road. Okay, so car 3 drives past them and then shoots back at them. Car 1 had turned off. Car 1 member is driven by Sampson. Car 1 had turned off to Hillsborough, and then car 2 comes in the frame. So car 1 couldn't see what car 2 did. Video doesn't show car 2, although one video shows a muzzle flash from car 2. Why are they not going after car 2? If you are seeing a muzzle shot on video, why are you not going after car 2? What is going on? Is car 2 just going to skate? Are they just going to be like, yep, they're not going to be on the stand? They're not going to be tried as well? I don't understand that. I don't understand if the lead detective is saying, yes, there is evidence of a muzzle flash on video from car 2. Why are we not hearing about car 2 on trial? I don't understand that. Don't understand that. Let me see. I have so many questions. I'm writing them all down. All right. Initially, Sampson didn't want to talk, but then he did. That was objected to, hearsay. That's an approach to the bench. So Denson drove Sampson, Hammond. So Denson drove Sampson's car. Hammond drove Sampson's car. Everybody drove Sampson's car. Then here, I kind of touched on this. That did you know the night of there was an Instagram message says Vitae, which is Zavante Sampson's nickname, had 3 bullet holes in his car. That, of course, is objected to and sustained. Well, they recovered the car, so they could very easily see, were there any bullet holes in that car? Again, questions. Were there bullet holes in that car? Were there indeed bullet holes in Zavante Sampson's car? And then they asked to approach, and the judge says you have to disregard that Instagram post. And then so Devin Sampson is the brother, and then now they are. That was it from Brian Gonzalez. So Brian Gonzalez is representing Zavante Sampson. Wasn't the second car destroyed? Second car 2, or which car are we talking about? Car 2? I don't know. I haven't heard that. Did you hear that? I did not hear that, Amanda. Shirley, bye for now. We'll be listening. Sounds good. What car was destroyed? No, I didn't hear any car was destroyed. What car? Where? What? Where are you guys getting this information from? Who's saying a car was destroyed? Good morning, Chris. Good to see you. Psychosaurus, good to see you. Thank you. Yeah. Hellrider, you rock with these recaps. Thank you. Appreciate that. No, the state has not rested. The state has not rested yet. Jenny, thank you. Love the recaps. Thank you. Kiviana, interesting how we was going to the gravesite. Yeah, at 9 o'clock, 9 at night to release balloons, right? It's got to be dark. So that's interesting. Just like, who does that? I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just like, do you go to a gravesite at nighttime to release balloons? I mean, again, it's all possible. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just like, that's just interesting. Melissa, I just wanted to say I greatly appreciate your recaps. Thank you. It's particularly helpful when I have to step away for a few minutes. I know I won't miss anything. Thank you. Richard, the time don't fit for balloon release. Right? Jenny, it's hard for me to keep track of everything too. 5 defendants, it's crazy. Ellen, are there any witnesses on the list that are not related to them? Like someone that saw something, Hillsborough Avenue is such a busy street. Yeah, the neighbor. The neighbor was the first one he was witness number 1, so we missed him. And then we know that Mary and Willie testified, so that's 3 out of the 7. I don't know who else testified that we missed day 1 testimony. King Cal, car was destroyed. That is my brother, and the mother was never in the car. Oh, okay. So car 2? Car 2 was destroyed? So who is your brother? Who's your brother? Who is your brother? Driving car 2? Was your brother in car 2? Please tell us. We're trying to sort this out. So was it who is your brother? And what car was he in? Because what's up with car 2? Hellrider, not me. I have a fear of graveyards. There's just security at one. Oh, wow. Ghosts are real. Nice. Zavante Sampson, Devin Sampson. Okay, so your brothers to Zavante and Devin. All right, right on. So car 2. So what's up with car 2? Why aren't we hearing about car 2? It was destroyed. Fair enough. So Mary was never in the car. So where was Mary then? Where was Mary? Missy, no, state has not rested yet. State has not. We still have to hear from the ME, I think. We still have to hear from the ME. It is dark at 9. Yep. Even in August. Yeah, it's dark at 9 o'clock in Tampa for sure. Car two drove off. She was at a party in the apartments near the shop. All right. So how does she then know to go get Sunny? Right? Wasn't she there? I didn't hear her testimony, King Cal, so I can't, unfortunately. She should be seen running to the car after the fact. She should be, so she's not. So then how? Yeah, who drove the car then? Who drove the car? Is the car then just, because the car kind of pulls off a little bit, but somebody's driving the car. Or not? Does the car just? So who drove the car when Willie got out and ran? This just gets weirder and weirder, right? Kaviana, who said Mary wasn't in the car? Y'all speculating it's aggravating. Well, King Kel is saying it. I don't know. Yeah, we are speculating all kinds of things, but it's King Kel that's saying King Kel's a brother of Zvante and Devin Sampson. Mary was at a party in the apartments. She should be, so we're only going off of that. Yeah, okay, King, if she was at the party, how did she get to the scene so quickly? Mary was there. You need to stop lying in these comments. So is King Kel a troll? Are we saying that, Keviana? I don't know, man. I'm just saying. At this point, we don't know who's telling the truth and who's not. So we're just going with what we got. We're trying to get to the bottom of it as well. Whether it's viewed as lies or not, I can't say one way or the other. So Bubba's saying they'll see soon. All right. If you guys are trolls, that's cool. If you're telling the truth, that's cool too. Way more than what they are saying. Google the maps, it's literally in walking distance. All right. Keviana, King Kel don't know nothing. All right. I don't know, you guys. If you guys are having a battle, that's cool. I don't know. If you guys are trolls, then that's on you. We're just trying to get to the truth. We're just trying to get to the truth for Sunny. Because this is all about Sunny, in my opinion. Mary is the mother of Suni Bell. Mary Harrison is the mother. Bubba thought you were trolling yesterday. Yeah, I don't know. If you guys are trolls, that's cool. Well, not really cool, but Keviana says yes, definitely. All right. King Kel, you're going to walk into the courtroom in a few minutes if anyone has any questions or issues. All right. Well, let's put that to the test. Let's put that to the test. I don't know anything, man. I'm just sitting here trying to get to the bottom of all this. So let's see what happens. Some kind of justice has to happen, right?
Good afternoon, or good morning, Detective.
Morning, sir.
Sir, I represent Jalen Bedward, and I believe you testified on direct examination that he provided a statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree that he was cooperative with you?
Yes. Yes, I would.
He consented to the search of his residence, correct?
Correct.
And consented to the search of his car, correct?
Yes, he did.
And he obviously agreed to speak with you
Correct.
and answer your questions, correct?
Correct.
He certainly could have legally refused to do that, correct?
Correct.
It's his constitutional right to remain silent if he had chosen to do that.
Correct.
But he agreed to speak with you.
Correct.
And he answered all your questions, correct?
Yes.
And he identified himself as the driver of his vehicle, correct?
Of the Chrysler 300, correct, yes.
At the scene of the incident.
Yes, he did.
And the vehicle, when I say his vehicle, it was his car, it was registered to him, correct?
Yes.
And he admitted to possessing a firearm, correct?
He admitted to having an AR rifle, correct?
And
other guns.
But he denied ever firing it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree with me, Mr. Bedward is not charged with discharging a firearm during this incident, correct?
I don't believe he is.
Okay, well, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, would you agree with me? I'm going to show you a copy of the indictment, and count 6 deals with discharging of the firearm. Would you agree that Mr. Bedward is not charged with discharging a firearm?
Count 6, I'm sorry. Yep. Correct.
Now, would you agree with me that whether someone is innocent or not, being questioned by a detective, a homicide detective, might be somewhat of a stressful situation? Would that be a fair statement?
I would say so.
Okay. And it's likely to make someone a bit apprehensive, correct?
I guess, yeah.
And Mr. Bedward, I think as you indicated earlier, misstated that he did not make a U-turn, correct?
Mr. Bedward, he never admitted to making a U-turn.
Okay.
He kept saying that he traveled east.
And Mr. Bedward was never identified at the scene as wearing any type of hood or face covering. Would that be a fair statement, a correct statement?
He had something on top of his head.
On his head?
Head kind of like
Okay.
this area, a little bit.
And we've seen photographs of the search of his residence, and we see ammunition. Is it correct to say that Mr. Bedward was never charged with illegally possessing ammunition?
Correct.
Okay. I believe you mentioned cell tower analysis. That was not part of this case, correct?
That was part of this case.
Okay.
And that was done, the records that I obtained from T-Mobile for him was given to Sergeant Van Heist so he could analyze it.
Well, cell tower analysis is to try to determine what phones are in one particular area, correct?
Correct. That was done by Sergeant Van Heist.
You can't pinpoint exactly, but you can make a general determination of whether a cell phone is in a general area, correct?
My understanding is that actually you can pinpoint it through different measurements that Detective Sergeant Van Heist has privy to and knows how to do.
But in this case, there's no dispute as to who was, for instance, with respect to Mr. Bedward, there's no dispute as to the fact that he was present, correct?
Correct. There's no, yep, he was present.
Now, I know that you're a homicide detective. What other, and obviously investigate homicides, what other investigations have you conducted in the course of your employment?
Throughout my whole career? Or
well,
with
have
the
you
Tampa
done,
Police Department?
for instance, any type of drug investigation?
I have not been part of like a drug unit, no.
And when you are, would you agree with me, sir, that when you are conducting some type of investigation that may involve a criminal conspiracy, there are some types of investigations that you can actually pinpoint someone's intent, such as through wiretaps? Would that be a fair statement?
I mean, a conspiracy could be many different ways, but yes.
Well, if someone is charged with a conspiracy, you are trying to determine whether or not that person had knowledge of illegal activity and an agreement to participate in that criminal activity. Would that be an accurate statement?
Knowledge or agreement, yes, or acting in unison, or specifically targeting a vehicle. Yes, I would say that fair for conspiracy.
And in some criminal conspiracy investigations, you have the benefit of a wiretap where you can have the value of recorded conversations that can determine knowledge and agreement to participate. You would agree with that, sir? Sir, correct?
If there's a wiretap, if you have a wiretap, I've never been a part of a wiretap, so I can't
Well, I
tell you
understand. A
how it
wiretap
works.
does not exist in this case, but my question is, wiretaps have the value of determining whether someone has intent, someone has knowledge, someone has an agreement to participate, correct?
I guess.
But in this case, obviously there is no wiretaps involved, correct?
There's no wiretaps now.
So when you're talking about any evidence regarding a criminal conspiracy, it would be inferences made based on these defendants being together in different vehicles when a fatal shooting took place. Would that be an accurate statement?
You're saying like how we came up with the conspiracy? Is that what you're asking me? I feel that based off their actions, where you see Willie Brown's vehicle drive by, you see all the...
Overruled, he asked the question.
There are no relevant communications between the defendant and any co-defendant before the shooting. Is that correct?
Like I said, it's call detail records that we obtained, that I obtained, and like I say, you can't tell what's being said. You know, it's either a text message or a voicemail, but there was communication between them. But there was definitely communication after, and there was some between different parts, but we'd have to look at the call detail records.
You may have communications between the defendant and another co-defendant, but not the substance of the conversation, correct?
Correct.
For instance, in some cases, you can do a cell phone analysis and get text messages, correct?
That's my understanding, is when you do an extraction from a cell phone, you can get that information. Sorry.
And in some cases, you can actually extract text messages between suspects, correct?
Whatever messages are on the cell phone that you download, is my understanding.
Sure. And in some cases, you have communications with defendants that might show that there is knowledge of something that's going to happen, something illegal, correct?
you could be able to see what communication, if there
We don't
was
have that in this case, correct?
of them communicating about the homicide or conspiracy on text message. Is that
Is
what you're
there
asking me?
any text message involving Mr. Bedward that shows that he had knowledge of anything illegal about to take place?
His phone was wiped out, no.
Sir?
His phone was wiped,
Okay.
so no.
Now, you would agree with me, sir, that someone could be merely present at the scene of a crime, correct?
Somebody could, but that's not in this case.
Would you agree with me that someone can act independently, even if in the company of other persons?
Yes.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Detective Slade, nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
I'll talk to you first about when you interacted with Mr. Denson on September 28th at his residence. At that point, you didn't have a basis to arrest him, correct?
Correct.
And your conversation was consensual, meaning he could have declined to speak with you.
Correct.
In an abundance of caution, you still advised him of what his rights were, right?
Correct.
And earlier when you were testifying, you mentioned Miranda warnings. So those are what we commonly see on television, where somebody has the right to the presence of an attorney prior to and during questioning, correct?
Correct.
And they can invoke that right at any time.
Correct.
And Mr. Denson spoke to you freely and voluntarily without a lawyer being present.
Correct.
And during that conversation, you asked him about his concealed weapons permit, right?
If he had one, yes. I believe Detective Barnett did, yes.
Okay, well...
Yes,
and
but during our conversation, Detective Barnett, both of us talked to him. And
you and Detective Barnett were both present at the same time.
Correct.
You could hear what Detective Barnett said.
Yes.
He could hear what you said.
Correct.
And you both could hear what Mr. Denson said.
Correct.
So, Mr. Denson, he told you about his concealed weapons permit, right?
Yes.
And then he was asked if he possessed any firearms, and he volunteered that he did have a 9mm, correct?
Correct.
And he also volunteered that, when asked, the 9mm had been pawned at East Tampa Pawn and Gun.
Correct. He told me he pawned it because he was down on his luck or something.
Now, that was new information to you at that point, right?
Believe it was, yeah. We knew that he had a 9mm, but we weren't aware that he had pawned it.
You can use certain databases to determine whether individuals have purchased firearms, right?
Yes.
So,
yeah. I'm not sure if I have specific access to it or if it's like somebody in our department. Yes.
so prior to speaking to Mr. Denson, you did some research on him, right?
Yes.
And somebody learned that he illegally purchased a 9mm Taurus.
Correct.
And Mr. Denson, I'm assuming that if you had known that that specific firearm that he owned had been pawned prior to meeting with him, you would have gone to East Tampa Pawn and Gun prior to meeting with Mr. Denson.
Yes.
And it was not until he volunteered the information that the gun had been pawned that you went and collected that so you could have some other people analyze that firearm.
Correct.
Earlier you spoke about when somebody goes to pawn an item, they can't do it anonymously, right?
Correct.
They have to give identification.
Yes.
I assume we can't use a loyalty card from a store. It has to be a government ID.
Correct.
And they have to also provide their fingerprints.
Right thumbprint, correct.
And in your previous experience or through your training as a homicide detective, I assume you also know that there's a database that information gets entered into that law enforcement can then search to try to help them solve crimes.
To see who's pawned items, that's what you're talking about, correct?
And so we're aware there are two Taurus 9mm handguns that are involved in this case, right?
Correct.
And your belief is that 2 shell casings are associated with the firearm that Mr. Denson owned.
Yeah, not my belief. The analysis from FDLE showed that the 2 rounds that were on scene belonged to the gun that James Denson pawned.
And those 2 casings were found somewhat to the extreme west of the crime scene.
I'm not sure exact the location where it was found, but I know it was amongst the like 25, I think, or 9mm rounds.
Detective Alverson was the one that ended up mapping the location of all the evidence markers and where they were found, right?
Correct.
Do you know when he put that all into his summary?
I do not.
Do you know when he provided you with that information?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Would that information have played a role in your conversations with the prosecutors in whether to charge Mr. Denson?
No.
At the time you conferred with the prosecutors in charging Mr. Denson, what did you have available to you? Okay, you had, I assume, the videos that you had reviewed extensively.
Correct.
You had, let's say, conversations with individuals.
Correct.
You had the firearm and then the comparison, right?
Correct.
Is there anything that's super pertinent that I'm missing right there?
Their statements, video corroboration, vehicles traveling, Willie Brown's statement of Infinities matching up to him. I mean, there's quite a few, gunshot audios.
But all that stuff's like contained in the videos, right?
Correct.
Okay. But we don't know when the summary prepared by Detective Alverson that tells you where the shell casings pertaining to each individual are located. We don't believe that played a role in our conversation at that point, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, talking about some of the communications between the individuals that are involved here. You mentioned earlier that there's something called Coordinated Universal Time, or UTC, and that in our area of the country, it's a -5.
Correct.
All right. Does that change depending on what time of year it is, whether we're in daylight savings or not?
I don't believe it does.
You talked about Mr. Brown and some of your charging decisions, and so he's at 45th and Hillsborough, right?
Willie Brown, you're talking about?
Willie Brown, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So at the point at 45th and Hillsborough, given everything that you know, would you agree with me based on the position of the vehicles and the persons who are occupied in those vehicles at 45th and Hillsborough that it would have been impossible for James Denson to be involved in that situation?
Yes.
And then you would also agree with me based on the position of the vehicles and the persons that were either in or around that it would be impossible for James Denson to have fired any weapons at Willie Brown running down 45th.
Correct.
So I know Mr. Hernandez touched on this a little bit, but based on the call detail logs that you've reviewed, you cannot tell the context or the content or of any of the communications between any of the individuals that you've described here today, correct?
Based off the call detail records, correct.
So the most that this jury should take away from that is that these individuals know each other, right?
Yes, I think that's fair to say.
Because it would be silly of me to say I don't know somebody if I'm having some sort of communications with them, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'll give you an example. Detective David Alverson, do you know him?
Yes.
Do you have his cell phone number?
Of course.
Any communications with Detective Alverson in the last 18 hours?
No.
All right. Detective Neitlinger, same.
Correct.
Detective Wolf.
Yes, correct. I don't even know if I have his number.
Okay. Detective Cholnick.
Correct.
So you haven't been speaking to any of these individuals in the last 18
Correct.
hours, right? Okay. Because you guys are here for this trial and you're under oath and you're not supposed to converse with anybody else. But if you did have conversations with them, am I to assume that something nefarious happened, or could you guys just be discussing the Rays game losing to the White Sox last
Correct.
night?
It could be anything. Right.
Okay. Thank you for your time, Detective Slayo.
Mr. Sonardi?
Morning, Detective. I'm Nick Sonardi, and I represent Andrew Thompson that you previously identified. As I understand it, you were the lead detective in this investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And very briefly, if you would describe to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your function is as a lead detective.
The lead detective, kind of said earlier when John Terry asked me, but they are in charge of, collecting evidence, kind of overseeing the case in general, interviewing people, trying to collect videos, whatever you can do, search warrants, and then your close communication with the state attorney's office.
And besides those functions,
delegating duties too. So.
Besides those functions that you've just identified, you're also, for lack of a better term, the leader of the band. You want a crime scene tech to do this, somebody to do this, another detective to do that. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you did back in August of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And as a result of your efforts, I believe you were able to locate a number of videos, and I'm not going to go through them, the jury has seen them, but a number of videos that you believe were of evidentiary value in this incident, correct?
Correct.
And I believe they start at the Chevron station there on Hillsborough Avenue, the videos. Well, I don't necessarily mean that's chronologically how you obtained them, but the incident starts at that Chevron. Is that accurate?
Chevron and Empire Video, I think, are pretty closely intertwined.
Okay.
The pawn shop, I'm sorry.
Pawn shop.
Did I say Empire? I meant the East Tampa Pawn, sorry.
And without playing the video that everybody's seen 3 or 4 times, is it fair to say that you identified at least 9 individuals at that Chevron station back in August of 2021?
I identified.
Well, let me go down.
I didn't identify the driver of the second vehicle, but the other people I identified.
Well, I know that when we look at the video that's been played, and I'd have to look at the evidence number, but the video of the outside of the Chevron station when everybody's milling around.
Correct.
Which leads me to believe that was a hangout, was it not, for a number of individuals?
That was my understanding.
All right, okay. And besides the individuals that you identified on that video, there were also other individuals there in the background walking around, so there was a lot of individuals there.
Correct.
All right, at least 9 of them you identified at some point in time, correct?
I identified all the subjects that you see here, and then possibly identified the other ones.
Well, that would have been...
the occupants of the second vehicle.
Yeah, Maxwell Bedward, correct?
I saw
Kawani
him
Bedward?
on video earlier in the day.
All right, so you identified him. That's what I'm asking you.
If I identified him, yes. At some point, yes, I identified him on that video at some point.
And that's Maxwell Bedward, Kawani Bedward. You also identified a Cedric Brown and I believe a Devin Sampson, correct?
I didn't identify Cedric Brown. I believe that's who it was.
All right.
So.
All right. So whether accurate or not, you identified 9 individuals, at least 9 individuals, correct?
Yes.
All right. And how many vehicles did you identify that you believe to be suspect vehicles that left that Chevron station?
How many suspect vehicles? I would say that 3 suspect vehicles.
Correct. 3 suspect vehicles, correct?
Correct.
All right. And not including, obviously, the victim's vehicle, which is a 4th vehicle.
Correct. That vehicle never pulled into the Chevron. It's just seen on the video. The victim's vehicle wasn't observed.
In the video.
It's in the video, but it didn't go inside the Chevron.
Correct. So
Yes.
at the Chevron, you identified 3 suspect vehicles and then separately the victim's vehicle that crashed into the pole.
Correct. And also from the pawn shop video.
Right, okay. And is it fair to say that one of those vehicles is identified as an Infinity, some type of an Infinity?
The first vehicle.
All right. And then the second vehicle has been previously identified as an Infinity, possibly blue, possibly black.
No, I don't think that's accurate. I said it was, possibly an Infinity, but I don't think I officially said it was. I know that.
You couldn't identify that vehicle is what you're saying, correct?
I couldn't be definitive on it, correct.
All right. Can you identify the color of that vehicle?
It's like a lighter color.
It wasn't a dark blue or black?
On the video, it looks like it's a lighter colored when it leaves, so.
Well, do we see that video, do we see that vehicle in other vehicles? Do we see that vehicle in other videos?
You see it from other videos along the route, correct?
Okay. All right. And did you determine pursuant to your investigation and reviewing the videos, et cetera, that vehicle also discharged what you believe to be weapons?
It appeared that the second vehicle did possibly fire. I couldn't be definitive on it. You could say very distant, but you could see a muzzle flash from the Bay City cabinet, but the Bay City cabinet video, yes.
Is that yes or no? It did discharge a weapon, yes or no?
Probably.
Probably.
I can't say definitively, but yes, I believe they did.
You believe it did? Okay.
Yes.
Do you know how many times it discharged a weapon?
I do not.
No. And so it's clear that you're not alleging that vehicle was occupied by Andrew Thompson, correct?
No, he was in the third vehicle,
That's not my
Chrysler
question.
300.
My question is, was he occupying that second vehicle?
Andrew Thompson was not in the second vehicle.
Okay. So we now agree that you believe there were shots from 3 vehicles, correct?
I believe the second vehicle was involved, but, there's not enough video evidence or evidence to bring forward charges at them at this time.
That's not my question. We've gone through this. The answer is yes, you believe there were shots from 3 vehicles.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Now, as to the shell casings, you instructed, I believe, 2 crime scene techs, or at your direction, I believe, crime scene tech Moore collected a number of the shell casings and actually a complete bullet out there on Hillsborough Avenue, correct?
Yes, Detective Alverson and Hill were in charge of the scene there, but yes, she did collect one.
And I believe crime scene tech Covis, C-O-V-I-A-S, also processed all of those shell casings?
I believe so. I'd have to reference the report, but yes.
All right. And why would those casings be processed?
I think they were swabbed for any possible, maybe any possible DNA or touch DNA that might have been on there.
And what about fingerprints?
My understanding is that you would do either or. Either you're going to process it for fingerprints, latent prints, or you would process it for swab it.
And are you familiar as the lead detective with the results of the processing of those 40 not projectiles, but casings?
Yes, it didn't lead to any identification.
So there's nothing of evidentiary value that was gleaned from the swabbing of the 40 casings, is that correct?
From the swabbings, no.
All right. Obviously, then, there was no swabbings that include no DNA that connects Andrew Thompson to any of those casings, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, as I understand it, you may or may not know, but as a lead detective, we cannot determine the caliber of the weapon that caused the death of Suni Bell, correct?
Correct.
All right. And pursuant to your investigation, did you determine at one point in time, irrespective of who it was, allegedly in the back of the, in the Chrysler, that individual wanted out of the Chrysler?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Now, at some point in time, you ultimately had contact with Andrew Thompson, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that was at his
Is it a residence?
apartment,
Yeah.
and do you recall whether or not that was at 1304 Lake Lucerne Way, apartment number 303 in Brandon, Florida?
I believe that was it. I'd have to just reference it.
Your recollection?
They lived in Brandon, and it was at his apartment complex, and he lived with his girlfriend there.
Okay, and that's where you met him there, correct?
Correct.
All right, and is that where you showed him the video that you had of the interior of the Chevron gas station?
Correct.
And did he freely and voluntarily identify himself and say, "Detective, yeah, that's me in that video"?
Yes.
All right. Now, he was actually arrested at that apartment, correct?
I believe he was, yes.
All right. Was anything of any evidentiary value obtained from Mr. Thompson's apartment?
His cell phone, I think. But no, I don't think anything was the apartment.
Nothing from the apartment, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, speaking of the phone records, have you previously identified the call records of all the defendant's phones were confiscated at some point in time, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you got the cell call records of each and every one of those phones, correct?
Correct.
And you could cross-identify if one phone called another phone of those individuals because you had all the phone numbers.
Correct.
All right. And did you do that with Mr. Andrew Thompson's phone?
Yes.
I understand, obviously, that it was a different provider, but you still got the call records.
Correct.
And without beating the dead horse, the call records just show what number called what number and the length of time and the date, and that's about it.
Correct.
All right. Can you determine whether it's a text or a call or from?
Yeah, some of them will say like SMS, and and other ones will say voice.
And what period of time do you recall that the records that you obtained for Mr. Thompson encompassed? If you remember.
Off the top of my head, I want to say maybe it was a couple weeks before the homicide till maybe about a month's time frame.
All right. And do you recall whether or not those call records reflect any calls or any texts between Mr. Thompson and any of the other co-defendants sitting in this courtroom?
I know that there was, I don't remember if it was cross-reference off of Denson's phone or if it was an iMessage, because they all have iPhones. So when you have an iPhone, messages to and from are not going to show up on the call detail records. But I know that there was a message between them about 2 hours, but it didn't show. I don't believe it showed on his.
Did it or did it not show? It did not show.
I don't believe it showed on his.
All right, so it doesn't show on the records.
I believe it showed on Denson's records, but it didn't show on Mr. Thompson. It was like a 25-second voice conversation.
And as to the tower records, you don't really do that. I believe Van Hess does the tower records?
Correct.
All right. Thank you, Detective. I don't have any further questions.
Colonel, can I have just a minute for a couple of brief cross questions?
It's Miss Bradley.
Sorry.
I'm not gonna-
Sorry, Mr. Bradley. And I withdraw my request at this time, Judge Stevens.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Bradley.
So you're lead detective, but the first place you end up going to is to the hospital?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point is when you make contact with Mary Harrison and her family?
Correct.
And then you end up speaking to Willie Brown?
Correct.
You end up speaking to Miss Harrison a second time later on in your investigation, is that right?
Correct. A few days afterwards.
Do you ever interview Mr. Brown again?
No.
That's the only time you had contact with him was that night?
Correct. And when I returned his phone to him, but I didn't ask him any questions.
Okay, and that would have been the phone that you testified about that was inside of the vehicle at the time of the crash?
It was the phone that he said that he left in the car, and it was provided to me by the detectives that were doing the search warrant on the vehicle.
Okay. And you were testifying earlier that Alverson and Hill were the ones that were responsible for the crime scene itself.
Correct.
You don't end up getting involved in that as far as like dictating to them what to do or anything like that. You let them take the lead on that part of the investigation.
Correct.
You handled a different part of the investigation.
Correct.
As far as collecting video and so forth, like other detectives are involved in doing that, and then you at some point end up viewing that video.
Correct.
This is an investigation that took a long time before charges were filed against these individuals.
Correct.
And at some point, you all were in the neighborhood passing out flyers and trying to get assistance from the community if there's any witnesses to this. Is that right?
Yeah, I think there was maybe a media thing that was put out. But in terms of like me passing out flyers, I didn't pass out flyers, no.
Were other individuals from Tampa Police Department out in the neighborhood trying to knock and see if there was anyone that had information?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, so you're not aware of that.
I'm not aware.
On that night, August 22nd of 2021, was there ever an active pursuit for a suspect?
I don't recall.
And what I mean by that is sometimes people are in the area and they're like, oh, here's where someone goes, or you're trying to protect an area to try to see who's in there or anything like that. Was anything like that going on?
I don't know.
Okay, you're not aware of it?
Not aware of it.
Because you were at the hospital?
Correct.
Okay. And there were no independent witnesses to what happened?
No, none were located.
The only individuals that are giving you information as to the shooting itself are Willie and Miss Harrison.
Correct.
Now, you collect a lot of video in this case, and when you're...
Let me back up. I mean, there was witnesses to hearing gunshots, and the ones that responded and that I interviewed to reference the ones across the street at the Principal Auto.
Okay,
So,
but not
yes.
anyone that's saying this person shot out of whatever car.
Correct.
Okay. And when you're looking at this video, obviously it's the different businesses up and down Hillsborough Avenue, correct?
For the most part, yes.
And you're trying to potentially identify vehicles and identify potential suspects.
Correct.
And as far as identifying any potential suspects, that's pretty limited to the Chevron video itself.
Correct. Kind of coming in and out there. Chevron and the pawn shop videos.
Okay, the pawn shop for somebody pawning the gun, Mr. Denson.
Well, the pawn shop of, the camera view covering that whole Chevron parking lot.
Okay.
So.
Not a situation where the video itself you can see either how many individuals are in a car, the surveillance of the cars passing by.
Yeah, you could definitely see how many people were in a car from the Chevron video and then from the East Tampa video. Is that what you're talking about?
Okay, so your testimony is in the East Tampa video. You can tell when the car's driving by how many individuals are in the car?
No, I'm saying when they're in the parking lot of the Chevron, you could see them coming and going, which we've seen the video numerous times. That one, you could see the individuals gathering, but no, there's no video that you can actually see the people inside the vehicles driving. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Okay.
The video that we have that we've seen of the cars themselves driving up and down Hillsborough, you're not able to see from those vantage points how many individuals are in the car.
From those vantage points, you cannot tell exactly how many people are in those vehicles, correct?
And obviously you can't tell who is in the car from that. You're relying on the Chevron video for that.
Riding on the pawn video showing them entering.
I'm sorry, that's what I mean. The pawn video is showing the Chevron parking lot, and then the interior of the Chevron video, again, to assist you.
Correct, showing them entering the vehicles, yes, and then you can kind of coordinate, follow the vehicles as they leave through the different videos along the way.
When you see the vehicles driving up and down or driving down Hillsborough, can you tell whether the windows are up or down from the video surveillance?
Some of them I think you can.
Okay. And at some point, when you're looking at vehicle 2, you describe it in your police report as a silver Infiniti, is that correct?
Lighter colored silver. Yeah, it looked like it to me like it was a lighter colored.
Okay. In your report, it says silver Infiniti when you're referring to vehicle 2.
Okay. Well, yeah, if I did a lighter silver, lighter colored vehicle.
Okay. I just want you to look at the video. Can you see? Please. Show you a portion of States 48. Can you pause it? In this frame that we're stopping at, the person in the front, left-hand side on the bottom.
Right here?
Yes. You identified that person as Mr. Hammond, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and he appears to be playing dice with another individual?
With, yes, Andrew Thompson.
Okay. We're going to pause and play. This portion here that we see, you all are taking note of it because there are 3 individuals that appear to go looking towards the roadway. Is that right?
Yeah, at some point, it'll be Willie Brown's vehicle will go by, and then they'll, 3 individuals will react to it. These will react to it.
Okay. And while that's going on, that those individuals appear to go towards that field, Mr. Hammond remains over there where he was playing dice?
Yes, he's right here.
Okay, to the left.
Yes, ma'am. That's it.
Now this first individual, the first one that goes to the field that we see kind of a little bit to the right of the center of the frame, if you can point to him, the one with the white t-shirt and it appears to be light colored jeans and black shoes, you identified that person potentially?
Potentially, believe that's Kamani Bedward.
Okay.
He's Jalen's brother.
All right, so you believe that that's Kamani Bedward?
Correct.
And there's an individual that we see in the parking lot as well that's wearing a red shirt. And that's a person that you identified as Devin Sampson?
Believed to be, yes.
Okay. So that's the person that you're identifying as Kamani Bedward appears to be going in that area along with Jalen Bedward and Devin Sampson, is that correct? I'm sorry, James Denson, is that correct?
Correct.
And the person that you're identifying as Kamani Bedward, he's running all the way across the street and looking down that way.
Correct.
And Mr. Hammond's not going that way to that field.
Mr. Hammond would be back over here. I'd have to scroll back out, but no, he doesn't run across the street.
Okay.
At that point, later on, he does when he comes back, but
After he gets dropped off
Correct.
later on.
correct.
Where is vehicle 2 at this time?
It's not here.
Okay. And you're saying it's not until vehicle 2 arrives that everybody ends up pulling out?
Correct, shortly, yeah. When vehicle 2 arrives, you'll see it better on the other camera view.
Okay.
Yeah.
But there is a vantage point where you're able to see vehicle 2 and some of the individuals that go inside of that vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. I'm good. Thank you. And Devin Sampson, the individual in the parking lot with the red shirt, is one of those people that gets inside of that vehicle?
Yes.
And this individual with the white shirt that goes across and comes back and goes behind a dumpster and comes back, that you identify as Kamani Bedward, he also gets inside of that vehicle?
I believe so, yes.
And Mr. Devin Sampson is the only person in that parking lot that has a red shirt on, is that right?
I think with the kind of a insignia design that's on there, I believe I'd have to go back and look, but at that time, he's the only one with that clothing on.
And in your report, you indicate that who you're attributing as the first car leaves the Chevron at 21:03, 52 hours. Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
And then the second car leaves at 21:04:05, so just shortly after.
Sounds correct.
Your testimony is that there were some muzzle flashes that you noted coming out of that second vehicle?
Appears to be a muzzle flash from, one of them, from the Bay City plywood or cabinets video.
And there's 4 occupants inside of that vehicle?
Believe so, yes.
Okay. And there is video at times where it might appear that that car's driving and all of the windows are down?
Possibly. I can't recall.
You end up speaking to my client, Mr. Hammond, on September 2nd of 2021, is that correct?
Correct.
And the individuals that are here today, all 5 of them, end up getting charged in this case on September 30th of 2021.
Correct.
So over a month after the shooting that night.
Almost a month, yeah.
Do you ever end up locating that second car?
No.
So obviously no search was done of that vehicle.
Correct.
And the state was asking you about the vehicle that you attribute to Zavante Sampson. You end up finding that vehicle?
Yes.
And are you involved of the search of that vehicle, or is someone else involved in that?
I was involved in the search of the vehicle.
Okay. And the state was asking you if there was anything of evidentiary value, and you said no.
Correct.
Okay. At some point after that car was impounded by law enforcement, did you observe damage to the vehicle?
Judge, I'm going to object when we approach.
Yes.
All right, so while they're in the sidebar there, we can go through. So Danny Hernandez, which was Jalen Bedward's attorney, he gets up. He basically says Jalen consented to the search to speak with, he consented to a search of his apartment or his residence, as well as to speak with law enforcement. Bedward said he never made a U-turn, and he kept traveling east. He didn't have a mask on, but he had something on top of his head. And detective or investigator, I guess, detective, Saleha has never been a part of a drug unit. So he's only been in...
Carry on.
Was that vehicle ultimately released and destroyed?
Yes.
So in reference to that second vehicle, the 4 individuals would have been Maxwell Bedward, Devin Sampson, Kamani Bedward, and possibly Cedric Brown in that vehicle.
Possibly. You can identify the driver as well as the other ones.
And you couldn't identify the driver because the driver doesn't get out when that car pulls up?
Correct.
But quickly after that car pulls up, it drives out of there and goes on this path?
Correct.
You were asked about swabs from the casings that were done. Were those swabs ever sent out to FDLE for potential testing?
I don't believe they were.
And who would have been responsible for that?
Ultimately.
I could have 1 moment.
Yes, ma'am. Redirect?
Yes, Judge. Detective, there's been a lot of questions of you regarding the second vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And Detective, you did not believe that you were able to obtain a sufficient identification of any of the individuals to charge them. So would that be accurate?
Yes.
If you had felt you had sufficient, what is the standard you need in order to charge someone with a criminal act?
It's a probable cause beyond a reasonable doubt.
Probable cause.
Yeah.
If you believed you had probable cause to arrest any of those 4 individuals, would you have done so?
Yes.
Okay. Did any of those 4 individuals identify themselves in those videos?
No.
Were you able to get an independent source who identified any of those 4 individuals in the second car to identify them in that video?
No.
Okay. Other than that one potential flash that you see from the second car, is there any other evidence to say whether or not conclusively someone from that second car shot?
Correct. Yes.
And again, Detective, if you felt you had probable cause, would you have then... I'll move on, Judge. Now, they've asked you about this person who was tentatively identified as Cedric Brown, correct, who got in the car?
Correct.
I want to be clear, that Cedric Brown has no relation to Willie Brown, does he?
No.
Okay. In fact, Detective, did you find any relationship at all between Willie Brown and any of the individuals that were at that Chevron?
No.
You got Willie Brown's call detail records, correct?
Yes.
Did you find any time that Willie Brown had any contact or any calls with any of the individuals who are named here today, or any of the suspects from the second vehicle?
No.
I want to be clear again regarding the timing of things. So, going back to the Power Electric video, you observed that video, correct?
Yes.
All right. In the Power Electric video, when the victim's vehicle passes, the car number 1 that we've identified as car number 1 passes just shortly after. Would that be accurate?
Correct. After Willie Brown's vehicle passes. Yep.
Okay. And then as the Power Electric video has sound.
Correct.
All right.
Has sound.
As those vehicles have passed and you can still kind of see their lights in the distance, is that when the gunshot starts, or when does it start?
You see the first vehicle, Devontae Sampson's vehicle, start braking, and after it brakes, there's about 4.
No. What's your legal objection?
The pre-trial motion, that he's narrating the videos.
I'll deny the request. I'll overrule the objection.
When do you hear the gunshots?
You hear them about 4 seconds after, or on that video, or on the Power Electric, it's like 20 or 9:04:38. I think.
Okay. At the time you start hearing those gunshots, has the second vehicle or the third vehicle even passed that camera?
No.
They haven't even passed Power Electric in order to get to Lorenzo's garage.
Correct.
And you already hear the gunshots.
Correct.
So was it possible at all that either the second or third vehicle was shooting at Lorenzo's garage?
No.
Overruled.
Was it possible?
No, it was not possible.
Detective, was there any evidence whatsoever that any shots were fired from the victim's vehicle?
No, absolutely not.
Detective, going back to Quandarius Hammond, and I wasn't sure I asked this in direct, so I want to ask this again if I didn't. When he was interviewed and he described leaving with Devontae Sampson, or leaving in that vehicle, did he tell you what happened? Did he explain what he said after that?
Yeah, he said he left, got in the passenger seat, left with Devontae, and then he proceeded to go a few blocks and get out of the vehicle, and then proceed to go back, and then his girlfriend came and picked him up.
So he told you that his girlfriend had come and picked him up?
Correct.
From that showroom?
Correct.
Detective, there's been some discussion about the Infinity that was driven by Mr. Sampson, Zavante Sampson. I'm going to show you what's marked as States Exhibits 23A through H, and I'm going to have you take a look at these.
Okay.
Did you get a chance to read?
Yes, I did.
Detective, do these pictures fairly and accurately depict the condition of the Infinity when it was recovered abandoned around Thonotosassa?
Yes, it does.
And were you present when these pictures were taken?
Yes, I was.
And these pictures, where are they taken at?
Taken at our impound lot at the time.
Okay. And so, for instance, 23B, that is in fact, what we're seeing here is in fact the picture of the vehicle that is observed, that Mr. Sampson has observed driving. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. 23C,
Yes.
23D,
Yes.
23E,
Yes.
and 23F,
Yes.
that's the interior,
Correct.
and 23G,
Correct. Yes.
and 23H.
Yes.
Judge, did I have these submitted? I can't remember if I'm sorry. Let me move to have States Exhibit 23A through H admitted into evidence.
No objection.
All right, 23A through H will be admitted.
Thank you. Judge, I don't have any further questions of Detective Saleh.
All right, may this witness be released?
Yes.
I'm not going to allow any recross at this point. I'm not going to allow recross.
It's just based on what Mr. Terry has
Well,
asked.
based on the new thing, since he didn't do it on direct, I will allow that. Yes.
Detective, when did you recover the Infinity, the pictures that were just admitted?
I'll have to look at the report to refresh my memory, but I believe it was 10/4/2021, or maybe the day before.
Please, if you, I mean, I'd just
Yeah,
like to know
let me look
when you
real quick.
recovered it.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's when I did the search warrant. I think
Okay.
it was recovered prior to that. I believe it was October, referencing the report here. I think it was October 1st, 2021.
Okay, so from August 22nd, when this offense took place, to October 1st, you don't know where that car was, correct?
Correct.
You don't have eyes on it, you don't know what happens with it, you don't know what's done to it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and what you do know is that as of October 1st, when it came into the custody of Tampa Police Department, no one would have had access to it other than personnel of the Tampa Police Department, right?
Correct.
No one could have been inside of it. No one could have done anything to it. It would have been segregated from anybody but employees of your office.
Correct.
And you don't know anything about what happened with it in between all of those days.
From here now.
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll go on, Judge. Mr. Terry also asked you whether or not you knew if any shots were fired from the victim's vehicle, right?
Correct.
So you would know that if Willie Brown told you, right?
Correct.
You would know that if Mary Harrison told you, right?
Correct.
You would know that if you see what you think are muzzle flashes coming from that vehicle, correct?
Correct. And audio, from Power Electric.
Well, you hear audio of gunshots.
Right.
Okay, so you're not going to be able to eliminate if any one of those gunshots came from another vehicle.
You don't hear a gunshot. Like I said, you hear that 10 series of volleys of gunshots at, like I said, 9:04:38. But you don't hear, prior to that, we have, Power Electric video and audio, and you don't hear any gunshots prior to that, which you can kind of track the movement of Willie Brown's vehicle.
In that first set of gunshots, you can't tell us what vehicle all of those gunshots came from, correct? Simply by hearing them.
Correct.
Nothing from.
Mr. Terry,
Nothing, Judge.
may this witness be excused?
Your Honor, I ask that Detective Slaya be not released from the subpoena.
All right, you're still under subpoena. You're free to go.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's a good time to take our lunch break. Well, I ask that you be back at around 1:20.
All rise for the jurors.
Trace left, y'all may be seated. All right, court being recessed till 1:20.
All right, so we have lunch until 1:20. Court is at lunch until 1:20. Let me just put this up. All right, so that gives us a little bit of time to go through today's testimony. So 167 votes so far. Has the state proved their case? Yes, all 5 are guilty, 47%. Need to see more evidence, 26%. Not yet, but some may be guilty, 25%. So coming out of the break after direct, we heard from Danny Hernandez, who is Jalen Bedward's attorney. So Jalen consented to the search. He consented to speak to law enforcement. I think, and this happened in the opening, the defendants were all saying, my client, voluntarily, gave up information. Nobody tried to run. Nobody tried to say, even Sampson, I think they said initially he said no to talk, but then ultimately he did say yes. But everybody said, yeah, I was there, that's me, I identify, so everybody pretty much, so that's what the defense is saying. Hey, my clients, they didn't have anything to hide. That's what they were saying in openings, and that's what they're now saying in their, in their cross. So Bedward says he never made a U-turn, they just kept traveling east. Now, Bedward was driving car 3, so he had Andrew Thompson and James Denson in that car. So he's saying that he never made that U-turn. He just kept driving. Bedward didn't have a mask on, but he did have something on top of his head. Celaya has never been a part of the drug unit. So then Danny Frasetti comes on. He's the one you guys are saying he's the yeller. He represents James Denson, who is had the two shell casings identified to his back to his car, his 9mm, and Denson told law enforcement about the 9mm voluntarily. So again, they're saying, "Hey, my client they weren't hiding anything." So he pawned it because he was down on his luck. Then Nick Sonardi comes up. He represents Andrew Thompson. Andrew, of course, was in car 3 as well with Bedward driving and Denson with the 9mm. So as a lead detective, he's in charge of collecting evidence, interviews, search warrants, yada, yada. He identifies suspect cars leaving, so 3 cars. So car 2 did possibly fire a muzzle flash, because he saw a muzzle flash. So yes or no? Was car 2 involved? He says probably. He believes car 2 was involved. Car 2 was involved, but there was not enough evidence to bring forth charges. So that kind of answers my question of where's car 2? If there were 3 cars and car 1 and 3 they're being tried, where's car 2? Especially if there was a muzzle flash. Especially if they saw a muzzle flash, where is car 2? Well, he says there wasn't enough evidence to bring forth charges. So he met with Andrew Thompson at his girlfriend's house. He freely identified himself, and he was arrested ultimately at that same apartment. Then we get Jennifer Bradley. Jennifer Bradley is the only attorney that is a public defender. She's representing Quandarius Hammond. He was in the car with Zavante Sampson, so it's just those 2. And so no independent witnesses were located. And this is all under cross, remember. So Willie and Mary are the only ones that provided eyewitness. She, and you guys picked up on this too. I agree. I didn't say anything, but I'm echoing what several of you in chat said, that she had some really good questions. Although I do like the fact, I like what Nick Sonardi said about car 2. That came out, under Nick's cross, that there was car 2 and there was muzzle flashes. It may have come out earlier as far as maybe on the video we saw that. I don't remember that because that's been my main bone of contention of like, where's car 2? Where's car 2? Where's car 2? So Nick, I thought, had some really good, Nick Sonardi had some good, he had a really good point in bringing that out. And then now Jennifer Bradley is bringing out that the only eyewitnesses are Mary and Willie. So it's going to boil down to, do you believe them or do you not believe them? So they are the only 2. So again, we're starting to see each defendant build their case and the state build their case. So what is the jury going to do with this? Let's see. So he wants to back up. Oh yeah, okay. So Willie and Mary were the only ones providing eyewitnesses. No independent witnesses were located. And then Celaya says, wait, I want to back up and say there were people that heard gunshots. So there were people that heard gunshots, but there was nobody that said, oh, I saw this car, it was a light colored blah. So nobody identified. Nobody actually saw it. Yes, they heard it, but they didn't actually see anything. So there's no video that you can see people in the car once they are driving on Hillsborough. So they never found car 2. Then there's that. They never found car 2. So then they hit a sidebar, and then Sampson's car, after it was impounded, it was released, and then it was destroyed, which is interesting. So they end up destroying them. Why don't they sell it? I thought they sell things like that. Then she also gets out that car 2 could have been Maxwell Bedward, Kamani Bedward, who are clearly related. I believe those are brothers to Jalen. So Maxwell Bedward, Kamani Bedward, Devin Sampson, who is Javante's brother, and then Cedric Brown. So there's a Cedric Brown now that's been brought into the case, as well as those others. So then on redirect, we have car 2 couldn't obtain sufficient identification to charge them. So you have to need probable cause beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's why car 2 could have been the bullet that took out poor Suni Bell. Car 2 could have very well been that one muzzle flash that he says that is in the video. That could be the one. which is kind of a shame because were these guys involved? Up to the jury to decide. But did they, there could be somebody else who actually pulled that trigger. And then there's that. Just think about that. And they'll never know, right? People will never know because everybody's shooting. You're not going to know. You're not going to know which was the one bullet. We're just never going to know. Unfortunately, we're never going to have the answers to that. Ellen, car 2 maybe taken apart and sold. Yeah, maybe. Anything's possible. Anything and everything is possible. So, Alicia says, if anyone was in that vehicle, they didn't agree with what was occurring and felt any remorse, they would have gone to the police and assisted. None of them did. That is true. But then, nobody's turned on anybody. Snitches get stitches. Then there's that. They would definitely be Austin. There's no way they could go back to that Chevron if they turned in. Aussie, thank you. Yeah, if they turned in they turned in everybody else, literally their brothers, some of them were brothers. If they turned in literally family members and or best friends, I'm assuming these guys are really tight because it's a Sunday night, 9 o'clock. They're hanging out. Saleha says they were shooting dice, gambling, drinking. We don't know that because I didn't actually see anybody drink or anything, but it's a Sunday night and they're hanging out. One would assume they're pretty tight with each other. So nobody's turning on anybody. Nobody's turning on anybody. So they may feel bad, but if they do turn on somebody, they probably will. They'll probably be. There's no way they could go show their face in that neighborhood again. Think about it. So it's your life or it's poor Suni Bell's. It's your conscience or it's your life. That's kind of what it boils down to, which is a shame. All right, so let's see. Excuse me. Gunshots happened. Car 1 brakes, and then 4 seconds later, that's where you hear the gunshots. Oh, and then Miss Bradley says, "Can we approach?" And judge is like, "Nope." He's like, "What's your objection?" I didn't hear what it was, but he says overruled. Car 2 hasn't passed yet, so it's Car 2 and Car 3 haven't fired shots yet. So Car 1, which is Quandarius Hammond, and he had the 9mm. So interestingly enough, they never recovered that. They never recovered his 9mm because there were 2 that were identified to James Denson, but there were 25 found. So that means 23 9mm. Do those belong to Quandarius? I don't know. I have to change. I got to change my my little graphic there. There was no evidence that shots were fired from the victim's car, even though there was an Instagram post. Apparently, there's an Instagram post, but that wasn't allowed in. Quandarius Hammond says he got out of Sampson's car and his girlfriend picked him up at the Chevron. Then on recross, which was a little debated there, but Danny Forsetti gets back up representing James Denson. So these new pictures that were entered, because they did enter some new evidence. So from August 22nd, which is when this happened, to October 1st, and that's when they found Sampson's car. They don't know what was going on because nobody had eyes on it. Anything could have been happening with that car. And then on recross, no shots were fired from the victim's car. So the only way they know that is that it's either Willie's testimony, Mary's testimony, and then the muzzle flashes. That's the only way. It's the only way they can tell. So, all right. Super Ball. Super Ball. She likes that. That came from Richard. So Richard, if you're watching, Super Ball loves your gift there. All right. How are you guys doing? Edgeen, where are you? Car 2, where are you? Right? Ellen, oh wait, I remember that aunt from Aaron Hernandez. Maybe car 2 is just parked somewhere. I remember Aaron Hernandez, but I don't remember that part. I don't quite remember that part. Lynn, you'll be back in an hour. Yep, sounds about right. So will we. All right, Alicia, it's just sad. I'm still thinking it may have been a gang initiation. The 2 older were having the 3 younger do an act of violence to be admitted in. But why, okay, so why though pick that car? Because there were a lot of cars driving on Hillsborough. Was it because they pulled in, they pulled into the field, they came on, maybe they came onto their turf? Was it something like that? You know, here, let's go to the area. Let me go to the area. All right. All right, here's the area in question. All right, so the dot is where the chevron is, and then there's East Tampa. There's East Tampa Bay, or East Tampa Pawn and Shop. So they pull out of there, and then the shootings happened. There's the Village Motel. So here's 43rd Street. There's 43rd Street. So that's where a lot of the, she crashes right after that, or the car crashes right after that. So the shootings happen between these two. 47th, that happens between 47th and, wow, it says victim's vehicle. Interesting. Why does it say victim's vehicle? Huh. Interesting. Victim's vehicle. All right. So let's go check this out. Let's see what this looks like. So here's Hillsborough. You can get an idea of what it looks like, right? Seems pretty desolate, I would think, at nighttime, because it's a lot of car dealerships and whatnot. Here's the chevron. So here's the chevron. Here's, hold on a sec. See if I can get in there. There's the chevron where they're hanging out. So they come out of here. And they go this way. And then they do a U-turn and they come back this way. So, oh, laundry shop, I guess. Okay, there's it's not just car related stuff. There's a grocery store. Some kind of kitchen here. Some kind of kitchen. This is open 24. Now this is now. I don't know if this is in 2021, so we have to keep that in mind as well. So this is where all the shooting takes place, is like right in here, from 47th down here. That's 45th. So it goes to 43rd. So all along here, this is, oh, yep, and there's the school buses. We've seen those in the video and the pictures. There's the school buses. So we've seen that. It's a long time, right? That this was pretty heavily trafficked, you know, in the daytime. I mean, it's quite a lot of cars in the daytime. Yeah, I'm doing what the jurors cannot do. That is true. Here's 44th. So 43rd. Is this 43rd? That doesn't look like a road. That's not a road. 43rd has to be down here. I feel like I've gone too far. Oh, here's 43rd. Is this 43rd? Dang it. Well, whatever. Anyway, it all happened right in here. And then she crashed into one of these poles, one of these light poles she crashed into. I'm not sure which one. Oh, there's Empire. They talked about... Did they talk about Empire? No. He says Empire at one point, but I don't think he actually... I think that was a mistake. So there's the chevron in question. And again, this is, I don't know when this was taken. I don't know when this was taken, but there's the pawn shop. East Tampa Pawn. All right, so it is Jennifer Spradley, not Bradley. So Jennifer Spradley. So apologies for mispronouncing that, and thank you for the correction. Miss Spradley, Jennifer Spradley. All right, let's go back down here. So let's see, they come in here. There's got to be a road right in here, right? Isn't there a road here? Hold on. Oh, here's the road. Okay, here's the road. So I guess there's houses back here too. Yeah, some houses back in here. On the back side of that. So here's kind of like that field. This is where Willie Brown, I guess, was kind of driving around. He parks, maybe. He parks in a field. So this is the backside. So this is the backside of it. There's the dumpsters, right? This is the backside of the Chevron. This is where we see them. They come running in here, and they kind of come. So Willie was like parked. I guess he was parked maybe over in here somewhere. He parked over here somewhere. So there you go. There you go. Ellen says, I was stuck on a traffic jam in Hillsborough when I heard that Michael Jackson passed. Wow. You'll never forget that avenue. Interesting. Yep. So I guess Willie came through here. He drove through here. These guys were hanging out over here. Some dumpsters, right? They came running over here. And Willie was parked somewhere over here. So, all right, let's take a break and let's get some food going, and we'll get some kitty cam action for you guys. Because they're getting playful, so I'll get some kitty cam going for you guys. Yeah, I know, Super Ball. I know. Tell me all about it, dude. Super Bowl wants to eat. All right. All right, welcome back. How's everybody doing? How was your break? Hope you enjoyed the halftime entertainment that is known as Super Ball's Farm. Now after meal nap. Hi, Super Ball. Did you hiss at somebody? Did you smack somebody? Were you a good girl or a bad girl? All right. Cross-examnesia, good to see you. What did you have for lunch? We had some manicotti that we ordered on Friday of all things. We ordered calzone, pizza, and manicotti, and we're finally just getting to it. Yes, she did hiss. Aw. Alice, love the babies. Nice. Kelia. If I overstepped, I apologize. I'm super protective of you in chat. Okay. What did you do? I was kind of watching, but I was also focusing on other things. It's not the same without DJ Aaron mixing it up. I know. Has anyone seen Grampy? No. I don't know what to make of this witness. Seems like you're okay, Kelly. Yeah. I don't think you did anything that warrants anything. Super Ball is she's a good kitty. You had fried yardbird, Richard says. Joanne coming back in saying good afternoon. All right, we've got, nope, don't want to do that. Wait till they come off. All right, just trying to get I'm going to unpin that. All right, so when we left, Detective Celea was just coming off his cross, redirect, and then recross. So far, has the state proven their case? 47% think yes, 26% need more evidence, 25% say not yet, but some may be guilty. So as I said before, it's going to boil down to will the jury go with, the state is going to say, if one was involved, they're all involved, right? Because if you're the driver, somebody goes and robs a bank, you're still an accomplice. If that person shoots somebody while in the commission of a crime, that's even more. So that's what the state's going to go for. We're seeing it develop. What the defense is going for is, well, yes, you identified my client getting into the car, but can you identify that my client actually is doing what you're alleging that they did? So that's what the jury's going to have to figure out. Jury's going to have to figure out, these guys are saying no, we kept driving. I would love to know why they kept driving. That would put my mind at ease. Okay, you say you kept driving and you didn't make the U-turn. Why did you keep driving? Maybe we'll hear that on the defense side. I don't know. We'll have to see. The defense still needs to be. The defense still needs to present their case. We're still in the state's case in chief, so we still need to hear. We still need to hear from the defense. So, Erica, did we find the video of the family getting into it during opening? Yeah, I found it yesterday, but it was to me it didn't seem like much. I heard that it was a lot more than what we saw. I heard that it was a little bit more than what what was shown to us. That was from Court TV, and they said it was a. You could hear one of the bailiffs or sheriffs just saying, break it up or take it easy or something like that. So I did show it yesterday, and I heard that it was more than what they showed. So whatever happened maybe was not caught on camera. And we'll only have to go with eyewitness accounts. It was not a Jerry Springer moment. It could have been. I don't know. Eyewitnesses said that it was more than what we saw. JRN, I'm going to yell really loud when and if Wendy is arrested. That will be a moment for sure. Lazy Boys says, will all 5 defendants get their own case in chief? I have no idea how this is going to work. I've never covered a trial where there's been multiple. Have I? I'm trying to think. I don't think. I'm trying to go back to, because we've been around for just over a year now, a year in May. So I'm trying to think of all the trials we've done. Was there anyone where there was 2? I can't, I don't know. To be quite honest, Lazy Boys, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's a good question. Yeah, because they all are doing openings. I'm assuming they're all going to do their own closings because everybody had a shot at openings. Not all of them are doing cross-exam. You know, some are passing, and not everybody is doing cross. But openings, they all did their openings. They all did 5 openings. So I'm assuming they're going. And Miss Bradley is going to. She said she's going to hold her. She's reserving her argument for closings. So let's see. Sorry, just making some changes here. And I found out it was Spradley. I thought it was Bradley, but it's Spradley. Mrs. Spradley. So apologies for that missaying. Mrs. Spradley. She's Quandarius Hammond's attorney. Excuse me. Kelly, yeah, the poor jury, it's going to be a slog. Joanne says, JRN, you will hear me from here. Throws beads into chat. All right, so 13 witnesses. 13 witnesses. How many more are to go? How many more? Here we are on a Thursday. Detective Saleha has taken the most. He's been on the stand the longest, which would make sense, right? He's the lead detective. I would expect the lead detective to be on. Oh, for the partay when Wendy is arrested? Gotcha. I figured it was some kind of reference to Mardi Gras. So that makes sense. See if I can find any news on Suni Bell trial. See if there's anything new happening. 2 days ago. Let's see. Any latest news? 1 day ago, 54 minutes ago. Gotta check on kitties. All right, they're coming back in.
Not this offense, and he's in jail while they're investigating the case
Right.
before they file charges. So that's what he's referring to at first, and so I believe if nothing else, even if the court introduces it, that part should be redacted. My second issue is I believe it violates Crawford, because what the state is really seeking to introduce is not only what he says to her, but what she says to him, for the truth of the matter asserted, being that she's saying in the call, I told the police I was in St. Pete without calling Miss Toops as a witness. And I believe that that violates Crawford, and so those would be my two objections to this jail call.
State?
Judge, there's no Crawford violation. Ms. Toops is available to both sides. She can call her if she wants to and ask her about the same questions. In fact, she's Quindarius Hammond's girlfriend. She's not cooperative with the state at this point in time, but I'm sure she'd be very cooperative with Ms. Bradley if Ms. Bradley wanted to call her. So there's really no Crawford issue. She has to ask her questions about this, what she said on that tape. Secondly, Judge, as far as the first part of that, with this about the other situation or something, I don't know. It's very unclear what that means. They're certainly not saying my other charges or my other arrest or anything like that. It's very unclear. I don't think the jury would ever be able to make some assumption that he's referring to another arrest. We have the call, I think, if you want.
Why is that relevant to this case?
It's just part of it. It's just kind of in there as he's talking about what he's talking to her about. We can play it for the court to hear.
Well, I mean, he says, what was the exact words?
The other situation.
He's talking, can we just play it, Judge, for the court to hear?
Yeah, I mean, if that's what it sounds like, it sounds kind of not relevant, but I'll listen.
Please enter the area code and phone number you are calling now. Please hold. Please wait while your call is being connected. Please inform your purchases. They could now be for purposes. They will be familiar. 9 digits 11. Please hold. Hello, this is a free call from at any rate to Hillsborough County or at Road Detention Facilities. To accept this free call, press 0. To refuse this free call, hang up. This call is from a corrections facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Telling. Hello. Hello. Hello, you at the house? We already know. Hey, morning, kid. You got my phone?
He said it was a court situation.
You got my phone. I take it.
I said that before they even pulled the door. They were not letting me out.
Before they was letting you do what?
I said that when they was, everybody was, leaving to my house, when they first came in, I was trying to grab it. They didn't let me grab it. Because I had turned back around and grabbed my purse.
Yeah, because people ain't saying something like that. My drink, they always leave it.
I didn't say that.
What happened?
You was calling me when I got here because I was in St. Pete. Cook. What I did, I know somebody cooked. Somebody had to wash the food.
I told her to get them. And my girl came down. At like 9 o'clock, I'm like, she gonna tell you the same thing. So, you straight, Mom. Everything good.
That's not what you, but yeah, but that's not what they you got. That's not, they're not talking about that. They just want to know what happened at night because they know you be up there.
Yeah, so I'm like,
That's it.
Yeah. And you said it was home, I was home.
You was home. I was in St. Pete. I was on home.
I don't think they're offering for the truth of the matter asserted that she was in St. Pete, but they're offering for the fact that he lied about her picking him up. That's why they're offering that.
Correct.
And she could be in St. Pete, she could be in St. Louis. The only thing they're offering for is to prove that what he said to the police was that he went back and she picked him up. They're just showing that's a lie.
In addition to what's on there, there's also what's irrelevant is like her potentially trying to get the phone before the police get the phone, implying that there's something to hide with that. And that's not attributed to my client. Those are her actions. And that's irrelevant as well.
I believe that's very relevant, because when he says, asked her about the phone, she says they took it, he goes, oh, I think that's very relevant.
This all shows consciousness of guilt.
What she does is irrelevant. His reaction to that,
He asked her
maybe,
about
but-
getting the phone.
But her saying what she tried to do with the phone is irrelevant
No, I
to
think
what my client, his behavior is.
I don't think so. I disagree with that. I do agree that the first part about the other situation should be redacted. Because he says, yeah, that other thing, that other situation.
And he said it's like a mix-up or something like that.
Yeah, so so that could cause confusion. But I'll allow the rest of it in.
It might take us a moment to get that done. She was going to be our next witness, so we can do it, maybe switch a witness around.
And I'll maintain that objection, obviously, when that's.
Understood.
That's why I didn't get it, so she can go.
I have to step outside of here.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, let's see if we can call someone else. I did. He's going to be here for Judge, we have a bunch of witnesses coming, but none of them are here yet, so I just want to keep the quarter where we're calling, trying to get, the only one who was here was our jail records, but we're trying to get the others to get here as quickly as possible, so that she'll have a chance to go out and get that fixed.
Can you start it after that conversation?
I just worry that I may mess up.
And what if you cue it up, let it play to that, and then pause it and have it ready to go?
Okay.
Are you trying to just put
That is the problem, is I don't know if Suni Bell is going to be able to recognize it on the first part of it.
She's fine. She's already listened to it. I mean, she would be fine if one small part is out of it. She's already
Make sure, verify that with
Yeah.
you. You're going to skip all the first part of it.
Yeah, okay.
Did you want to ask, you want to talk to Miss Bradley about that?
Yeah.
Miss Bradley?
I'm sorry, Judge.
Rather than waiting and delaying everything until they redact it, I suggested that they, before anybody comes in, play it, and when that point's over, pause it, so when they start it, that they're starting it beyond the point. Does that make any difference to you?
They're going to start it, stop it, and then
They're gonna,
start
I
again.
wanted to redact it anyway, so to send back to the jury.
We wouldn't have that first part of it where it talks
Instead
about
of
it being a
sending
jail
it to
call.
get it cut to disk, if I cut just the first portion, please enter your number, and then cut the next portion and put it like in a slide 1, slide 2, to make sure we don't play it in the wrong section. Is that okay for purposes of publishing it now?
Yeah.
While they're burning it, so that we don't delay the order of the rest of the witnesses?
Yeah.
I just need 5 minutes to do that.
Judge, we can
You
just
can do that on there?
5 minutes, she's going to try and do it right there.
Very good. Technology.
Well, it's not going to do race.
Tomorrow. And Judge, while we're doing this, just to give the court kind of an idea of where we are in the trial, we're pretty much getting towards the end part of it.
Right.
We got a firearms expert this afternoon, as well as Sergeant Van Heist. The only two who could not be here this afternoon are Benjamin Borse, who does the download of the phones, and Dr. Webb.
Sure.
We plan on having them tomorrow morning available. So I don't know what point we'll be at where we'll be done with our witnesses this afternoon, but they'll probably be close to 5, but anyhow, around that time. And then we just have 2 witnesses in the morning, and we're probably going to the rest of that.
Okay, and
Thinking ahead,
then you guys start at
we have to
Monday?
determine whether any defendants are going to testify.
Okay.
Once that goes by the wayside, and that's kind of a big deal in and of itself, right? I'm thinking, can we do charge conference and JOA arguments?
Yeah, so I was thinking they rest. They rest. You can raise all your motions, JOAs, whatever, and we can do a charge conference. And then we'll just Monday come back and give us your decision on who testifies, who doesn't, things like that. Is that what you're talking about? You look
I
befuddled.
almost want to know who's testifying for my own sanity.
Well, then yeah, we can find that out.
Maybe we do that tomorrow.
And then we still do the same thing.
Right, they just now we know who. All right, we'll start at 8:30 on Monday morning.
Yeah.
You all right with that, Mr. Fischetti?
As soon as he says I'm right, I would pause it.
So you're going to start calling around and fill the rest of your week?
What's that?
You're going to start calling around now to fill the rest of your
You look befuddled. Yeah, I caught that. I got that too. So he says, I need to know for my own sanity. That was Danny Frasetti. So even he needs to know who's going to testify. So you heard it right there. State's going to rest tomorrow. They have 2 witnesses who can't come in today. They're going to come in tomorrow morning, and then they're going to rest. So sounds like the state is going to rest tomorrow, and then seems like Monday the defense, they don't even know who's going to come to testify. So interesting. All right, little insight there. We thought this was going to be, what, a 10-day trial? And here we are only in day 3, day 4. And then it's up to the defense, see what they bring out. So they're going to have a firearms expert. Only 2 that can't make it. It's a doctor, maybe that's the ME, and then an expert who downloaded their phones. They'll be here tomorrow. And Mr. Frasetti there wants to do JOA, judgment of acquittal. And then, so the judge says, okay, they rest, and then Monday you tell us who testifies and who doesn't. He's like, you look befuddled. He's like, I need to know who's testifying for my own sanity. Interesting. All right, so it seems like the state is going to rest tomorrow morning. So they're trying to figure out I'm sure they're trying to figure out who's going to testify and who's not. I'm sure that's what they're doing right now. So Danny, the guy with the silverish tie, looking at us, he represents James Denson right there. He's sitting right next to him. And then Bedward is being represented by Danny Hernandez. All right, hold on a sec.
Is the rest of it fine?
Somebody's got the rhythm.
That's good.
Somebody's drumming.
Good to start.
Just make sure it's it's in reaction to what he says, so it's like we have context for it. Please listen from the beginning, make sure it's approved. Again.
Peach flavored.
Okay, so that was not Danny Frischetti. Trying to get these guys all lined up. It is so hard. Is that Nick Sinardi? Maybe that's Nick Sinardi. Let me look up Nick Sinardi. Nope, that's not Nick Sinardi. Is that Danny Hernandez? Oh my God. All these lawyers and the defendants. I can't keep track of them all. I'm trying to get them all. Nope. All right, one more. I'm trying to find out who the shouty guy is. Brian Gonzalez. That's the last one. It's got to be him. Gonzalez. All right. Brian Gonzalez is the shouty guy.
Okay, it's fine. Okay. I'm not just doing anything else.
I'll turn this over to
Yeah, you're good.
I think it's fine. There's something here.
No, we'll switch over. Yeah, we'll go back to the Elmo.
Is this on?
Oh, yeah. Wait, why is that? Wait a second, that's weird. Wait. How do we switch it to Elmo? The button. Oh,
Touch it, please, no one touch it. I'll do this. Is she next?
yes.
Stunning, let me just give it a touch.
They have to get a video ready before they can start.
Oh, do you want to do the stipulation?
Yes, we're the stipulation first. And then
Okay.
you let her know what's going on, right?
Yeah, she's fine with it.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, thanks so much. You're the best. Thanks.
When we move to the states, it's a and don't handle it.
Hey, TJ, stay right there. Can you tell what I'm doing?
All right. Brian Gonzalez, Zavante Sampson there. So they're trying to figure out how to, I guess, Quindarius's girlfriend's call while he was in jail is supposedly they're trying to get that in. And she does say, well, you were home, I was in St. Pete. So state is trying to get that in. And Miss Bradley, who is representing Mr. Hammond, is trying to keep some of that out, which makes sense. So it was Sampson's attorney right there, Brian Gonzalez, that was saying, I need to know who's testifying for my own sanity. I don't know how these guys do it. Meaning, I don't know how the there's IT. Here comes IT. Having five co-defendants in one shot. I don't think we've ever covered a trial where we've had 5 defendants. Pretty crazy. Jersey Tomato, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Showtime. Texting my wife. She's watching.
Right, Hell Rider? Never seen anything like this either. Well, let's see what the evidence. Let's see what the evidence brings in. Let's see what the evidence brings in, you guys. We can have our opinion, but let's see what the evidence brings in. Because unfortunately, that's all that the jury's going to have to go on. We can make all kinds of speculation and stuff, but let's see what the evidence brings in. That's what the jury's going to go off of. That's what we have to go off of. A lot of times we see what happens behind closed doors or outside of what happens here. So Hellrider, honest, hope never have to again. It's hard to separate the facts. It is. See, Beat, I hope that comes out. I mean, I don't know. That's a lot of stuff going on there. We don't, you may know that, but we don't. We don't know that.
Okay, thank you. All may be seated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. You had a good lunch, and I assume there were no issues with the court's instructions. Perfect. Next state, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move in State's Exhibit 52, which is a joint stipulation between the state and Devontae Sampson.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the state of Florida and the defense have agreed to a stipulation. You should take the stipulation as true and correct, and it reads as follows. The state of Florida and the defendant, Zontavi Sampson, stipulate to the following. The person who was seen in the Chevron, as well as the East Tampa pawn shop videos, ultimately getting in and driving off in the dark-colored Infiniti, has been identified and is in fact Zavante Sampson, the individual named in the indictment in this case. And it is signed with the attorney, the defendant, and the state attorney. All right. And that will be admitted as 52. Very good. Ready to call your witness?
Yes, the state will call me back Fortes Rodriguez.
And then if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, thank you.
You may begin whenever you're ready, Counselor.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ma'am. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Luibeth Fortes Rodriguez.
And Ms. Fortes Rodriguez, where do you work?
The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for HCSO?
18 years.
And can you tell us what your job title is at HCSO?
I am a Community Service Aide too.
So what are some of your duties in that role?
I investigate fraud cases, and I am also the jail calls custodian.
Is one of the functions of the Sheriff's Office to operate the county jail calls in Hillsborough County?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a system that exists in county jails that allow inmates to make telephone calls out as well as to receive them?
Yes.
Is there also with that system a recording system in order for all outgoing calls and incoming calls to be logged and cataloged in for the jail?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that system is called?
Global Tel Link.
How does Global Tel Link operate?
As soon as the inmate picks up the handset, it starts recording. They select prepaid or collect call. They enter their PIN number and the phone number, and the call dials out.
And so is the PIN number associated with each inmate at the jail?
Yes.
And is this tracked, the PIN number with the caller in a inmate identification type process?
Yes.
How are these calls, how are they recorded for this in the system for HCSO?
They're stored on the Global Tel Link server.
And do you have access to that recording system?
Yes.
Are the jail calls kept and made in a regular course of business for HCSO?
Yes.
And are you the designated jail call records custodian on behalf of HCSO? I think you already said that earlier.
Yes.
Yes, excuse me, sorry. Can you tell us a little bit what it means to be in that role as a jail call custodian?
I maintain the inmate phone records.
Did you, in your capacity as a jail call custodian, receive a request from the state to access the system and download phone calls for an inmate by the name of Quandarius Hammond with the PIN number of 2021-23167? The call was made on September 2nd, 2021, around 20:03 hours.
Yes.
Were you able to locate and download the phone call that matched the one we asked you to pull?
Yes.
And did the PIN number correspond with the name we asked you to look up of Quandarius Hammond?
Yes.
Were you able to view or listen to this jail call prior to sitting here today?
Yes.
And permission to approach, Your Honor?
Granted.
I'm handing you this in pre-marked State's Exhibit 40. Have you had a chance to view this disc?
Yes.
Sorry, give me a minute. And you recognize this?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
My initials and the date.
Okay, would you say that this is a fair and accurate depiction of that jail phone call we asked you to listen to before testifying here today?
Yes.
The state would move into evidence what's been pre-marked as States 40 as States 40.
Any objections? Yes. you are about to listen to a audio recording. The court now instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view or listen to and consider this evidence. Thank you.
And Judge, just to confirm, this was going to be admitted, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted.
Thank you.
For English, please enter. Please enter the area code and phone number you are calling now. Please hold. Please wait while your call is being connected. Please inform your friends and family. They can now leave you voice messages. They will need to know your 9-digit phone ID. Please hold. Hello, this is a free call from an inmate in Hillsborough County or Room Detention Facility. To accept this free call, press 0. To refuse this free call, hang up. This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Telling.
Hello? Hello, you at the house?
Yeah.
All right,
We are,
okay. Hey, morning, kitchen. You got my phone?
See, their phone's on investigation.
They took it?
Yeah. I said that before they used to report. They were not there on visit.
What you was to do what?
I said that when everybody was leaving my house, when they first came out, I was trying to grab it. They didn't want to grab it. Because I had turned back around and they grabbed my purse and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, you play camp out right now. And my girl can't tell me I was leaving. Moving in, I swear.
I didn't say that. You was home. When I had to go with that team. Good. One of us did. I know somebody should. Somebody had to wash the food.
Yeah, tell them so you can't. I told them to get on stuff that shit. My girl can't tell me. And like 9 o'clock, I'm like, you gonna say the same thing. So, be straight about this. Everything was.
That's not what you, but yeah, but that's not what they only do about. They're not talking about that. They just want to know what happened at night, because they know you be up there.
Yeah, so I'm trying to take
That's it.
Yeah. And you said you was home when I was home.
You were home. I was in St. Pete. I was at home.
Thank you, Judge. The state passes the witness.
All right, Cross?
No question.
Anyone else?
No questions on behalf of Mr. Thompson?
No, sir.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Good for you. Thank you, ma'am. All right, state, you can call your next witness.
The state calls Detective Scott Barnett. Thank you. We couldn't see.
I have to say this.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Whenever you're ready, Counselor.
Yes. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
If you could please tell the jury your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please.
I am Detective John Scott Barnett with the Tampa Police Department. My last name is Barnett.
And Detective Barnett, how long have you been working with the Tampa Police Department?
I've been with the Tampa Police Department almost 23 years.
All right. And what is your current position with the Tampa Police Department?
Currently, I am a detective in the Delayed Latent Investigative Squad assigned to District 2 in the north end of Tampa.
Back in August of 2021, in what capacity were you working with the Tampa Police Department at that time?
In 2021, I was a homicide detective with the Homicide Squad.
All right. Now, specifically with August 22nd of 2021, were you brought into the investigation into the death of Suni Bell?
Yes, I was.
And what position were you given in the case?
I was given the second position behind the lead detective, Chris Salea.
And so you were the assist, I guess is what they're called?
That's correct.
Okay. And as the assist, what are your general duties with the investigation?
My duties are basically to follow the lead and to assist him with anything that he needs assistance with.
So you're present in most of the things that the lead goes to, most of the interviews, most of the scene evaluations and things like that?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Were you present with Detective Salea when you all went to East Tampa Pawn and Gun to retrieve a gun?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you in fact take that gun into evidence and impound it?
Yes, I did.
All right. Okay, Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked and entered as State's Exhibit 31A and B. It's already been admitted. Now, the firearm has already been observed by the jury. There was also a second, there was a bag placed in that box. What did that bag contain?
Along with, the bag contained the ammunition that was originally inside of the magazine.
Okay, that's what I wanted to ask. So when you retrieved the gun from East Tampa Pawn and Gun, those live rounds were already within the magazine in the gun?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so when you took it back to impound, you took out the magazine and took out those, you separated basically everything.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you placed it all into that box, so it's all kept together as one piece of evidence?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and the other two items, we've already seen the gun and magazine. The other two items, can you identify what those two items are, or the other items, I guess I should say?
This is a rail light and laser that runs on the rail of the handgun to illuminate or sight a target, which was with it. And then the envelope right here is the envelope that has 14 9mm rounds that I removed out of the magazine.
All right, and are they in substantially the same condition as when you received it on that day?
Yes, they are.
All right, and I believe, Judge, it's already been admitted, but I would like to publish at this time the two other items that's on the back.
Great.
So, Detective, this item that I'm placing on the Elmo here, this is the, I guess, the laser sighted thing that was on the firearm?
That's correct.
Okay. And then this would be the live ammunition that was found within the magazine of that firearm when you obtained it?
That is correct.
All right, Judge, I have no further questions of Detective Barnett at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Briefly, Judge. Detective Barnett, good afternoon. The sight or light that you were just describing, those are all lawful additions to the firearm, correct?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
No cross-reference.
Anyone else?
No questions for Mr. Thompson.
And Judge, just briefly, just to make sure, if 31B has not been admitted, we would be asking for
All right,
admission.
31V, the magazine and ammo?
Yeah.
That'll be admitted.
Okay, thank you.
Unless there are any objections for legal objections?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. All right. May this witness be released?
Yes, you may, Judge.
Thank you, Detective. State, you can call your next witness.
State would call Detective Mike Lippold.
Please now.
Afternoon, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you, sir.
Counselor, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you state and spell your name for the jury?
Yes, it's Michael Lippold, last name Lippold,
And how are you employed?
Tampa Police Department.
What is your title there?
I'm a sergeant.
And what division are you in now?
Right now, I'm the sergeant of the narcotics division,
The narcotics division?
or narcotics squad, yes.
Where were you assigned in 2021, August to be specific?
I was the homicide sergeant at that point.
What are some of your duties as the homicide sergeant?
Review reports, sign them out, review case files, review legal documents, search warrants, maintain the rotation of the detectives, communicate with the other supervisors on any information that might be needed, and obviously communicate with my chain of command.
Now, would you say you supervised the homicide detectives as the sergeant of the homicide division?
Yes, ma'am.
So if we've heard from some detectives, Detective Salea, Detective Alverson, were those members of your squad in August of 2021?
Yes.
And when you supervise them, tell me how it is that you assign them cases.
It's just a rotating list. Once a detective is at the top of the list, they get the homicide and fall to the bottom for the next one. There's usually 2 scene detectives. They come from the middle usually, and then there's a lead detective, which is towards the bottom to help the detective that's up.
And that list does it have anything to do with their actual qualifications, or when you say rotation, do you mean, the bottom has the last homicide assignment and it rotates in that manner?
Yeah, it's just rotation, nothing to do with qualifications, just a rotation.
They all have the same qualifications?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell me how long you've been with the Tampa Police Department in total?
16 and a half years.
Did you have any law enforcement experience before that 16 and a half years?
Yes.
And what was that?
That was St. Petersburg Police Department.
How long were you with St. Pete Police Department?
Well, a little over 2 years.
Now, when you indicate that you're supervising scenes, what does that mean specifically when you actually get there? How does that differ from the detective that's assigned?
Mostly make sure the scene is secure. Make sure if there's any witnesses or anyone needs to be interviewed, that they're where they need to be and lined up for the detectives to get there. Make sure that there's logs in and out, and then usually communicate with my chain above me once I get there.
When the scene is more involved, do you actually get into the assistance of the scene search, the scene, recording, anything like that? Do you kind of go hands-on if there's a larger scene or more involved scene?
Yeah, I can. I would say any scene if I'm not tied up on something else, yeah.
You provide assistance?
Yes.
And when you are called out to these scenes, is that on a rotating basis? So it could be at 10 o'clock in the morning and it could be at 3 o'clock in the morning, meaning opposite schedules?
Yeah, whatever.
Time does not matter?
No.
Okay. And did you have some specific involvement with the homicide investigation into the death of Suni Bell and attempted murder of Mrs. Harrison or Mr. Brown?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your involvement specifically in that particular investigation beyond supervising the homicide detectives assigned?
Well, I assisted reviewing some videos, obviously assisted with search warrants, assisted with reviewing search warrants, controlling or communicating with other squads and whatnot.
As the homicide was being investigated over the weeks or months leading up into the arrest of the defendants, did you have a continuing involvement?
Yes.
So I want to start with the night of the homicide, August 22nd of 2021. Did you respond out to the scene on East Hillsborough Avenue?
Yes.
And what are some of the observations that you made when you arrived on scene?
The scene was secure. There was crime scene tape up. There were several officers along Hillsborough Avenue. Hillsborough Avenue was closed down both east and west from 45th Street to 40th Street. I remember there was a silver Infiniti G35 that was appeared to be crashed into a telephone pole at 43rd Street. It had front end damage, which was consistent with the pole it was kind of laying on. I remember the vehicle obviously had several bullet strike marks or bullet holes in it along the driver's side and rear of the vehicle. I remember multiple casings along the roadway of Hillsborough Avenue.
Do you recall the caliber of the casings that you yourself observed?
Yes, I remember seeing 9mm and either 223 or 5.56 rounds, which are the same size.
You say same size, it's a different measurement, but the same caliber of a bullet?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. When you arrived and saw the size of the scene, what did you actually do on scene on the night of to assist?
I helped kind of triage where good video surveillance would be. So I was directed to a couple businesses that had surveillance cameras that were already being viewed.
Did you have an opportunity specifically to review the camera at the principal auto sales location?
Yes, Detective Wolf brought me into the business and showed me the camera on their screen.
Where was that principal auto sales location in relation to the vehicle crash that you already mentioned?
Would have been just a tad east of that location. Pretty much directly in front of it, just a little bit to the east.
Were you able to see from the surveillance that you reviewed the vehicle crash location?
Yes.
And while you were with Detective Wolf in reviewing this video, was there any information or visual that you observed that you then ultimately relayed through to the person you assigned to be the lead detective?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been pre-marked as States Exhibit A through I. Please review proposed exhibit 55A through I and let me know if you recognize that.
Yes.
And do you recognize what I've just provided to you as at least a relevant portion of the video that you saw from the principal auto sales on August 22nd?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move what was proposed states 55A through I into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right. It will be admitted as states 55A through I.
As you watched the video, did you have the opportunity to isolate some of the images or slow down the footage so that you were able to see what was going on in that video?
Yeah, I was able to, obviously, inside the business and also after the fact, obviously, within the office at the headquarters.
I'm going to publish for you 55A. If you could look just over your shoulder there for reference here. Is this the view that you were able to see some activity on the cameras that you were watching?
Yes.
And from that, what information was relayed from 55C or 55D as it related to the vehicles that you were observing in the video to your lead detective?
Judge, objection the same. The best evidence is the video and even the screenshots from the video, not his interpretation. Will object.
I'll overrule the objection based on the question. Both objections.
What, if anything, of evidentiary value did you note from the video in principal auto sales?
Same objection.
Same ruling.
Obviously, those had to be the victim's vehicle, and then you're going to show different.
Yes, I can. If you want to use, there should be a wood stick up there. I know it's a little bit difficult because these are screen grabs, but if you can point to us and identify the victim's vehicle that you've just mentioned.
There, and then this vehicle here, behind it.
Now I'm showing you 55E. I won't go through all of these photos, but essentially, can you describe for us what it is that you observed that actually made you take note?
Yes. Obviously, there in this photo, I noticed the light, which I believe would be a large muzzle flash, come from obviously the passenger side of the vehicle, because this is the driver's door. So from the passenger side of the vehicle area, several times I noticed a large muzzle flash coming from that vehicle there.
Okay, so you said several times, and is that what you were looking at while I was there at 55F? So just at the same vehicle, just in these screen grabs, these are in chronological time order?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, understood. So you provided the information of what you saw from the video as the photos here have depicted to the lead detective?
Yes.
And did you, based on your just training and experience over the last 18 and a half years, I think if I did the math right, provide to him that you believed it to be muzzle flash?
Yes.
Okay. And with that information, were you also able to see that actual area of the roadway? So if I go back and show you 55I, for example, were you out there on Hillsborough Avenue at that location on foot?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to examine the roadway in that area?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to see cartridge cases in the roadway in that area as well?
Yes.
Is there an objection? No. Okay. Did you have an opportunity to see what type of cartridge cases were there just west of the of the victim's vehicle?
Yes.
What type of cartridge casings were located there?
Both handgun and obviously rifle.
What do you mean by handgun? I presume handguns
Smaller cartridge cases, which I believe to be a 9mm, and then larger ones that believe to be a rifle projectile or a spent casing.
After the conclusion of your involvement at the homicide scene on the night of the homicide, so the 22nd, did you have additional involvement in this particular investigation?
I reviewed some other videos and whatnot, yes.
In addition to the videos you viewed that night. So we saw principal auto sales screenshots. Did you also review the Chevron video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see any additional videos on that evening?
Just those two on that evening.
Here, could I ask Sergeant Whipple to get a little closer to the microphone?
I'm sorry, I have a cold, so I know, I'm trying to speak up. My voice is It's out. I'm sorry. Yes, that night, Chevron and Principal Auto are the videos I have reviewed or looked at.
During the course of the investigation, were you privy to additional videos that had been recovered either by yourself or homicide detectives or deputies on scene, et cetera?
Yes.
And ultimately, were you involved in the investigation on August 27th of 2021 as well?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you respond to on that date?
On that date, I responded to a traffic stop of Mr. Bedward in his silver or gray Chrysler 300.
Is that Jalen Bedward, the defendant?
Yes.
And you indicated it was the Chrysler 300. Is that the vehicle that you saw when you arrived on scene to this stop on the 27th of August?
Yes.
And was Mr. Bedward still present at the time of your arrival?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to, or did the detectives with you have an opportunity to speak to Mr. Bedward there?
I did not. Detectives, yes.
And were you to remain with the vehicle, or did you have some other responsibility at that time?
I stayed with the vehicles.
Can you explain to me what the weather conditions were on the 27th of August when you arrived to the 300?
It's clear when I arrived, and then shortly after it started to rain really heavily.
And what was your role in staying with that vehicle?
I wanted to preserve any evidence that was in the area that I believed of importance, which is the passenger mirror. So I stood over the mirror above it. I had an umbrella trying to cover the rain.
Why is it that you believe there was some importance on the passenger mirror? Did you make some observation?
There were scratches to the top of the mirror. So, yeah.
And having reviewed the Principal Auto Sales video, why were the scratches on the passenger mirror of importance to you?
Objection, Judge, same continuing objection as to the
approach.
That's one way to protect it from the elements. Stand over while it's raining, right? So it's they secured Jalen Bedward's Chrysler 300 car, and then it started to rain. So he stands over the car to protect the passenger rear view mirror, because apparently it had scratches on it. Scratches from the residue, from the blast. So that's Jalen. There's Jalen. Wonder what's going through his head right now. Oh, I think he's listening. I think he has the headphone. Oh, no. I thought he had the headphones on. Usually they have the headphones on. Usually these guys, I've seen these, all five of them usually are listening. I can't tell if he has his headphones on or not. So Sergeant Michael Lepod. Actually, we heard from Libeth Rodriguez. She's the jail call custodian. She brought in Quandarius Hammond's call between him and his girlfriend. And then it was Detective John Barnett. He retrieved the 9mm. That was James Denson's. James Denson's. He said there was still live ammo. There was still live ammo in the gun. I did not think that pawn shops left live ammo, unless they said don't. Well, maybe. I was going to say, maybe they alerted the police, and then the police said, don't touch it. So then, right now we're listening to Sergeant Michael Lepod, and he's reviewing videos again. He secured the Chrysler 300, which was Jalen Bedward's, who we're looking at right here. And it started to rain, so he hung over it. He was on top of it, I guess. Did he say an umbrella? I think he had an umbrella as well. Ellen, you're sitting at your desk like that as well. P. Cooper, you can see the cord around his neck. Yeah, I mean, every time they've gone to the bench, to the sidebar, they've always had their headphones in. So they're paying attention. I mean, they're all paying attention. Sidebar. What are we doing? Where are we going for drinks and dinner afterwards? We do that often. And excuse me, Richard. Some of the other trials, we're like, okay, so what's your drink order? I have a margarita. You know, I'll have a hamburger with some fries. Let me have some chicken. It's funny that you say that because we do that often. So Quandarius, right? So that's him. He's Quandarius is the one that we heard earlier, the phone call between him and his girlfriend. Rum and Coke, please. Mojito. I'll take an old fashioned. Real happy he's having Wi-Fi issues? No.
You may continue, Counselor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, without telling me the reason for such, did you document a defect to the passenger mirror on the right side of Mr. Bedward's vehicle?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked as states 25A through F. Do you recognize these images? Excuse me, A through H.
Yes.
And do these images fairly and accurately represent Mr. Bedward's vehicle, the 300, on the date that you responded to the stop location?
Yes.
And do they accurately depict what we had previously discussed was the defect you wanted documented on the passenger mirror?
Yes.
At this time, State moves to admit States 25A through H.
Any objections other than previously noted?
No, just renote our previous objection.
All right, they'll be admitted as 25A through H.
I'm showing you 25B. Can you see that okay, Detective?
Yes.
Is this the vehicle, the Chrysler 300, as it appeared when you arrived on scene to take photographs?
Well, when I got on scene, it was dry, but yeah, I was on scene when it started raining, yes.
Okay, I apologize. Let me go to the dryer. Let's look at 25C. Did you instruct the crime scene tech to photograph this item?
Yes.
What mirror are we looking at in this 25C?
The front passenger mirror.
Of the same vehicle we saw this overall photograph of, 25B, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at some point, maybe we see it in the reflection here, at some point are you holding an umbrella to make sure it does not get wet?
Yes.
All right. And is 25D just depicting another angle of that mirror?
Yes.
Did you have any additional involvement at that particular scene with the Chrysler 300?
No.
Was that 300 impounded from the scene pursuant to a search warrant for a search at your impound lot with the agency?
Yes.
Were you involved in that subsequent search at all?
No.
Did you then have additional involvement in the following month on September 29th of 2021?
The 29th?
Yes, did you respond to a search warrant that was conducted on Quandarius Hammond's residence?
Yes.
Was that on the 29th? I may.
That was on the 2nd of September. I believe.
The 2nd of September, you're right, the writing on the card. Do you, when you ask a crime scene tech to come to a scene, have them fill out a card which indicates the date during which the search took place?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that so that attorneys like me cannot mistake the date that the search actually occurred when the videos are subsequently being reviewed?
Yeah, so we know the date of the photos, yes.
And did you ultimately have crime scene techs present with you during the search of Mr. Hammond's residence, or at least were you present for that?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review the photographs that were taken from that search warrant?
Yes.
I am going to show you what's been marked as states 26A through 26M. Would you please take a look and tell me if you identify these photographs?
Yes.
And do you recognize these as some of the photographs that were taken during that search warrant execution?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit 26A through 26M.
Any objections?
No objection.
Anyone else? All right, they'll be admitted as 26A through M.
And showing you states 26A, is this that card we were talking about to eliminate confusion and give you all some idea of when the search occurs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you would not have filled this out, but would someone with your agency have completed it?
Yes.
Now, in showing you 26B, were there items of evidentiary value that were collected from Mr. Hammond's residence that you were able to observe? 26B and then ultimately 26C.
Yes.
And did those items include a hat that's depicted here in 26C?
Yes.
Did you also have the opportunity, whilst present during that search, to observe is this 26D the same hat?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to observe a cellular device or electronic device during the course of that search warrant?
Yes.
In 26F, is this that device?
Yes.
Was the electronic device collected or impounded before you all departed from the scene?
Yes.
Were you involved in any subsequent search warrant for the device from Mr. Hammond's residence?
I'm sure I approved the search warrant, yes.
When the homicide detectives that you supervised needed approval of warrants, is that typically your responsibility to review and approve those?
Yes.
Okay. And additionally, did you recover some clothing items from the search warrant at Mr. Hammond's residence as well?
Yes.
In looking at 26H, can you direct us to what specifically from this photograph was collected into evidence?
Yes.
Had you, at the time that you attended this search warrant execution, had an opportunity to review the surveillance footage from the interior of the Chevron gas station?
Yes.
In looking at 26J, after the item was photographed, was there an opportunity to lay the item out and take better photographs of those pants?
Yes.
And were those pants ultimately collected, 26K?
Yes.
Lastly, along with the pants was a top of some kind also collected and retained.
Yes.
And is that what's depicted in 26L?
Yes.
Lastly, did you have an opportunity to review the interior Chevron footage as it related specifically to Mr. James Denson?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to view that footage and determine what you believed him to be wearing at the time that he was at the Chevron or the Jet on August 22nd of 2021?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states 28A through I. You recognize these photos?
Yes, ma'am.
Do they fairly and accurately depict at least some of the photographs that were taken during the execution of that search warrant?
Yes.
And did that occur on September 28, 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit states 28A through I.
Any objections?
No objection.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
It will be admitted as 28A through I, and you may publish.
I'm going to show you 28B. Was there any object that you were able to also see upon entry into that residence that was of note at evidence marker 1?
Yes.
And having reviewed the interior footage from the Chevron surveillance, I'm showing you 28C, was the backpack at evidence marker number 1 impounded into evidence as a potential item of evidence?
Yes.
In the Chevron video, did you observe Mr. Denson carrying or wearing anything similar to this?
Yes.
And is that why this was also impounded?
Yes.
In addition to that bag, did you have an opportunity to see the feet of the individual in the Chevron video?
Yes.
And were you able to observe what clothing items were on their feet?
Yes.
Was there ultimately the impound of an item at evidence marker number 4, State's Exhibit E, in relation to what you observed?
Yes.
And was that as a result of your reviewing the interior, exterior footage from the Chevron gas station on August 22nd?
Yes.
Were these sandals also impounded?
Yes.
Now, was there something else that actually occurred during the course of the search warrant with Mr. Denson? Was he present when you arrived for the execution of the warrant?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with James Denson on that evening?
Yes.
Was Mr. Denson under arrest?
No.
Was he being detained?
No.
Did you advise Mr. Denson that he was free to leave?
Yes.
What options during the course of the execution of the search warrant were provided to Mr. Denson at that time as far as staying or leaving?
I asked him he could stay if he wanted to outside, or he could leave, and I would make sure either one of the detectives or myself would give him a phone call when we were done.
And did Mr. Denson elect to stay there at the scene?
Yes.
While the search warrant was being executed, where was Mr. Denson?
He was in the parking lot area, mostly standing next to his vehicle.
And where were you?
Towards like the sidewalk area in front of the apartment.
What were you doing?
At that point?
Well, I guess at some point you have a conversation
Yes.
with Mr. Denson.
Yes.
Okay, and tell me about that conversation. Where does that occur?
The same area I just said, sorry. He was standing next to his vehicle. I was standing more on the sidewalk or in front of the apartment complex.
And what's the tone or tenor of that conversation?
He appeared to be pretty relaxed and cooperative.
Would you consider this having to be your formal interview of James Denson about what occurred on the night of August 22nd?
I'd consider it more of like an informal interview.
So you did not sit him down, go through Miranda, talk about the events, anything like that?
No.
did not go down to the district office at any point or anything like that? Okay, so I guess I'm just asking, did you have a conversation with him, or was this like an inquisition?
No, it was more of a conversation.
Is that a tactic that you were utilizing in order to obtain any kind of information?
No, I was just communicating with him at that point.
And what was the conversation that you were in fact having? Is there some point in which you asked him about a firearm?
Yeah, we spoke about several things, his vehicle, his girlfriend, his girlfriend's kid, and yes, we spoke about the firearm that he pawned.
Was it a really structured conversation? Were you staying with him the whole time? Explain to us what the environment was like.
No, it wasn't structured at all. I mean, he was walking to his car. He actually showed me one of the broken windows in his car that he said he had to break because he locked the key in the car. No, it was we were just moving around.
At some point, do you ask Mr. Denson about whether he owns a firearm?
Yes.
Did you bring that up, or did Mr. Denson bring that up?
He brought up the firearm.
I apologize.
I'm sorry. I mean, we talked about several firearms, but he brought up about the firearm he pawned.
Okay. You mentioned that he brought up the firearm he pawned. Did you know anything about the pawning of a firearm at that time?
Yes.
Did you ask him specifically whether he pawned the firearm?
No, he just asked when he was getting it back, if he would get it back.
Okay. So can you explain to me just exactly what Mr. Denson said about the firearm that was pawned?
He just asked if he was ever getting it back. Stated that it was one of his favorite firearms, his main carry, I think is what he said.
I'm sorry.
His main carry is what he said. And then we also spoke about, he said that he never lends out his firearms and did not lend out that firearm.
Did you specifically ask him if he lent it out or gave it to one of his friends?
I did ask him if he lent it out the firearm, yes.
And what did he say to that?
He said no, he does not lend out his firearms. Said because people do dumb stuff with firearms, or can.
Did you speak about whether he intended to retrieve that firearm from the pawn shop?
Well, I mean, yeah, he asked if he was able to get it back.
And initially, when he advised you that he pawned the weapon, did he advise or make any statements about wanting to buy it back?
Yes.
What was that?
He said he wanted to buy it back, but he assumed he wouldn't be able to because we have it.
Did he make any statements to you about being able to afford to buy back the firearm from the pawn shop before the date you all actually seized it?
Yes, he made a statement about not being able to. Well, no, he said he wouldn't be able to afford a new firearm, not buy the one back.
Did he confirm the caliber of the weapon that he had pawned?
I think he refers to it as pawned firearm. I don't know that he ever says the exact caliber of it.
At that point, based on the tone of the conversation you were having with Mr. Denson, did you believe that to be any of the weapons used in the homicide of Suni Bell?
Yes.
And what was Mr. Denson's demeanor during the course of your conversation?
Like I said, he was relaxed, and cooperative, and kind of easygoing.
Did you ultimately, as you've indicated before, advise him before you departed that you would let him know when the search warrant was completed?
Yeah, I told him that someone would call him.
Did Mr. Denson ultimately depart that location where that occurred?
Yes, he eventually left.
Your Honor, may I have 1 moment?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Yes?
No questions, Your Honor.
No questions. Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Sergeant Lippold, good afternoon. Talking about Mr. Denson, when you spoke to him on September 28th, you said that prior to going to his apartment, that you were already aware that he had pawned a firearm. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why didn't you go to the pawn shop prior to going to Mr. Denson's house to retrieve that firearm?
I believe he already had the firearm.
Okay. Well, if somebody testified differently, that after you went to the apartment, then you went to the pawn shop, would it make more sense that you learned about the firearm being pawned from Mr. Denson than went to East Tampa Pawn and Gun?
I'd have to review it. I'm not sure.
Okay, but you weren't the one that actually went to the pawn shop to retrieve the firearm?
No, sir.
That would have been Detective Soleil and Detective Barnett, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, just so I'm clear, Ms. Ismer asked you, based on Mr. Denson's tone, did you believe that was the firearm used in the homicide? And your answer was yes.
Oh, I misunderstood the question, then no.
Objected, and as to the form, I don't believe that was the question.
Well, I'll sustain that objection.
Was there anything, you suspected that the firearm was used in the homicide based on your investigation or based on anything you were getting from Mr. Denson?
Based on the investigation.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure there wasn't, because you said he's cooperative, you said he wasn't overly concerned and things of that nature, so I want to make sure that there wasn't anything where you thought he was being deceptive with you or anything like that.
No, he was cooperative.
In fact, he was so cooperative that he gave you the passcode to his cell phone that you also took into custody that day, correct?
Yes.
That's something that not everybody does, right?
Not all the time.
Okay, because you actually have to go through some other steps if somebody doesn't give you the passcode to review the information on the phone, correct?
Yes.
And as far as him leaving or remaining at his apartment when the search warrant was being conducted, you're not going to allow somebody to remain inside an apartment while you are photographing, cataloging, and impounding items of evidence, correct?
Correct.
So the fact that somebody stays, leaves, you're not going to allow them to sit on the couch while you're doing your job,
No,
right?
stay and review, stay outside.
All right, and as far as, like you said, you're not going to read anything into whether somebody departs the scene or remains at the scene outside, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Anyone else?
A couple of quick questions, if I may, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Detective.
How you doing, sir?
You've described that you were out in the rain taking photos of a Chrysler 300, I believe it was.
I had the crime scene tech take photos, yes.
Right. You were just here. I think you were holding the umbrella.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know the year that you've identified it as a Chrysler 300, the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know the year of it?
I believe it's a 2016.
2015?
2016.
2016, and this was in 2021 when you took those photos, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been 6 years later, 5 or 6 years later, if my math is correct?
Yes.
That's how old the car was?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
From the state, yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go, Detective.
Thank you, sir.
I should take you before your next witness.
The state calls Thomas Gonzalez.
Please raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Whenever you're ready, Counselor.
Thanks. Good afternoon, sir. Would you please state your name for the record?
Yes. My name is Thomas G. Gonzalez Jr. Gonzalez, Gonzalez.
And Mr. Gonzalez, are you currently employed?
Yes, I am. I'm currently employed by the City of Tampa Police Department.
And what is your job title at the Tampa Police Department?
Latent fingerprint specialist.
Prior to being at TPD, do you have any experience in fingerprint comparisons prior to becoming, before working for Tampa Police Department?
No.
And in this role at Tampa Police Department, did you have to receive any training or education in order to be a fingerprint analyst?
Upon being hired in July of 2000, I received approximately 2,000 hours of on-the-job training to learn how to be a crime scene technician / identification technician. I was trained to document a crime scene using photography, collect and preserve evidence, and process evidence for latent fingerprints. As identification technician, I was trained to analyze and compare ink-to-ink fingerprints for the purpose of elimination and identification. Upon being promoted in April of May of 2006, I received additional 1,000 hours of on-the-job training to learn how to analyze and compare latent fingerprints to known fingerprints for the purposes of identification and elimination. I took coursework in rhinology, advanced latent fingerprint comparison and analysis, courtroom testimony.
Okay, I think you answered my next question. You receive on-the-job training in order to keep up to date with the fingerprint and comparisons, and if they change or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. How much time would you say a week is dedicated to comparing fingerprints?
The vast majority of my time.
Alrighty, and in general, in your years of experience, how many fingerprint comparisons do you believe that you have performed?
Many, multiple, hundreds of thousands.
At this time, the state would tender the witness, Your Honor.
Anyone have any questions?
No objection.
No, sir. You may continue.
Why don't you walk us through exactly what is a fingerprint?
A fingerprint, known fingerprint, let's just go over known fingerprints. If you want to get the known fingerprints of an individual, you take the person's hand, roll it into a thin layer of printer's ink, and re-roll it onto a fingerprint card. Or nowadays, you can do it on a computer scanner, and that's how it's done. It's just the known fingerprints, which is a copy of the ridge detail on the hand.
And so I think by the name of a known fingerprint, that then that basically says that you know who the fingerprints are coming from. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And would you say that each fingerprint has differentiating characteristics as opposed to another person's fingerprints?
Yes, approximately a dime-sized piece of skin anywhere on your hand is unique to every other piece of skin on your hand and anywhere else.
And does anyone have the same fingerprints, even identical twins?
No, with over 100 years of research and many multiple hundreds of millions of fingerprints, we have yet to find two people with the same fingerprint.
If you could, Mr. Gonzalez, can you briefly go over any type of methods you use when comparing prints to one another?
Technically, I use the ACE methodology, which is doing an analysis, a comparison, an evaluation, and a verification phase, comparing the ridge system from one fingerprint to another and determine if those ridge systems came from the same finger or not.
Were you asked to compare fingerprints in this case?
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's been already entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 34. Do you recognize this document, sir?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
I recognize it from my analysis and comparison work in this case, and also my handwriting.
Okay, and so your handwriting is all the red ink that's alongside this exhibit?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. And I'm going to be handing you, Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
Yes.
I am handing you what's been pre-marked, or I think I messed those up. That was Exhibit 33, excuse me.
Okay.
I'm handing you what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 34. Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes.
Would you like me to put the other exhibit?
No, I recognize the date.
Okay.
Okay, and the red mark. Okay.
All right, and you're looking at certain things in order to recognize it, is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Are you looking at certain things on that document in order to recognize it?
Yes, I'm looking at my handwriting and also the red dot I notated on when I did my comparison.
Okay. Would you say that this is the same or substantial same condition from the last time we reviewed it when comparing it to Exhibit 33?
Yes.
State would move to evidence which can pre-mark the State's Exhibit 34 as State's 34.
Any objection?
Objection.
34 will be admitted.
And when you had the opportunity for this case to compare Exhibit 34, the known prints of Mr. James Denson, to the Pond Form Exhibit 33, were you able to find any conclusions?
Yes, I conducted a comparison and concluded that the same person that was rolled in exhibit, I believe you said 33 was the court rolled prints?
No, I'm sorry, sir. 34 are the known
Okay,
prints.
so the same person that was rolled in exhibit 34, which is the court rolled print, was the exact same person that left behind the inked impression on exhibit
33.
33. Thank you.
Thank you. One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
The state will pass witness. Thank you, Judge.
Any questions?
No, sir.
No questions. No questions.
May this witness be excused. You're free to go, sir. Thank you. State, you may call, you know what? Yeah, we got one more time for one more witness before we break. Call your next witness.
Statement called Bessie Tapp. Your Honor, can we approach very briefly?
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our 10-minute break now, so if y'all can come back about 5 after, we will see you then. 10 minutes.
All rise for the jurors.
So I missed that very last part. What was Thomas Gonzalez, latent fingerprint expert? What did he compare? He compared, it was the exact same person. So what was it? Did anybody catch that? Anybody? I didn't catch that at all. State's not going to rest until tomorrow, Ed. They still have 2 more witnesses that aren't going to come up until tomorrow. So we have at least until tomorrow to go through. That was according to their conversation before lunch. Have a good night, Ellen. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you spending time with us. Yeah, Alice, Alice didn't catch it either. They just said that what was rolled versus what was on that whatever was the exact same person. So that was... all right, so we heard from Sergeant Michael Lepad. So he... okay, so yeah, so he was at the... He was at the pawn shop. He got the casing... I'm sorry, the pawned 9mm. He got the Chrysler, he secured the Chrysler 300. There were some scratches on top of the passenger mirror. They show a photo of that. He searched Hammond's residence. LA Dodgers baseball hat was secured. Cell phone was collected. Jeans that he was wearing that night were collected. James Denson was there. They talked. He appeared to be relaxed and cooperative. He said it was more of a conversation, wasn't considered an interrogation, no Miranda rights, nothing like that. He talked about the firearm he pawned, and it was James that brought it up. He asked if he was getting it back. He said it was his main carry. He never lends them out because people can do dumb things with them. So that's interesting that he said that. He wanted to buy it back, but he figured he couldn't because law enforcement had it. So, cross was from Danny Facchetti, who was James's attorney, and then Nick Sonardi was Andrews. Didn't really get much from Cross. So, yeah, they were talking earlier. I think it was around lunchtime or right before lunch, right after lunch maybe. They have. He said he has a couple witnesses, meaning the state has a couple witnesses left today, but there are two. He said a doctor. And then he said somebody else's name that I didn't get. So that doctor might be the medical examiner. They may be holding the medical examiner until the end. I don't know. But they said they're going to have two witnesses come on. Amanda, yeah, we're talking about that right now. I heard a doctor. I heard tomorrow there's going to be two witnesses. One of them is going to be a doctor. So maybe the doctor, maybe the ME might be last. Maybe they'll save the ME for last. So, fingerprints match the known prints. Thank you, Michael. But what does that tell us? Fingerprints in 33 match the known prints in 34. But what were those exhibits? What were those exhibits? I need a list. I need a list of the exhibits. So what were those? Yeah, they didn't actually name the exhibits. They just said exhibits 33 and 34. So thank you for that, Michael. I got that much, but I just wasn't sure what. I knew the ones were rolled. He said the prints that were rolled, so I'm assuming those were the ones that they took. And then what were those matching up to? What was it? Was it was it the gun? Was it a weapon? Was it what was it? Well, it would make sense that it would be his 9mm because it was his, right? So that would make sense. If indeed that was it. It doesn't tell us squat if we don't know what Exhibit 33 is. I know, right? It's like, dang it. The pawn record. Oh, okay. So the pawn record matched. Okay, so Denson, when he pawned his weapon, he got his thumb printed, so that matched when they took him in and they rolled his fingerprint. But that's not. I mean, well, I guess it's just proving that was his. But he already said that. All right, we'll go ahead. We'll go with that. I'll say we think it was. It's Denson's, say James Denson. James Denson's pawn thumbprint compared to whatever it is they fingerprinted him. I mean, that's not a big deal because he already admitted to it. Not a big deal because he already admitted to it, but I guess it's just one more stitch of evidence that's saying, yeah, that was definitely him that pawned it, I guess. I guess that's that. Psychosaurus, Exhibit 34, known obtained print of defendant, Exhibit 33, pawn slip form. All right, cool. Thank you, Psychosaurus and Richard. I can now take away we think to it is. So James Denson's pawn thumbprint. Chris, honestly, been paying attention more to chat today than trial. I'm relying on squeak caps. Just confirmation, yeah. No, I get that. And they have to. I mean, you can't just I understand. Even though this, even though the guy said it, James Denson says it, but I understand. I get it. But they need the proof of it. Right, exactly. Yes. Michael says, thank you, Rex. Amy's coming back in. Amy says I'm back. Oh, Richard, think the rolled were compared to the print on the pawn record? Yeah. James is the one who looks 15. Yes. He's the one that looks like he's 15. He's slight. He's slightly built. Tiny thumbprint. Yeah, he's a slight guy. He's a slight dude. Missy, can I take a nap today? You might be 2 sausages, a sandwich short of a picnic. Robot rude. Yes, James is the one that he does look. He's a slightly built individual. Right? Shirley, I think he looks like a 12-year-old in 6th grade. Michael says, if you think about it, if they brought the pawn shop owner in to testify who brought the gun in, they might say, I don't remember. The print is a better method of ID. For sure. For sure, yeah. Michelle, I'm listening while I work. I'm still confused. It's confusing, but it boils down to 2 things. Ed says, who were they trying to shoot? Well, that's the confusion. That is the confusion. Amanda, I'm not sure the state has a very strong case here. Well, sorry, I got itchy nose. Well, Amanda, we took a poll. So far, has the state proved their case? Yes, all 5 are guilty, 47%. No, not yet, but some may be guilty, 25%. Need to see more evidence, 26%. I suppose I could have said no. It boils down to this, Ed. We don't know why they were shooting. We don't know why, unless they testify. Unless somebody comes up and testifies, and even one of the defense attorneys, I think it was it Danny Hernandez? I think it might have been Danny who said, for my own sanity, I need to know who's testifying. They don't even know who's going to testify for the defense. So for me, I want to know what they were all saying before they got in the cars. And then they're all saying, we got in the cars. We're not debating that, or we're not arguing that. We got in the cars, but we just kept driving. So why did you keep driving? Were you afraid? Was this car such that you were afraid of what was going to happen? Did that car have, this is the big if you guys kept driving, why'd you run away, basically? Instead of fighting, they fled. So why did you guys flee? Why did you just keep driving? Instead of, as the video shows, it doesn't show them making U-turns, but it shows cars similar to theirs driving by. So I would love, that's a big key for me. That's a big question for me from the defense side. So if they were just saying, if they literally were saying, hey man, we got to get out of here. That guy's, he's no good. He's going to come and shoot us. Get on the stand and tell us that. Have all 5 of them say, yep, we were talking about, yep, that guy, he was in the neighborhood causing trouble. We just wanted to get out of there. If all 5 of them say that, that's going to be hard. That's going to be a hard hurdle for the state to get over that. But are they going to take the stand? There's no way they're going to take the stand, I think, because they'll get hammered, right? Whenever defendants take the stand, it's never a good idea. But that's big. That's a big key for me. Were they saying, "Wow, we got to get out of here. That guy's bad news. We better split," or were they saying, "Hey, let's go get that guy"? One or the other. It's one or the other. They got in those cars and they took off. So after they've spotted Willie Brown's car, they all got in their cars and took off with weapons, with weapons. So the state is going to say, as they said in their opening, they hunted them down and they shot them on purpose. The defense is going to say, well, you can't prove that just because we got in the cars, we were the ones that were on the video on the streets. Yes, then the counter argument of that is, well, then how come two casings matched your client's gun? Explain that one away. How do you explain that one? That's hard to, because if you're like, oh, somebody else, well, how come your casings match your gun? That's a tough one. That's a tough one to overcome. That may be the one that might be the one that puts the nail in the coffin. I don't know. Gina, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Good to see you. Yeah, that might be the single most for me right now, because they're all admitting they got into the cars. Nobody's debating that. Nobody's arguing that. They're all saying, yep, we got in the cars, but they're all saying we kept driving. We didn't make the turn. We just kept going east. And then what about the people in car 2? You're right. Well, there wasn't enough evidence to bring charges, Shirley. So then there's that. That's another big puzzle that we'll never know, because there were not enough charges. There wasn't enough evidence to bring charges against them. So we'll never know. They got the casings and the video of them all taking off together. I don't even see widespread. I could wrap my head around as an argument. Yeah, I got in the car, but we didn't make the U-turn. We kept driving. I mean, I can understand that argument. I can understand, because there's no definitive proof that they were in that car. Well, they said they kept driving, and that's a leap of faith to say that's the same car. I mean, the video, that's a leap of faith, in my opinion. That's not definitive. So now, if they had gotten into trucks and then all of a sudden you see cars with muzzle flashes, then you're like, okay, that's for sure it wasn't them. So, that's kind of a toss-up. So that's not definitive. Those cars were similar, but they weren't exact. I'm sorry. Those cars were similar, but looking at the video was so grainy, it was so blurry. There really wasn't any definitive proof. You couldn't see. There was nobody hanging out the window, So it could be argued. I'm just saying that could be argued that you can't prove that was me in the car. Yes, I jumped in the car, but I'm telling you, I just kept going straight, or I kept going east. So that's the argument that the state is going to, the defense is going to keep making. That's really all they have. But then for me, if I was a juror, I'd be like, well, what about those 2mm shell casings that were found at the scene? How do you explain that away? How do you say, oh, that wasn't me? And you even said you didn't give your gun to anybody else. You made sure that was your main carry. You did not give that weapon to anybody else. So how do you get away from that? Widespread, but one of the guys on the video's gun casing, was found. Yep, it's hard for me to get around. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying right now, for sure. Two. That was James Denson. He's the one that pawned his 9mm 30 days later. He admits it. He had the thumbprint. He did it on the up and up. Nothing shady there.
Judge, I wanted to make sure that I renewed on the record my objection to the court's pretrial ruling as it relates to the motion to dismiss, first the C4 motion.
That wasn't my ruling.
Correct, Judge.
Right.
It was in pretrial.
But you want to just renew your objection?
I want to renew the
Understand.
objection for that motion to dismiss, as well as the motion to dismiss referencing the destruction of evidence.
Okay. Thank you.
He's probably getting the hell out of here. I better go this flight, man.
All right, getting back to our conversation there. Let me see here. Let's see. Amanda, I'm not sure they will convict all of them because of the lack of evidence. To which I would say, can you convict just one and not the others? Because aren't you all, if one is guilty, shouldn't they all be guilty? Right? Because then there's that guilty by, association.
All rise for the jurors.
Van Heist.
Jury's back. Y'all may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I ask, and I assume there were no issues with the court's instructions. Very good. State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Sergeant Gregory Van Heist.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Whenever you're ready, Counselor.
Good afternoon, Sergeant. If you could please tell the jury your name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Sure. It's Sergeant Gregory Van Heist. Last name is V as in Victor, A, N as in Nancy, space, capital H-E-Y-S-T.
Thank you, sir. Sir, where are you currently employed?
Currently employed with the Tampa Police Department.
And how long have you been working with the Tampa Police Department?
It's going to be almost 26 years now.
All right. What is your current position with the Tampa Police Department?
I'm currently the sergeant of our Internet Crimes Against Children and Digital Forensics Squad, or Cyber Crimes Unit.
Okay. How long have you been working in that position?
I've been there about 5 years.
All right. Prior to working there, where did you work before that?
Prior to this position, I was the sergeant of the Homicide Squad, and I was the sergeant there for also about 5 years.
Okay. Back in August 22nd of 2021, were you still in the Homicide Division, or had you already transferred?
I was not. I had transferred to the current role where I am now.
All right. In your current role, though, do you often render assistance to homicide detectives when it comes to items of evidence with regards to telephones?
I do, yes.
Okay. And is that based on your experience in the past with the use of this technology and your experience right now in the current position you hold?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So in your career with the Tampa Police Department, have you ever had opportunities to work on cases regarding cell phone technology, specifically dealing with cellular record, mobile forensics, and cybercrimes?
Yes, I have, quite a bit.
Okay. Have you had any specific training in those areas?
I have, yes.
What sort of training have you had?
So it's probably been, it's well over 300 hours of varied training. Some of the summaries of the training have been put on by organizations like the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI. They have a technical unit called the Law Enforcement Technical Forum. Twice a year, we'll go and meet other investigators. They'll bring in companies like T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon, Apple, and they give us updates on their technology. We're able to ask questions, bounce ideas off each other. I've also attended multiple trainings put on by private organizations that give advanced training on call detail records, mobile forensics, things like that.
All right. And what would you say, could you go over just basically your total training and experience in these areas? Like what sort of things you've done?
As far as what I've done in my role?
Just your experience, yes, when it comes to this stuff.
So I've mapped out cell phone records probably hundreds, if not now over 1,000 times. Written, probably the same amount of search warrants, obtaining those types of records from cell phone companies. obtain data from devices themselves, use them in cases, and then assisted other detectives or officers in their cases also.
All right. And so as a part of this, then you have had occasion to map out cell site records, travel of a cell phone type instance situations?
I have, yes, quite a bit.
All right. And how is that done generally, if you can explain? Just sort of a general, you don't have to get to technical.
Sure. So we as investigators will obtain data from a company such as T-Mobile via a court process, usually a search warrant. Those records will come to us in an Excel spreadsheet. It'll have rows of data, so rows of the activity that occurred for that phone number. Those rows will have items like the timestamp of when it occurred. They'll also have a cell site location, so which cell site that occurrence associated with geographically. It also could have the numbers that were called or texted, the unique IMEI or device identifier that was used for that event. And then some of the more specialized records could also give an estimated location of that device with latitude and longitude, and potentially an estimated distance from the cell site, also which side of the cell site it interacted with. So a lot of that type of data will come in, usually in a spreadsheet format.
All right. Have you ever testified as an expert in this area?
I have, yes.
About approximately how many times?
I believe 5 times.
All right. And has that been in this jurisdiction?
Yes, in this circuit.
All right. Judge, at this point, I'll tender the witness if any defense has any questions.
Any questions? All right. You're free to continue.
All right. Thank you, Judge. Sir, now, in preparation for today, did you help prepare an exhibit to demonstrate, in this particular case, your analysis of the 5 phones that were presented to you, or 5 phone numbers?
I did, yes.
All right. At this time, I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 45 for identification, and have you go through this. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is demonstrative that I created.
All right. And does this fairly and accurately depict the testimony you're going to give as far as the information you recovered when it comes to the cell phones you were provided in this case?
The cell phone records, yes.
Okay, cell phone records. Judge, at this time I would move State's Exhibit number 45 into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, 45 will be admitted.
All right, so starting with page 1 of 45, this is just sort of a title page, I guess, of what you're doing in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, on page 2, please explain to the jury what this page is trying to demonstrate or explain to them with regards to cell phone technology.
Sure. So this is just to give a little bit of example of a traditional cell tower or cell site, if you will. On my left, there's a picture of a traditional cell tower or cell site. Those are going to be antennas on top of a tower. Generally speaking, not always, but generally speaking, a cell site will have 3 sides. It's going to have 3 sets of antennas, each pointing about 120 degrees. It's not an absolute, but generally speaking, they each cover about 120 degrees of range. This is kind of to show that's how they might be set up. I'm sure all of us have seen several of those around the city of Tampa.
Now, page 3, I believe you have some pictures of particular cell site towers and how they work. Is that correct?
Yes. So these are just some additional examples of how cell sites can appear. They can be on the top of a pole, as is on my left here. They also can be smaller or non-traditional cell sites, can be an antenna just on top of a telephone pole, or they can be attached to the side of a building. So they're not always those 3-sided. They can come in different ways, but generally speaking, there are going to be 3 sets or 3 sides to a cell site having antennas on those 3 sides.
Now, page 4 contains basically a map of some sort. Is correct? Now, what are you indicating with this?
Yeah, this is just a disclaimer. As we look into some of the mapping that was done I do for all these cases, but this case also, where those 2 lines, those straight lines meet, that's the location of the cell site. The shaded area in red here, that is at the bottom or where those 2 lines meet, that's going to indicate which side of that cell site that call or text or interaction with the device occurred with, so which side of that cell tower or which antenna. The disclaimer is that shaded area does not mean that the cell phone was inside of that area. It doesn't mean that the cell phone was inside of the confines of those two straight lines. It's simply meaning that this is a depiction of where that cell site is, where those two lines meet, and then which side of that antenna interaction is occurring with.
And then you also have it on page 5 discussing timing advance. What is timing advance versus the page before, which had to do with the cell site or cell tower location?
Right. So there's two sets of records we can get that give some geographic information about a device's interaction with a cell site. Call detail records are the traditional records that occur with a call or a text, or it could be a data, like something, your phone is uploading something to Facebook. It needs to make that connection to the internet to get whatever message across. That's going to create that connection with the cell site that just gives you where the cell site was in the world and which side of the cell site or which antenna it occurred with. Timing advance is a different type of record. It happens without any interaction by the user. It's the companies like T-Mobile describe it as a network event. So it's a connection between the device and a cell site with no control or no input by the user. It's intended, the company's intended it so that their devices will work perfectly, so that when you hit send and make a call, the timing is just right, that it goes to the cell site, goes through the lines, goes to the other system, and reaches out to their cell site so you can make that call or text. They want to know generally where those devices are so they can get the timing right, thus the name timing advance. So what they do is actually will, with a search warrant, we can get these records. They will be time-stamped, and they'll have the location of the cell site that I interacted with. They'll have the direction, so which antenna, if it's the north side or the south side or southeast. And then also, the data will give an estimated distance from the cell site. That's that arc that you see there. And then they also will provide an estimated location of the device. Now, they say in the records, and I've learned this from experience, that is an estimation of the location of the device, that dot that you see extending out, that black dot on the top of the map we're looking at. This is just to show that, again, it doesn't mean the device is exactly along that arc. It definitely doesn't mean the device is where that estimated location is, but this is what you're going to see in the slides coming forward.
And then on page, I believe this is page 6, you also talk about, I guess, AT&T's system, which is different than T-Mobile's. So, Sergeant, when it comes to each of these cellular mobile companies, they all use different technology, I'm assuming, or different ways of getting their information?
More or less, yes. They all have their own proprietary technology they're going to use. T-Mobile has records they will collect or provide in one way. AT&T will provide them in a different. AT&T has a record called NELOS, or Specialized Location Record, which is, again, an estimated location of that device. They'll actually give an estimated radius of certainty, but they also give a disclaimer on their record saying that it's an estimation, and it doesn't necessarily mean the device was actually in the circle that you're going to see. But I think it's on an upcoming slide here.
Yes. So in this, AT&T is different than T-Mobile in how they send their information, correct?
Well, yes. In 2021, when this case occurred, AT&T did not provide timing advance records. T-Mobile did. AT&T didn't. AT&T's additional record is this historical precision location information, which gives that latitude and longitude, which in this example we're looking at here would be right in the middle of that circle, that shaded area, and then they'll give it a radius. So that's that shaded area depicting the radius they're reporting, where they believe that phone was inside.
All right. So, Detective, having gone through all that information, were you provided telephone numbers and subscriber information regarding 5 different phones in this particular case?
I was, yes.
All right. I'm going to go through those individually, and we're going to start with, well, you go through, all right, so let's start with phone number in red here. It's 813-461-9827. Was that a number in records you were provided?
Yes, that is.
All right. When you get this information, does it also contain subscriber information?
It does, yes. That's one of the items that's requested in the search warrant, and that's what you're seeing here on the right.
All right, so in this particular case, we know through the detective the numbers and who they're associated with in each device. But in this case in particular, or this number in particular, this subscriber information does contain, in fact, the name of Zavante Sampson. Would that be accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And so the page that I'm going to zoom in a little bit on the page. If you can, please explain to the jury what we're seeing here in the subscriber information page.
So it's going to give a name, subscriber name, Zavante Sampson, a subscriber address, 3112 East Emma Street. It'll give a status, so active, some dates of when that account was opened. And then if you go further down, it gives some more details regarding the MZ is a unique number that's on the SIM cards, that little white chip that we put on our cell phones, and the new ones we don't anymore, but we used to put those little white SIM cards on our phones. That's that unique number there that's associated with the phone number. It gives the phone number. The MSISDN is the phone number that's in question here. And then it also will give, in this case, a date of birth, a social security number, if the user provided that upon signing up for the account.
All right. Now, just because a person may have a phone on them does not necessarily mean that that the subscriber information will be that person's information. Would that be accurate?
Correct.
All right. For instance, we have a phone number that Detective Salea attributed to Andrew Thompson, which is 813-499-4882. This is the AT&T phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and this one has subscriber information, does it not?
It does, yes.
And who does it have as the subscriber for this telephone number?
So the financially liable name is Ferris Gilmore. It looks like also the billing party and the user information is Ferris K. Gilmore.
All right. So the subscriber information doesn't always indicate the individual who owns or has the phone and is using the phone?
In my experience, no.
Okay. For instance, if my son has a phone, but I'm the one who takes the phone and purchases the phone for him and I pay for it, it will probably be in my name versus my son's name.
That's correct.
Okay. And the next one we have is phone number 813-534-8321, which in this particular case, we know from the testimony of Detective Salea that this phone belonged to or was taken from and in the possession of Jalen Bedward. So, with regards to this subscriber information, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at here as far as the subscriber information.
So this the subscriber information is showing as in prepaid or non-customer. This is likely going to be a type of phone that, well, prepaid, for lack of better words, where a subscriber information or an ID was not required in order to get service. So they're prepaying for the service. They're using T-Mobile's network for this phone number, but they haven't provided a name, date of birth, or address or whatnot.
Okay. All right, and then we have phone number 813-953-6476, which was taken from Quandarius Hammond. And this one does, in fact, does it not indicate that the subscription info belongs to a Quandarius Hammond?
It does. In the account billing address, it lists Quandarius Hammond with an address on Flatgate Mark Drive.
All right. Now, this T-Mobile subscriber information page looks slightly different than some of the other ones we've seen. Do you know why that is?
Yeah, at this time, 2021, T-Mobile had purchased Sprint. If you remember, Sprint was actually used to be another mobile provider. So they're going through a merger here. So the records for about a year or so were merged, so to speak, and that's why it's noting Sprint now part of T-Mobile. So sometimes we call this a legacy Sprint number, but it is operating at this time was on T-Mobile's network.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, we have 813-408-2912, which Detective Saleh has indicated was the phone that was provided by James Denson. And who do we have as the subscriber information for this particular phone number?
Here the subscriber is Boat Denson.
Okay. Now, could Boat just be a nickname, or what? How do they get these subscriber names?
My experience with T-Mobile, at least, is it can depend on which store you go to, I guess how much information you're willing to provide, but you can give generally any name, and there's not, especially at this time, ID was not required to get a T-Mobile service.
Okay. So I could walk in and just say John Smith, and they would say, okay, I'll type in John Smith, and that's going to be the subscriber on this.
That could be, and depending on which store or whatnot you get that T-Mobile service from, yes.
Okay. All right, now, so that's the subscriber information that you receive. With that, you were also given other records that come with it, correct?
Yes.
All right, and is one part of that called detail records?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to show page 10 of your exhibit here, and it shows, is this an example of what you would call detail records that are provided by T-Mobile?
This is, yes, and this is actually one row of activity. I had to break it up so it fit on a slide. So all this would be actually be in a line or an Excel spreadsheet. This is what I was describing before, where this is call detail records, where you have a timestamp. It gives a call type, which in this instance is describing an SMS, which is a text message. It's giving the numbers that were involved. The IMSI number, the IMEI, that's that unique identifier for the device. And then it also will give the identifier for the cell site, that's the LTE site ID. It gives an azimuth, and azimuth is the direction of that antenna, what we talked about before. A latitude and longitude of where that cell site is in the world. If you remember back to that map where those two lines are meeting, that's that latitude and longitude. It'll resolve it to a physical address in the world. And it will do that depending on the record that's provided, but sometimes it'll do it for the beginning of the call and the ending of the call. So you may have the same information if your call starts on one cell site and ends on one, or if you're on the interstate, you may be starting on one cell site and 10 minutes later when your call's done, you're 10 miles up the road, it might be a different cell site that call is connecting with.
Okay, so it'll give you both cell sites then?
Yes.
All right, so for instance, in this particular case, you indicate the latitude and longitude of the last tower, which is 27.98901 and negative 82.4. So if you were to go in this world and have a latitude, longitude, and were to go to exactly to that particular spot in the world, this cell tower that we're talking about should be right at that spot?
Yes.
Okay. And of course, it also gives an address of 4406 East Osborne Avenue, but the latitude and longitude is what is actually the location of the cell tower.
That's what we use to map, and that's what is the most reliable piece of data, yes.
Now, you also give an example from data that gives time in advance. So I'm going to take you to your slide number 13 of your exhibit. What are you talking about here when it talks about time in advance? If you can explain that to the jury, please.
Sure. So this again is actually one row of activity. At the start of this row of activity, it gives a latitude and longitude, end latitude and longitude. So that's the estimated location of that device at the end of that network event or that connection with the cell site. It's going to give your IMSI, which is identifier for the SIM associated with the phone number, and IMEI, that's that unique device identifier. In this case, it'll give actually the type of device, a Samsung Galaxy S8. It gives start date and time, end date and time, so some timestamps. And then it will give identifiers for that cell site that is associated with. And then kind of the important piece of data is the distance, the start timing advanced miles, the end timing advanced miles. So in this example, it's 0.53 for both. So that 0.53 is the estimated distance from that cell site that network event or that transaction occurred with.
All right, now, Sergeant, do you take this information that's provided in these timing advance and these cell site data that you receive, how do you turn that into a map form or a form in which that it can be presented to a jury or to anyone to explain where the phone may be located?
Sure. So we have a mapping tool. It's called CellHawk. There's several other tools available. That's the one that I prefer to use. I also can use things like Google Earth. But for the purposes of this demonstration or this demonstrative I created, I use a tool called CellHawk.
All right. And then for that CellHawk, you input the data that you're receiving, basically, and it will put out on a format for you so that you can review it on a map.
Yes.
Okay. So let's start first with the phone number that's been associated with Zavante Sampson. Did you, in fact, do that same sort of information with Zavante Sampson's phone?
Yes.
All right. And were you able to obtain both the cell site activity as well as some timing advance records with the phone number associated with Zavante Sampson?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to start with what's page 14 of your exhibit that we have here. Explain to the jury what we are looking at with regards to the cell site activity with Zavante Sampson.
So this is a map depiction of activity between 9 p.m. and 9:10 p.m. on August 22nd, 2021, for the phone number ending in 9827. There's activities occurring with two different cell sites, one at 9:08 p.m., and then there's activities between 9:07 and 32 seconds and 09:08 p.m. Again, where the two lines are meeting is the location of the cell site. The shaded area is the direction of that interaction, of which side of the cell tower it interacted with. And then the pins there are just representing two locations that were provided to me by Detective Slay as being relevant in the investigation. East Hillsborough Avenue and North 43rd Street being the red pin, and then 4412 East Hillsborough Avenue being the blue pin.
Okay. And you don't know specifically about the facts regarding this case per se. You just know that those are relevant areas to the crime or to the charges.
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to zoom in a little bit here, and so maybe we can get a better idea. So US 92, what road is US 92?
That's Hillsborough Avenue, or there's East Hillsborough Avenue.
Okay. And so these locations, Hillsborough Avenue and North 43rd Street, which the jury has heard about, that's where that red pin is located, correct?
That's correct.
And the blue pin is 4412 East Hillsborough, which is just a little bit down the block.
That's correct.
All right. So based on this information, at the time between 9:07 and 9:08 p.m., where would you estimate that the cell phone belonging to Zavante Sampson was located, generally?
Generally, I would say consistent with being in this.
You can use, there's a stick beside you or the thing if you want to use it.
Yes. Based on these records, I would say generally it's going to be in that area.
Okay.
Again, and I say generally.
Now, this is not the timing advance records, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You also obtained timing advance records with this phone. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So moving on to page 15, again, sticking with Zavante Sampson's phone number of 813-461-9827. Is this an example of timing advance records that we were talking about?
Yes.
Okay, explain to the jury then, what is the difference between this one and the last one that gives you any indication, or maybe a better indication of where the phone may be located?
Sure. So the data here that gets a little more granular and gives us as investigators a better idea of where that device was, or a lot of times the most helpful, this is very helpful in looking for video surveillance. If we have, we're trying to find a phone, we can use this type of data. You see those arcs. So those arcs that are occurring in this set of data between 9:07:30 p.m. and 9:08:34 p.m., those are the estimated distances from that cell site. They're interacting with the side of the cell site, which is just the shaded areas representing, which is generally going to be the north side of the cell site, generally arcing for that distance. So it gives a lot more granularity than the previous slide we looked at, which is simply the side of a cell site that it was interacting with. Now this is actually giving an estimated distance.
Okay.
The dots, coming off are the estimated locations that T-Mobile provides. Again, they preface that in their record saying this is an estimated location. But when you kind of get them in congestion, I've learned that sometimes it's a good idea, if you're trying to find that cell phone, I'd probably go look in that area.
Okay. So when you see, so the more like the times where it's hitting kind of in the same location, you would, as a detective, and you were out to have, and you had to find that phone, and you were said, and they gave you this, where would you go first?
Can I use the stick?
Yeah.
If that were a scenario, I would draw a box, a block north of Hillsborough. I'd probably go 2 or 3 blocks south of Hillsborough, between 4,300 and maybe 4,600, and I would look all around that area.
Okay. So according to these timing advance records, between 9:07 and 9:08, that phone was probably somewhere in that area that you have just described.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Okay, now we're going to go to the phone that is associated with Andrew Thompson. Let me get to the phone number. Now, this is the phone where the records come from AT&T, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as the CDR with cell site activity, what does this show as far as the phone belonging to Andrew Thompson?
There was no activity between 9 p.m. and 9:10 p.m. for that phone number ending in 4882 on August 22nd, 2021.
All right, so during that time period, during those 10 minutes, by saying no activity, that means that the individual who had that phone was either not texting or not calling or not using any sort of internet-type activity on that phone.
Correct. No calls or texts. There was no records created on AT&T's network for user interaction.
Yes. Okay. So for AT&T, normally you would need some sort of something to, in order for them to put up the situation where it might be.
Correct. Most commonly a call or a text.
Okay. Now, it also has, AT&T has some what's called historical precision location, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's their estimated location of device at a specific timestamp.
Okay. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Nope, that's what it is.
Okay. I just wasn't sure if you were done.
Yeah.
I apologize. So going to page 17, did it give at 9:09, almost 9:10 p.m., did it kind of give a general location or where it thought the phone might be?
It did. So at 9:09:55 p.m. on August 22nd, 2021, it gave latitude and longitude, which is going to be depicted right in the middle of that shaded area, that shaded green circle you're looking at, with a 1,500 meter accuracy, which is quite large.
Okay. Now, Detective, you're not aware of what time this shooting or the circumstances surrounding this actually occurred, other than it was somewhere between 9 and 9:10. Would that be right?
I believe it was provided to me at some point, but I don't recall it at this moment.
Okay. So at 9:00, so if the shooting occurred at 9:04, at 9:09, the phone's here. It could be that he has moved to that location at that point, or this could be maybe slightly inaccurate, or one combination of both of those.
I think a combination of both could occur, yes.
Okay. Moving to the phone associated with Jalen Bedward. This is 813-534-8321. Let me just confirm that with my notes here to make sure I've got the right phone. I believe I do, but... Yes, so this is the phone number associated with Jalen Bedward, which also had a T-Mobile, right? So the only one that had AT&T was Andrew Thompson.
Correct.
All right. So with this T-Mobile, did you receive or were you able to map out the CDR cell site activity with this phone?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you page 18 of your exhibit and ask you, is this in fact, with Jalen Bedward, explain if you could to the jury what this is showing.
Yeah, so this is going to be similar to the previous record. This is going to be activity, call detail records, or calls or texts generally, between 9 p.m. and 9:10 p.m. on August 22nd, 2021, for this phone number ending in 8321. There was an interaction that occurred at 9 o'clock and 42 seconds. occurring with the cell site, you'll see there where those two blue lines are meeting, generally with the north or northeast side of that cell site. The antenna is facing that way.
And so both the pin locations that are located here are within that range of that cell tower?
Yes.
And so if someone was in either one of those locations using that phone, it would make sense that it's hitting that spot on that cell tower?
That would be consistent with, yes.
Okay. Did you also receive time in advance records for this phone also?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to go to page 19. All right, Sergeant, if you can, please, because this one seems a little bit more complicated than some of the other ones we've seen, explain what we're looking at here so that the jury can understand what this map is showing.
Yeah, so again, this is activity between 9 p.m. and 9:10 p.m. on August 22nd, 2021, phone number ending in 8321. This is a timing advance record, so where all of our straight lines are meeting, that's going to be the location of the cell site. The shaded areas are the direction of that cell site's antenna that is interacting with, so the north side maybe, or maybe the east or west. And then those arcs that are lines by itself, those are the estimated distances from that cell site. Then lastly, we have a lot of those pins shooting up from the cell site location. That's T-Mobile's estimated location of that device at that time. So here we've got interaction with 3 different cell sites in that 10-minute time span. Over on the west side of the map, which is going to be the left side, my left side, around 9:05 p.m. There's activity towards the bottom of the southern cell site between 9 and 24 seconds, 9 o'clock and 24 seconds, and 9:08:05. And then there's interaction with the cell site on the eastern side between 9:04:27 and 9:09 and 0 seconds.
All right, and what do the lines and the curves and the dots signify in this particular case?
So it just shows that device was interacting or was estimated to be that distance from those cell sites. What's, I guess, unique or significant with this record compared to the previous one is when you have interactions with more than one cell site, it often gives you a higher reliability. So you have distance from one cell site that matches up or crosses with a distance from a different one. I think a previous question you asked me is if I were to go look for that cell phone, I would go wherever those arcs intersect. Because now you've got 2 different cell sites giving similar information or the same information.
So let's say at 9:05 p.m., you have to find that phone where it was at 9:05 p.m. What would be the area you would look at that time period?
Can I use the stick again?
Yes, please.
Yeah. I'd say at 9:05, I would draw a square around these 2 pins, probably go 1 block north and 1 block south, and I'd start there.
Okay. Now, if an individual had left, say, at this location, kind of in the middle of Hillsborough, and had headed east at 9:03 p.m., let's say, was driving the normal speed, at 2 minutes later, would you anticipate that phone would be hitting anywhere around in that area?
I would not, no.
Okay. So in 2 minutes, it would probably be hitting by towers further off this location. Would that be accurate?
Well, it'd either be hitting cell sites further to the east or to the right-hand side of the screen, but most importantly, we would see our distances or our arcs would also be showing on that eastern side or on the right side of the screen.
All right. So, okay, thank you, Detective. I think that explained that. All right. Moving on now, we're going to go to the phone number that has been associated, let me make sure I got this one right, with Quandarius Hammond. So again, Mr. Hammond had a T-Mobile, correct?
Yes.
All right. So going to page 20 here, during the time period between 9 and 9:10, again, this is showing no activity.
That's correct.
Okay. So at that point in time, so between those, for those 10 minutes, that phone that's associated with Quandarius Hammond was not making any, or was it making any phone calls, any texts, any using the phone for internet service or anything like that?
Not that were reported to T-Mobile. There could be activity that may have occurred that's not a call or text that didn't show up on the network, potentially like an iMessage or something like that. But generally that would use T-Mobile's network, did not show up on those records.
All right. Now, did you receive, again, with this phone number, time in advance records?
Yes.
All right. Going to page 21 of your exhibit, is this in fact the timing advance records you received with regards to Quandarius Hammond's telephone?
Yes.
All right. If you can, once again, explain to the jury what we are looking at with regards to this phone.
So here, a little bit different, and this is due to that merger between T-Mobile and Sprint. So their cell sites they were using, they started to merge and share their cell sites. So some of the information about which side of the cell site was not provided or not available in a cell site list. But again, we're seeing interactions between 9 o'clock p.m. and 9:10 p.m. With cell site located where the two lines are meeting. That's that cell site in the bottom on the north side of that cell site with estimated distances that kind of go up to the Hillsborough Avenue and then extend down. The two circles you're seeing, right in the middle of those circles, those are locations of cell sites. And again, that's because on the records, we're not able to determine which side of that cell site it occurred with. So that then larger circle that's around it, that's your estimated distance. So what's interesting here is you've actually got estimated distances, kind of a area that's encompassed between the outer rims of those two circles and then the other arcs that are coming from that southern cell site.
So does this give it almost a more refined location, if you will, for the phone?
It does. Most notably is that the activity at 9:04:47 p.m. gives, again, it's a 360-degree distance. So it's saying somewhere in that 360 degrees around that cell site. But then at 9:04:12, so just before that, you've got a distance just to the east, which means that cell phone wasn't moving from one side all the way to the other. It's going to likely be right near where those two arcs are on the interior of those circles.
So if you could, as you've done previously with the other, can you show kind of the general location that you would expect that phone around 9:05, I'd say, or 9:04, between 9:04 and 9:05, where that phone, if you had to go look for it, where it would be located?
If I was asked to go look for that phone, I would, again, I'd go 1 or 2 blocks north and south of Hillsborough Avenue. I'd go just on the left-hand side or west side of the red pin. I'd come down, go across, and then go up 1 or 2 blocks to the right or east of the blue pin, and then make a rectangle right there. I'd look right in that rectangle box.
All right.
I'm sorry, rectangle.
So based on these records, you would estimate that that phone was somewhere in around that Hillsborough area and around those dots during that time period?
Yes.
And again, as with the other phone, it did not head to the east. It did not go anywhere different. It stayed in that general vicinity during that time period.
It appears that way, yes.
And finally, the phone number that has been associated with James Denson in this case, we have, it's 408-2912. Again, with the cell site activity, there was no activity as we've seen with a couple of the other phones. Is that right?
For the call detail records, correct. Okay. Calls or text, no activity.
All right. Did you also obtain timing advance records for this phone?
Yes.
All right. Showing you what's page 23 of your exhibit, what does this timing advance record indicate to you?
It indicates to me there's several records that occurred in that 10-minute time span. And again, they're occurring with cell sites that generally provide coverage to that area. That would be where the blue and red pins are, with several arcs or estimated distances from those cell sites that are crossing over or in that area.
All right. And again, under these timing advance records, some of these dots are almost correlated with those dots, and that's the estimated spot that T-Mobile's giving, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's right there.
That's exactly correct. T-Mobile prefaces and said this is an estimated location, and I've known from experience too that does not mean the device was there. That's what T-Mobile is reporting to us, saying this is our estimated location.
But you would agree, though, that that's a pretty good indication that it's somewhere in that area?
Again, well, I would say if I was asked to look for that device, I would go right to that spot.
Okay. Judge, if I may have 1 moment?
Yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I will pass the witness across.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
So there were several phones looked at. I think I'm going to try and keep it simple by referring to some of the phones by color, specifically looking at, we'll say, the light blue phone. I believe you identified belonged to a Jalen Bedward, correct?
I believe that's what was relayed to me, yes.
And a black number linked to, a James Denson?
That's correct.
And lastly, the green number you stated was linked to an Andrew Thompson?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Look at page 18 of your composite exhibit 40. Which exhibit is this? 45. All right. So I believe you stated the arches point in a northern direction. Typically, the phone would be within those arches.
No, for this record, so this is going to be a cell site activity, so general calls text. This is simply stating that that device interacted with the cell site located where the straight lines meet, with the antennas facing in this direction, the north, where that shaded area is. That's the interaction occurred within that range or in that cell site's coverage.
Right. So somewhere within where that cell site covers that area, the cell phone was interacting with that tower, correct?
Correct.
And typically, cell phones interact with towers that usually are more closer to the cell phone due to the stronger strength, correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay. Excluding other situations such as weather or any factors that may impact tower coverage, right?
Yeah, there could be weather, there could be overload of use, there could be a tall building right next to you and the cell phone's there, so it's going to a further one. There could be different things that affect it.
Okay. But those things that would affect it are pretty rare, you would say?
I would say generally rare, yes. Generally, the cell phone for calls and texts always will pick the cell site with the best signal.
Okay. Looking now at page 19, again, the blue phone tied to Jalen Bedward. And correct me if I'm wrong, typically with the timing advance records, when there's overlap, would it be fair to say that where the overlap is likely, more likely than not, where the cell phone is?
It's a very high indicator that's where the device is or was.
Okay. So based on the mappings and the overlap, would it be reasonable to say that the cell device was on Hillsborough Avenue between 9 p.m. and 9:08 p.m.?
I would say it'd be consistent with, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you page, what is it? 23, which is previously identified as the phone tied to Mr. Denson. Again, based on the timing advance, you stated where the overlap is usually where the phone is. Would you say that that phone would likely be on Hillsborough Avenue as well?
I would say yes, very consistent with.
I'm going to try my best here. Looking at the phone tied to Mr. Denson and now referring back to the phone tied to Mr. Bedward, would you say that the mappings of these records are quite similar to one another?
I'd say they are, yes, similar. I believe Denson, the slide you showed just previously, had a little more granularity or some records that were maybe closer to Hillsborough Avenue,
okay.
Or the timing advances were.
Okay, but based on your extrapolation of the data observing the data, interpreting the data, would it be reasonable to say that those phones were likely close together or near to one another?
Well, I guess it depends. Are you mean like in the same car, or you mean like on the same block, or would you mean in the same neighborhood? Because I think that, I want to make sure I understand you correctly.
Well, you tell me.
Oh, I would say along the same block, in the same area.
Okay.
So we're saying the 4400 block of East Hillsborough, 4300 block, I would say consistent with that, yes.
Right. But you can't pin it down to say, being side by side, say, by myself and Mr. Terry, based on the mappings, correct?
Oh, definitely not,
okay.
No.
Now, I'm going to show you what was identified as the green numbered, again, linked to Mr. Andrew Thompson. Now, you stated that because this phone utilized services from AT&T, the mapping was slightly different, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And based on the mapping, you stated it'd be reasonable to assume that within that green radius, the phone would somewhere likely be within there?
So again, this is where AT&T prefaces it, and my experience has shown this, is that if you ask me to go look for that phone, I would start there, but I know that that doesn't necessarily mean the phone is going to be inside that radius.
Is it more likely than not to be within that radius, though?
That's a good question. I'd say there's a decent possibility is how I would describe it, yes.
Okay. And I could zoom in. You familiar with Tampa?
Generally, yes.
Could you identify to the jury what that large red, I believe it may be a highway is?
I believe that's Interstate 4.
Okay.
Yes.
So based on the mappings and based on the cell phone data, would it be possible for the phone to be traveling on Interstate 4?
Yes.
And kind of going back and forth here again, quickly looking at Mr. Denson's phone, page 23, based on the way that the wedges are facing, looking at, I guess, the latest times from 9:04:26 p.m., 9:08:40 p.m., and 9:08:49 p.m., would it be reasonable to say that the device may be traveling westward?
I think it's difficult because the different interactions, I probably wouldn't be able to give a travel opinion necessarily with these records.
And the same would apply to Mr. Bedward's phone?
That's correct, yes.
No further questions? Organize this.
Sergeant Van Heist, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First, I want to talk to you a little bit about coordinated universal time. Could you explain that to us?
Sure. So most records from cell phone companies and other providers like Google, Apple that we get come in coordinated universal time, or also known as UTC. We have to make an adjustment to either Eastern Daylight or Eastern Standard Time to put the records in our local time.
So if you're adjusting right now for this season, let's say, going through November, we always talk about falling back sometime, right around that time. So what would we be now as far as UTC goes?
I believe we're 4 hours. I always double check it to make sure that I'm right. It's 4 or 5. It flips to, I believe it goes to 5. I believe we're in 4 now. So.
Okay, all right. Now, talking about Mr. Denson and the analysis of some of the records that you had with him. So there's no call activity during that time frame, but you're still able to get from the timing advance records activity with the cell phone towers, correct?
Correct.
And in your particular analysis, there were 13 such events that occurred during the 10-minute time frame that you were given by Detective Celaya?
I believe so. I'd have to look at the exact spreadsheet, but that sounds about right.
And some of those events could be somebody going on a website or checking a social media page or using an app or something along those lines, correct?
Are you referring to the timing advance records?
Well, what you're using, correct.
Right, so the timing advance actually have no, they're network interactions between the phone and a cell site. And they're really the cell phone company or the cell site initiating it just to know where that cell phone is at certain times so it can make sure all those things happen at the right times. So there really is not even an interaction like going on social media or things like that. It's just an interaction.
But the phone would have to be powered on, correct?
Yes.
And it wouldn't be like in airplane mode or anything along those lines, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Mr. Hernandez?
I don't have any questions.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry. You became involved in the case essentially as a supervisor first, correct?
No, I was not in homicide at this time.
Okay, so you weren't in homicide, you weren't called out originally to the scene or anything like that, you just assisted once records were collected?
That's correct.
You don't end up seeing any of the physical phones themselves or, authoring search warrants, things of that nature?
No.
Detective Saleha is the one that brought you in to do that?
Yes.
And you're relying, with these pinpoints that you have in the maps as far as areas of significance on whatever investigation has already been conducted, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. The records that you receive, do you ask for anything additional, or are you just taking what Detective Saleha gives you?
Taking the records, again, asked for locations of significance so that I could use them on the map, and that would hopefully be helpful to him.
Okay. And you end up, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, and then generally, obviously, at times of when things occurred, so we can look at those times on the records.
Right, you're targeting specific areas and timeframes that the lead detective on the case is giving you to kind of guide your evaluation of the evidence.
That's correct.
And the mapping that we're seeing is basically like a 8 to 10 minute time frame.
Yeah, I think I used 9 p.m. to 10 or 9:10, so a 10-minute time span.
Okay. And that specific time frame, who came up with that?
So that was probably in discussion with Detective Saleha, or I believe he had given me times where gunfire was either observed or reported or he had information about. My recollection is that 10-minute time span gave minutes before and minutes after, generally maybe 5 or so minutes.
And obviously the records that were available to you were more voluminous than just that time period.
Yes.
And so you concentrate on that and you're mapping the activity itself, like we talked about, whether it be calls or text messages, and then you're doing this timing advance mapping.
Correct.
And you said the timing advance mapping is strictly kind of cell provider driven.
Right.
Not based on any activity or connection that the cell phone itself is making at that time.
Are you referring to like a call or a text?
Right.
Generally, yes. I have received some training where you can be making a call and that may trigger a timing advance record, but it's also very common where that timing advance record occurs completely independent of the user's interaction with the device.
And the cell phone companies are the ones keeping track of that. Like you say, it's more of a business situation, that they're trying to see where towers are necessary.
Generally, I think mostly for timing advance, they want to make sure that call or text is going to go through, so they have to know generally where that device is.
When you get the records, you receive records, as you testified, from Jalen Bedward, right?
Yes.
And you receive records from Zavante Sampson?
Yes.
Quandarius Hammond?
Yes.
Andrew Thompson?
Yes.
And James Denson?
Yes.
And those are all the maps that we saw?
Yes.
You also receive a cell phone record from an individual named Devin Sampson, is that correct?
Yes.
And you ended up mapping his phone as well?
Yes.
And his phone was in that same area that you were seeing these other phones?
I believe so. I'd have to go back and look at those records to verify that.
If you have one moment. Do you have your records with you?
I do not, I'm sorry.
Okay. Permission to
Granted.
would it refresh your recollection, see the maps that you did?
Yes, and I think actually I stand corrected. I do have my report I could refer to, which may give me an idea of it.
Okay, sure.
Would that be helpful? Okay.
And I was referring to pages 8 through 10 of your report.
Thank you. Yes, so I'm reviewing the map that I did create regarding a phone number for Devin Sampson ending in 3443. Is that the number you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, generally I would say it was consistent with being in that area also.
Okay, and that's from that same type of record, the timing advance that you were seeing with the other phones?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever receive any phone records from an individual by the name of Cedric Brown?
I don't believe so.
Okay, and did you receive any phone records from an individual named Maxwell Bedwell?
I don't believe so.
And what about Kamani Bedward?
I don't believe so.
I'm sorry, the other one, I meant Maxwell Bedward.
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, nothing further.
Anyone else?
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Sergeant, when we talk about timing advance, and on direct examination, you looked at bear with me. Page 12, which is called an example of data provided. And you said that this comes to you in an Excel spreadsheet, correct?
Yes.
And does this Excel spreadsheet, how is it detailed? What I mean by that is, if this is an example, does someone ask for a date and then it produces data for that date in an Excel sheet?
So if I understand your question correctly, when law enforcement requests records from T-Mobile, how does T-Mobile know which records to provide?
No, is this page 12, this T-Mobile call detail, I'm not looking at this one, excuse me. Timing advance. Same premise though. When you get these records, they're provided to you by T-Mobile, correct?
Yes.
And they're regarding timing advance.
Yes.
When you get it, is it providing you these records in this Excel sheet for a date?
So the search warrant would have listed a time range requested, authorized by the judge. So I think in this scenario, it was maybe 2 or 3 days of records, maybe a day before, the day of the homicide, and the day after. So if T-Mobile had those records available, then they would provide those chronologically in an Excel spreadsheet.
Did you, instead of showing us an example, did you get an actual data for the days for which you requested records?
The Detective Saleha did, yes.
Okay. Did you get them?
Yes.
Okay. And in discussing this example that you're giving me, and if you don't mind turning around for 1 second.
Sure.
It talks about what the confidence level is. Do you know what that is?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what confidence level means?
So for T-Mobile timing advanced records, they'll give a confidence level, if available, for an estimated location of that device. So that's going to be that little dot that extends out from the cell site. Generally, they will give it, I believe, low, medium, or high.
Okay.
These are classifications.
Do you know, can you tell us what medium means?
I believe I'd seen on some of their explanation around 200 meters is what they estimate.
Okay.
I'd have to look back at the records to see, but that's a general recollection I have.
All right, and you said it would also range low and high.
Correct.
Okay. High would be what?
I believe under 100 meters.
Okay. Low would be?
I believe above 300. Again, without me looking at their definitions, that's my recollection.
Okay. And when Mr. Terry was asking you on direct examination where you would expect to find a phone, you used your pointer and you told us that you would start in a range and a location based on A, the pins, and B, what your records are telling you, correct?
Yeah, specifically the distances from the cell site is what I would go after.
And if you told us that you would have started in this particular situation with the 4400 block of Hillsborough Avenue, Mr. Terry said this is probably where the phone was at and asked you if you thought that it would be in that general area. And you said, I believe so.
Correct.
And I assume what you're telling us is that that's where you would first look for the phone.
Right.
And in the event that you did not find the phone there, you would expand your search for that phone, correct?
Yes.
Until you either found that phone or you didn't.
Right.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
You're free to go. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, State, call your next witness.
Bessie T.
I'm sorry.
Bessie T.
Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Yes. Thank you.
Counselor, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. Would you state your name?
Hi, my name is Bessie Tafe.
And how long have you been employed with the Tampa Police Department?
I've been with Tampa Police for 13 and a half years.
What is your job title?
I am currently a forensics shift supervisor.
And were you working in that same position in August of 2021?
No, I was a crime scene technician too at that time.
Did part of your roles include the photographing of potential items of evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you involved in the homicide investigation regarding Suni Bell?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to document a vehicle on August 27th of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your role in documenting that vehicle, or at least responding to impound on that date?
I responded to the impound lot. I took photographs of the vehicle as is, and then once we opened the vehicle for the search warrant, I documented the interior of the vehicle.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 24A through LL. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Do these at least in part include some of the photographs that you took of that vehicle on that previously discussed date?
Yes.
And do they represent, or do they fairly and accurately depict the vehicle as you did when you photographed it?
Yes, they do.
At this time, Your Honor, I would move to admit States 24A through LL.
Any objections?
No objection.
No objection.
States 4A will be admitted.
24A, Your Honor.
24A through, what is it?
LL.
LL, yes.
Now, did you take some overalls of the vehicle in advance of actually completing a search?
Yes, I did.
And is that what we're seeing here in States 24B?
Yes.
When the vehicle arrived at least to impound, or at least when you arrived to photograph it, was the vehicle still sealed, showing 24D?
Yes, it was.
And how is it that you are able to tell if a vehicle is still sealed?
They're still intact. They're not broke. We place them specifically that if the door or the trunk or hood opens, the seal will break, so they are still intact.
And when you're talking about the seal, is that depicted here in this image somewhere?
Yes.
Where is that?
You'll see this sticker right here.
Thank you. And are those placed all around the vehicle, at least when you arrived?
Yes, they are.
Now, if you are able to search a vehicle or are arriving to search a vehicle pursuant to a search warrant, at some point, do you or the detectives actually break that seal so that you're able to complete a search of the interior, showing 24F?
Yes, we do.
So at some point, you actually open those?
We do.
Do you take full overalls in advance of doing that of the vehicle?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity in this particular case, showing you 24G, to photograph the interior of this Chrysler 300?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
This would be the interior front driver's side of the vehicle.
24H, did you also obtain photographs from the back?
Yes, that's the interior rear driver's side.
And in lieu of going through all of the photos, do you do this same process, moving around the vehicle, photographing overall as you move in closer and closer?
Yes, I do.
Did you have an opportunity to document from the passenger side of the vehicle any mail items inside of the car, showing 24I?
Yes.
Did you also document those in 24J?
Yes.
Once you have completed the processing, or at least a preliminary overview of the interior of the vehicle, do you also give a preliminary overview of the trunk area?
Yes, I do.
In 24L, is that what's depicted here?
Yes, it is.
And when you open the trunk, tell me about how you actually process the items therein.
On this one, I initially took overalls as is when the trunk was open, and then the actual detectives are searching through the trunk. And as they find anything of value for me to document, then I take photos.
Were you asked by the detectives in this particular case to document what we're observing here in this photo any closer?
Yes.
And specifically the box 24M?
Yes.
Is this a photograph that you took of that box?
It is.
Were you able to actually obtain additional information of the label of that box in 24O?
Yes, that was a close-up of the information.
And were you asked to document whether there were any contents to that box itself?
Yes, it was actually just a partial piece of the box.
There was no Zastava Arms AR-556 rifle located inside of this box?
There was not.
Was there an AK assault rifle located in the vehicle at all?
Not at all.
In your continued search of the trunk of that vehicle, did you photograph after that box had been removed?
Yes.
And do you ultimately also photograph the interior of the vehicle after the items have been removed? Do you continue processing even when you empty it?
Of the trunk, yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, even it was at one of the breaks. The defense said, "I'm trying to get for my own sanity. I'm trying to figure out how many witnesses we're going to call or who's going to testify." I think that's what he said. So right now, this is Bessie Tafe, Officer Bessie Tafe. She's the crime scene tech. She took photos of Jalen Bedward's car. No weapons were found, although there was a box of ammo. We heard from the cell phone expert, which could be, digital data is always great. Cell phone data is always great. Well, it's great depending on which side you're on, but it's always a good thing to show. And the main gist of it was that they said that they were traveling east, and it shows that they were in that area. The shooting happened at 9:04, and there's between 9 and 9:10. There's groupings, and all their phones are pretty much all within that area. So they didn't just drive east. So that's their defense. So according to their representatives, their lawyers, that's their defense. We'll see if they can actually. We'll see if they actually take the stand. Wouldn't that be interesting? If one of them takes the stand, we should have, how about, okay, I'm gonna come up with a poll. All right, we got a poll there. Got a poll. Who should take the stand for the defense? All of the defendants? None of the defendants? The drivers or the passengers' alleged shooters? So we got a new poll out there for you guys. Please take a moment to answer our poll. Who would you like to see take the stand? I guess it really should be worded, who would you like versus who should. So look at that as who would you like to take the stand versus who should. I wish I could rephrase that as who would you like to take the stand. Now I know if the defendants do take the stand, that's never a good idea, but who would you like to take the stand? So we heard from the cell phone data guy, Sergeant Gregory Van Heist. He went through all of their cell phones and basically Andrew Thompson, who had the rifle, had the AR, he had no activity on his phone from 9 to 9:10. And then all of them were shown in the area. Although Thompson's was south on I-4. That one was interesting. So Thompson, who is the alleged shooter in car 3 with the muzzle flashes. His car actually was shown south on I-4, which is a major highway, interstate. But everybody else's cell was like pinging right on Hillsborough. So, but they all said, well, according to their lawyers, because we haven't heard from them yet, all the lawyers said they all went, well, actually that's not true, because through testimony with law enforcement, they said when they talked to them, they said that they kept driving. I think Sampson said that. I think Bedward said that as well. He said, yep, we got in the car and we just took off. So again, I want to know, what was that conversation before? What were you guys talking about? Did you see Willie Brown's car and you're like, let's go get him? Or did you see Willie Brown's car and say, oh, wow, we got to get out of here? That to me would be everything. Like if all 5 of them got up on the stand and said, yeah, man, we took off. That dude was bad news. He was coming over to our turf, and he had guns and weapons, and he was going to bring his friends, and we took off. So if all 5 of them say that, that would be something. But that cell phone data drags him back. That cell phone data puts him back in the area, and also those 2mm shell casings puts Denson's weapon. That's going to be a high hurdle, especially because he says nobody, that's my main carry. Nobody, I don't lend my weapon out to anybody, my firearm out to anybody, because people do stupid things. So those are his words. Well, according to the detective that interviewed him.
All right, did you, taking you back to the trunk area of the vehicle, have an opportunity to photograph the trunk after the items had been removed in states 24S?
Yes, I did.
And is it part of your procedure, or at least in this particular case, did you actually do anything in addition to just removing the items that you could visibly see from the trunk?
We also removed the carpet liner that's in the trunk.
Is there any particular reason that in this case that you decided to do that? Is that standard?
Just because it's extra, it's another compartment underneath there with the spare tire, just to search it.
That would be standard if there was a spare tire to access that?
Yes.
Okay. And after this 24U, after you had an opportunity to remove that, is this the area that you visualized in 24U that the spare tire of this Chrysler 300 was located?
Yes, it is.
And were there any items that you also removed from the area from this compartment under the mat?
Yes.
In looking at 24V, can you identify, at least from this photo, what it is that we are looking at?
The items that I collected?
Yes, please, 24U.
There's going to be an owner's manual here and an empty casing box in that area.
In 24...
Or not casing, I'm sorry, live rounds.
In 24V, Your Honor, may we please approach?
It's kind of loud. Let's hear the testimony.
In 24V, is this just a closer up of the items that were collected there?
Yes, it is.
.24W, were you able to remove the items that were actually under that mat here and photograph them individually then?
Yes, I was.
And what is this that we're looking at that was collected here?
That is the owner manual for the Zastava, or however you say it, firearm.
And is that similar to the box that we removed?
Yes, it is.
And in 24X, is this the same item?
Yes, it's just the other side of the manual.
Did you also, under that mat, locate from 24Y some materials related to ballistics?
Yes.
And is that what we're also looking at in 24Z?
Yes, it is.
And was that box empty, or did it have anything contained therein?
It was empty.
And 24AA?
That's just the label on the ammo box to show what the caliber was.
So a different angle, essentially, from
Yes.
that box. And, Your Honor, may we briefly approach?
Yes.
All right, so owner's manual was found for a Vestava, not sure how to pronounce that, semi-automatic, and I'm assuming, although, oh, wait a minute, but it said semi-automatic pistol, but the box was for the 5.56s, which are for the AR, for the rifle. Huh. So he had the manual for a semi-automatic pistol, but he had ammunition for, now I'm confused. God, this just gets more and more confusing. So he had, that's not a pistol, though. That is definitely not a pistol. It says pistol on the manual, but that is definitely not a pistol. That is a full-on rifle. Huh. So that's a full-on rifle, in my opinion, but... All right. So anyway, so he has an owner's manual for a semi-automatic. My opinion, that looks more like a rifle than a pistol. Here, I'll take a screenshot. You guys tell me. We'll take a screenshot of this. That is not a pistol. Hold on. Hold on, I'm trying to get a screenshot here. Nope. All right. Those are, yeah, those are not pistols. All right. Iowa, you'll be catching up. Skip the trial, just listen to the reviews. Fair enough. Yeah, I can't imagine, Dwayne. Can't imagine what you went through. Sorry that you had to experience that. Long sidebar. Long sidebar. Let's see. Chris, you don't know except water, pellet, and BB? Yeah, it's not a bad thing, Chris. And yeah, okay, yep, ammo matches. They are in the video at the store with guns. They have on video getting in car. Time frame matches the shooting time. Video of the cars is more than likely their cars plus other small things point. Yep. Another day of solar panel inspections. Ohio backyard. Who knew there'd be so many people checking this out? Hey, at least it's getting approved. That's cool. That's cool. You have solar panels. Excuse me. This could be about scheduling as well. Could be. Because they have 2 more witnesses tomorrow. 2 witnesses could not make it today, and all I heard was doctor, which I'm assuming is the medical examiner, because as far as I know, they have not called the medical examiner yet. From what I've been able to figure out. And they're up to 19. This is the 19th witness. Widespread. Your husband wants to have solar for your retirement house. Just be happy with a house. Missy, your father-in-law is a retired federal postal inspector. Husband has been around firearms his whole life.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one of the photographs in that last batch showed an empty box of 357 caliber ammunition for a pistol. Nobody's alleging in this instance that a 357 was used, possessed, owned, or anything. And it's completely legal to own 357 ammunition if you meet the criteria of not being a convicted felon and the right age. And an empty box in a car should not be viewed by you as any evidence of any wrongdoing involving this crime or the allegations made by the state. It is completely unrelated, and I'm instructing you to disregard the fact that that box was even found in that car. Thank you.
And for clarification purposes, Your Honor, the 357 box.
Correct.
Thank you. Now, once you had an opportunity to review the contents of the trunk, did you take that cardboard box from the Zotva rifle? Did you impound that?
Yes, I did.
And did you move to, at some point, the interior of the vehicle and photograph the interior a little bit closer?
Yes.
I'm showing you 24DD. Can you see that okay?
Yes, I can.
Which side of the vehicle are we looking at here?
I'm back now at the front driver's side.
And had you had an opportunity to review the center console area of that vehicle?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you locate in the center console area between the driver's seat and the center console?
A Glock firearm.
Is that at least the view that you had before manipulating any kind of evidence or photographing anything else in 24FF?
Yes, it is.
Do you, if you recover a firearm from a vehicle, 24EE, is that the same weapon?
Yes.
Okay. Is that, what view are we looking at here when you take this photo?
I'm looking, that's probably from the top of the seat looking down at the floorboard.
Okay, so did you document the location of this firearm before you pulled it out to photograph it?
Yes, I did.
Is there a time in which you actually do remove that firearm from the vehicle and photograph it?
Yes, I do.
And would that be documented in 24HH?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there was some talk of the vehicle being impounded or previously photographed by another crime scene tech. Did you have an opportunity to review the area of the passenger side window at 24Q?
Yes, I did.
Did you, when observing that, notice any kind of defect at that area?
Yes, there were some gouges on the passenger side mirror.
And did you do anything as a result of noticing that defect in order to preserve any potential evidence there? Showing you 24 BB.
Yes, once I had documented the original damage, I collected samples of the paint from that area and impounded that.
Why would you collect paint samples in any case?
In any case, normally like that, if, say for instance, we collected a firearm or anything of evidence that would have paint transfer on it, then we would have a control sample of that paint from the vehicle to match the paint on that item.
Did you impound the control sample that you scraped then?
Yes, I did.
There? So if I'm looking at 24 BB, if you'll follow me for 1 second, is this circular area the area that you actually made the collection from?
Yes, it is.
That is not how the vehicle looked when it arrived?
It was not.
But you did document in 24Q, just once again, what the condition was when it actually arrived to impound for you to photo?
Correct.
May I have 1 moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ask the witness, Your Honor.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Anyone else? Mr. Hernandez?
Ma'am, good afternoon.
Hi.
In your, are you aware, or in the search of the car, did you make any determination as to whether the owner of that car had a concealed weapons permit?
I have no knowledge of the owner of the vehicle.
So you have no knowledge as to whether or not the owner of the car would have a weapon in the vehicle. You wouldn't have any able to say whether that weapon was legally possessed or not legally possessed,
I would not be
correct?
able to. No, sir.
And for clarification, the gun that was in the trunk was a .45 caliber, not 9mm, correct?
It was in the front driver's side, but yes, it was a
Okay.
.45 caliber.
Thank you.
No questions, thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Let me have 24Q. One second. I'm showing you what's been previously identified as and admitted as State's Exhibit number 24Q. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And that is, well, there's not the one I want. Where's the one with it? And is that the mirror you took a paint chip from?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the reason you took that paint chip was for what?
In case we came across a firearm or something of evidentiary value that had paint transfer on it, then we would have a control sample of that paint from the vehicle to match.
All right. And do you know if that, in fact, was analyzed for gunpowder?
I do not.
You don't know? You don't know that it came back negative?
I did not process it for GSR.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Bradley, no questions? All right, may this witness be released, or is it redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May she be
No
released?
intention to release.
You're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess no one's listening to me then. Hearing nothing, you are released. All right. State, that's your last witness today, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow morning, the state has 3 additional witnesses, and we will take care of that. Court will be in recess till 8:30 tomorrow morning.
All rise.
24B.
Can you say Jury's left, y'all may be seated.
Thank you. Appreciate
Okay, tell me what would be the most helpful. Maybe I'll just take.
All right, just when we get a hot mic moment. All right, sounds like they're going to be done now. All right. Yep, yeah, they are officially done. All right, let's come over here. Let's go through. All right, so 3 witnesses tomorrow. So they changed that. It was 2 witnesses. Now it's going to be 3 witnesses tomorrow. So it looks like state is going to rest. Looks like state is going to rest tomorrow. So, yeah, so, okay, so let's see. We heard from Gregory Van Heist. We kind of went over his testimony with the cell phone data. The upshot of all that was all 5 of them were in the area. The only one that was maybe out of the area on I-4 was Andrew Thompson. He's the only one that may be able to use that data, to his advantage because he was the furthest away, but everybody else was like right there between 9 and 9:10. So let's see what else. So yeah, so it sums up his testimony. They were all there again, except Andrew Thompson. You could make an argument that his phone pinged on I-4, but it was within a 1,500 meter radius of possibility, I guess, or discrepancy. So. But then Officer Bessie Taff, she's a crime scene tech. She took photos of the Chrysler, which was Jalen Bedward's. So then, yeah, they showed a box of Zatava, which is a 5.56 by 45 millimeter. No rifle was in the car. The photos show. Here, let me show you this. I was going to pull this up. I guess I got to come here. Let me come here. So this is the manual. Let's see here. Nope, not that. There. All right. So that's what they're saying is a semi-automatic pistol. That's considered a pistol, I guess. Trying to figure out where to put this. I'll just go like this. That's considered, they're calling that a semi-automatic pistol. And the rounds that were found were the ones on the left, the 5.56 by 45. So that's the owner's manual that was found. right? Is that considered a pistol, you guys? I guess so. Good grief. If that's a pistol, what's a rifle? All right, so that was found. Could we please, Your Honor, can we please approach? He's like, it's not allowed. Let's hear the testimony. Then eventually they went to a sidebar. So then the judge comes back and says the ammo for the pistol that was .357. No one is saying that was used. There's an empty box in the car, shouldn't be used, and please disregard. Then they recover a pistol on the floorboard, and then she talks about the passenger mirror defects. Pistol with a barrel that long, single-handed hold, not a two-handed hold equals a pistol. All right. All right. I still don't know how they didn't use Car 2 to testify. Right? Thank you for those comments, you guys. So then Cross comes in. So Danny Hernandez, who was Jalen Bedward's attorney, comes out that was a .45. So there's a picture of she recovered a pistol on the floorboard, so that was a .45. So we know they have at least a 9mm. They have an AR-15. They have a .45. They have a .357. That's a lot of weapons, but that's just the way it is. That's the reality here. And then Nick Sonardi, Andrew Thompson's lawyer, gets up, and what came out of him was what with Richard. You asked that question earlier. Great question. Was gunshot residue or GSR tested? Was that performed? And she says she doesn't know. She doesn't know if it was tested. So that doesn't mean it was or wasn't. She just doesn't know if it was tested. And then finally, judge says 3 more witnesses tomorrow, 8:30 they will get together. So, all right, you guys have a few more minutes left to take the poll. Please take the poll if you don't mind. I'll give us a few more minutes. And the question was, who should take the stand for the defense? And I really, now that I'm thinking about it, I should have said, who would you like to take the stand? But who should take the stand? Who would you like? All of the defendants, none of the defendants, the drivers, the passengers / alleged shooters. So, got a few more minutes. I'll keep it on a little bit. Dwayne says, but I made this choice, the right choice. They made their choice, so I have to get this out. Thugs. All right, Dwayne, I mean, that's your reality, man. Nobody's here to refute that. And I'm glad that you made your choice. Chris says, Dwayne, good on you. Our choices make or break us. Pammy, it's agreed, Dwayne, and it's okay to speak the truth. Red Snap says, you voted? Good. Give it another few minutes. Mallory says, Dwayne, love you. All right, we have a fix that. It's not a trail, it's a trial. Thank you, Widespread. Appreciate that. All right, what else? Chris says, next time we have a lull, would love to hear a tune again. Maybe during Verdict Watch we can do that. Amanda says, Dwayne, thank you for being you and making the right choices. I have so much respect for you. Cross-examnesia. Dwayne agreed, and I appreciate your insight and perspective. Amy, what's for dinner tonight? I still have couscous. I have to finish my couscous that I made over the weekend. I have some of that kale salad. I make that a lot. That's kind of like my go-to. So I have some lettuce. I do a bed of lettuce. Then I put on the kale salad with some of the dressing, which is basically soy sauce and vinegar. So that's kind of like my salad dressing. So like a vinaigrette. And then Aaron made a fantastic cashew dip, which is phenomenal. So have that, a little blop of that. I did not make any tzatziki. I got to make that this weekend and post that for you guys. And then I do a couple chips. Oh, and I have an avocado. So that's kind of like my go-to night dinner, if you will. I eat that often. I like to just either have a salad at night. I don't eat heavy stuff at night. So that's what's on tap for tonight. Shirley, no reason for walking around with that. I know. And that's a lot. 357, 9mm, an assault rifle. 357, 9mm assault rifle. What was the other one? What was the fourth one? 357, 9mm assault. Shoot, what was the other one? Oh, and the 45. And the 45. Let's not forget, Son of Sam had the 45. Beat says for protection. That's a rough way to live, man. That is a rough way to live. I'm not doubting or debating, but all I'm saying is wow. A 45 is what Son of Sam had, and that thing blows holes. I mean, that thing's huge. 357. I've actually shot a 357, and that's not kidding around either. These are serious weapons. Serious weapons. So I'm just saying, Beat, that's tough, man. That is tough. For protection, stand your ground law. Yep. That's a tough way to go. Cross-examnesia sounds delicious. Amy says, I had baked chicken and mac and cheese. Very cool. So has everybody taken the poll? If you haven't, I'm gonna end it in just a few minutes, and then we'll probably sign off as well. Isn't a 45 what Dirty Harry used to use? Yep. That's the whole line of like, I know what you're thinking, punk. That's his whole line of, I know what you're thinking. Yep, pretty sure that was a 45. Richard's going to sign off. Good to see you, Richard. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow as well. Short life, I just had leftover chicken and dumplings. Very good, very good. Sounds good. Bree says the defendant's too focused on getting off instead of being remorseful that a child was killed due to their recklessness. Chris says, maybe I do know some guns. Salmon, broccoli with cheese for you. That sounds good. All right, you guys. Seems like we're winding down here. I'm going to end the poll. Let's see what our final numbers are here for the poll. All right, 75 votes. 75 votes. 75 votes gets us where? Who should take the stand? And really, that should have been my bad. Should have been who would you like to take the stand? So that's on me. But who should take the stand? 65% of us said all of the defendants. 20% said none of the defendants. 9% said the passengers / alleged shooters, and 5% said the drivers. So, yeah, it'll be really interesting who they bring up. It'll be really interesting to see who they bring up, if anybody. So, all right, you guys. With that, we're going to sign off. We're going to say thank you for joining us today. Really appreciate you being with us. Thanks for keeping our chat civil and courteous, and you drop your opinions, which is fine. Just ask that you just be respectful of everybody else, and we will respect you, of course. And thank you to our mods for keeping this space safe and courteous and kind and respectful for all chatters. Thank you to Aaron, who's doing all kinds of great work on the back end. And I'll leave you with, as always, I'll leave you with some kitties. Got some kitty action going on here. Let's see here. We got little Cheddar. Cheddar's over here. We got Rafa back there. And then in a row, can you see here in a row? Let me see if you can see them all. I don't think you can see. So we've got, I think that's Riker. Got Riker there. I think that's Houdini over there. Mom's back there. We got them all lined up. They're like planets. Sorry for that mess back there, but it is what it is. We got to get some cabinets, which we will. All right, you guys. Oh, Fanny, it's your birthday. Happy birthday. Awesome. Happy birthday to you. Have a wonderful evening, Fanny. Have a good one. And yes, 8:30 tomorrow, 8:30 Eastern. Thank you, Shirley, for reminding me. 8:30 Eastern. So don't forget to thank our mods on the way out. Thank Aaron. Drop a comment if you so desire. We'll talk to you that way as well. Thank you for being in chat, and we'll see you guys tomorrow at 8:30 Eastern. All right. Thanks a lot, guys. Have a good one. Bye.